on the moon. The first spacecraft to land on the moon was Russian again. But Russians failed with their project because the engines were too complicated for their time. There were too many points of failure, and they did not have enough time to test, basically, so they failed. Regarding the first person who spoke, I don't remember who he was. It's healthy to doubt. It's also, there is something interesting that me and all my colleagues, we were subjected in the academy where I graduated. Our professors in physics were almost daily teasing us with some questions that they knew people that don't have education in the topics of physics fail, because some of the postulates in physics are a bit, they're not that innate for a human to comprehend. For instance, questions like, why don't we feel the spin on Earth? Why don't we feel the speed of Earth traveling through space? And I don't even remember most of the questions that we've been teased on a daily basis, but they're very intricate. And once they show the mathematical logic behind it, and you go home and you start thinking on it, you start going through the mathematics, you start seeing the whole world very differently compared to what you have seen it just a few months ago. I clearly remember how I started comprehending the whole world. The movements of cars, of airplanes, everything changed. I changed, and it's very similar. We had a joke with friends of mine, colleagues. All of them specialized in something different, and once we gathered, all of us came home around the same time. One of them was electrician, another one was mechanical engineer, and we sat in a coffee place, summertime. There were those sprinklers for water to cool out around. One of us directly went there and started checking the nozzles. He said, that nozzle over there is not good, because he works with nozzles for engines. And no one around cares how it sprays the water, but he notices. And I couldn't. Actually, I'm also a mechanical engineer, but I couldn't notice if I didn't know. Another one is electrician. He always notices around electrical systems. If something is not done right, if something is going to give a faulty connection soon. So it does make difference when you have been through years of studying something. The level of comprehension is very different. And when a person is having this type of doubt, this is not logical. Yes, it's not logical at first glance. And it's actually props to you guys for doubting those things, because it takes quite a lot of effort to really understand the nature, how it really works. And I would say also, I also read something our friend sent me about inconsistencies in physics and how physicists don't really understand the nature. And it's true. They even say it themselves. We don't completely understand what's happening in many aspects. And if we have to give an example with Newton, he even said outright, I don't understand why these things are happening. I see that there is correlation between the mass of a body, the distance between bodies, and the gravitational pull that they are applying to each other. But I don't understand why this is happening. I don't understand the nature of it. This is all that he noticed. Nothing more. And he just put the mathematical formulas. Based on his mathematical formulas, he basically established the foundations and the language. And throughout the next 2 centuries, people were working hard building on top of this till Einstein didn't come. And he figured out how, this is very difficult what he figured, because in classical mechanics, we see space as constant. There is a constant which is with 3 coordinates, and the distance is always the same. Time is constant. 1 second is always 1 second, and everything that happens inside is movement of bodies. And there are a few positions that they can be. They can be in stationary position, and they can be moving. They can be moving at a constant velocity, or they can be accelerating or decelerating. So Einstein figured out that actually mass is bending the space. The space itself is not always like is not constant, and the speed inside is not constant. The calculations for this are pretty complicated, and it takes quite many years for a person to start getting a grasp on them. So these things work. They are proven. For instance, satellites in space, the quarks of those satellites, they need to be adjusted for the difference of mass a few hundred kilometers away from Earth and here on Earth. They're giving some milliseconds of difference, but the GPS system wouldn't work. It will give you maybe a kilometer or two difference at least, if this difference in the time is not taken into account and adjusted. So there are a lot of intricate things that go around, and not everyone understands. I myself don't understand everything. But what I understand, I think that I have a pretty good grasp on it.
Hey, Jan, I was the first guy that spoke to you. My name's Run Boston Bear, or JT. You can call me either.
Yeah, I see you.
I wanted to tell you, first and foremost, your English is fantastic. I can understand everything you're saying. I'm so glad you came in and started speaking with us. You said a lot right there. And if you're interested, there are answers or other possibilities for everything that you think you know, which this is where it gets uncomfortable. People are like, hold on, wait a second. You're trying to tell me what I know isn't either valuable or true or good. And I'm not saying that at all. It's just a whole system of belief or a whole system of how it works. But someone said just a moment ago the term dynamic and kinematic equivalence. And this is where many globers or people that believe they live on a globe or believe in physics as a whole, they almost can't understand that a plane Earth, like a topographical stationary plane Earth that's level all the way across, even though it has hills and valleys and elevation changes, water finds its level. If we really do live on a big, extended, vast Earth, and everything above us, the luminaries, the stars, the quote unquote planets, if those are smaller and closer, and those are moving over top of us, the mathematics to explain their motion, where they're going to be, predictions or postdictions, all that is the same if you're on a globe Earth that's spinning at the speed they say, and the stars are infinitely far away. There's no difference mathematically and on paper, and especially philosophy. So really what we're arguing is it true that we live on a spinning planet and the mathematics all describe that perfectly, or were we deceived with trickery? And I'll let you respond, but I tagged you in a post below. In the little pill below, if you scroll down a tiny bit, you'll see a big title that says Alchemy versus Atomism. And that man in the red shirt and the little tan jacket, his name is Dr. Stephen A. Young, and he wrote a book called A Fool's Wisdom. And he has a master's in PhD, or he has a master's in physics, theoretical physics, and he has a PhD in nuclear theoretical physics. But he realized that the Einsteinian theory of relativity is just, it's not reality. It's not what's going on outside our door right now. And he walked away from mainstream science to pursue truth and alchemy and music. And that book alone, I'd buy it for you. I'd send it to you from America to wherever you're at, because it's so powerful hearing a man that got that high up in the credentials and yet humbled himself to pursue truth. And that's kind of like what I'm doing, even though I'm not, credentialed. I just wish you the best as you seek the truth and move forward, because it's going to be very uncomfortable to shift to the truth if what we really have is the truth. But I'm gonna close by saying I could be wrong. You can think I'm an idiot. You can call me a fool all you want, but I'm not going to stop, because I found peace and joy realizing that whenever I have coffee on my back porch, the next day when I go outside and have coffee on my back porch, I haven't moved 1.8 million miles through space. I'm right where I was the day before. And to me, that brings peace. It feels good. It seems real. Yeah, so that's my response to what you said.
Okay, I understand. I had a thought which I almost dropped off, but I'll try to get it back. My point is, physicists also do not claim that the Einstein theory is complete. It does not explain for everything in the universe. It does explain the big objects that we are observing. It does not explain what's happening on a atomic level, but that's another topic. So scientists are always trying to contradict themselves and trying to find some other observations or to prove something, that there is something more. And actually they will be very happy if, for instance, the modern theory of physics breaks. They're hoping for this, because I've been talking with them. They really want something like this to happen, because right now they have reached some point in which they almost don't make discoveries. It's on very small pace and very minuscule discoveries. They want to break it and they want to go forward, but thus far it's not happening, because they need to prove every measurement that they are making. So it's
Jan,
alleged.
Jan, this is flat Earth Eric. I just want to share with you my impression is that the tradition of Soviet science that follows through to today to Russian science is much less corrupt than in the West. So I understand your sentiment about their sincerity, but I don't think it applies if you study establishment science in the West after World War II.
Sure, but sorry to disturb you. I did my degree, at least my first degree, when I studied in Naval Academy. I did it in East. I did it with the Russian books, with the thick Russian textbooks of physics, which are quite heavy actually. And that's from where I come. I know what they're studying. I can take Russian textbook in physics and I can go through it quite easy. And I know what they're studying there. But my point also is I had a few other questions. Actually, I started with it. We have SpaceX that are sending these rockets up there, and there are cameras on them. When in about 2 years, perhaps, they start sending rockets to the moon, there will be all the time video coming out of there. If this video shows how the rocket goes away from the Earth and gets to the moon, how would you guys interpret this? Do you think that any of you can say, oh, okay, so those guys were right? Because now we'll be having non-stop footage from there.
Well, my response to you, and I'm not trying to, this is not a gotcha, but if I produced a video and sent it to you of me flying like Superman, you would know man can't fly like that, and it wouldn't be proof. And so, in my observation, I have yet to see a rocket take off with a downward-facing camera and continue uncut, unedited, show me the Earth turn into a ball, or even real curvature show up. It all of a sudden goes up. It does the parabolic arch. And then next thing you know, boom, they're in space.
Yeah, they stay in low Earth orbit mostly nowadays.
Right. And so, we made it to the moon in the late 60s, and we haven't been back in 50 years. And actually, Elon and a lot of people are saying we want to develop the technology to be able to leave low Earth orbit. It's strange to me that like 20, maybe 24 or 26 people have ever left low Earth orbit. Like these are the moon mission people.
Mm-hmm.
Because, now we know about the Van Allen radiation belts, which would just obliterate and kill all human beings. And I mean, the ship couldn't pass through it and back. It's like a mystery of how they did it back then. And now we know about it. And now there's this barrier, this limit. And there's things like the sky's the limit. There's so many references to the dome. I do think that we live in an enclosed realm because we couldn't have gas pressure, 14 point whatever PSI at the surface. We couldn't have gas pressure if it wasn't contained. You can't in the lab, you can't show at all gas pressure without a
Oh,
container.
I can explain this very easy if
Oh,
you want me to.
okay, yeah. You're talking about the gradient in gravity, and
Yes,
yeah.
why we have gas down here.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite easy to be explained. Water is fluid. Gas is also fluid. The difference between them is the energy state, which means that uh, the molecules in gas are further from each other, which allows for the gas to stay above water. If we put more energy to compress the gas and take out heat, we know that if we cool down oxygen, it becomes liquid. So what applies for water actually applies for gas. They are on the same diagram. The difference is in the pressure and in the temperature. Of course, there are some specifics with the molecules. So if water stays down here, it means that gas will also stay. And we know, for instance, that CO2 is heavier. It drops down. If you go in a cave which is having CO2 down on the floor, you can lay down and you can simply suffocate. So that's why imagine the way water stays on Earth is the same with the gas. It's just a fluid. So
Yeah.
it is the same. It is the same for water and for gas. We have the water always reaching the lowest point. No matter where we are, it's going down. It's going towards the center of the Earth. This is the logic with the gas. So there is no need of dome, and we also know that further we go up, the atmosphere is getting thinner. So everyone, I think, has been climbing mountains. It's enough to go up to 2.5 kilometers, and you start feeling the difference by a lot. And if someone has been going in higher mountains, like 4 kilometers, it starts becoming very uncomfortable to breathe over there.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. That's a good explanation. And I think, to be honest with you, if I could see an experiment, like if you had a large vacuum chamber, let's say, 10 meters by 10 meters vacuum chamber, and you pulled the best vacuum you can get, which mankind, we can't even reach the level of tour that space is supposed to be. But we're down here on Earth. We pull a strong vacuum, and inside the box is another box that has gas in it, and we have a remote, and we can press a button and the box opens. Well, on Earth, on the surface of Earth, where gravity is supposed to be the strongest, when you open that box, we know with physics and with reality that the gas in the little remote box would violently fill all the space equally, evenly, quickly. And then so if you take that same idea, that same concept of Earth not with a firm enclosure, but just a gradient, why would the ever so thin, far away from the surface gases stay put and not get violently sucked away into space? And so to me, that doesn't logically line up.
That's actually a very, very good example, actually. So when we consider such cube, we have to consider the fact that the gravity field is relatively the same in these 10 meters cube. The cube has to be very big in order to see this gradient change. And also when we have vacuum, which cannot be even in space, we don't have complete vacuum. There are on average about 100 molecules per square cubic meter space. So it's not complete vacuum even there. We need to take in account this gradient in very big scale, because for 10 meters, we won't detect almost any difference in the gravity field. It will be so minuscule that I don't know if we can even measure it. In science, everything comes to the measurement, how precise it is, and then we have to interpret the data and put it in formulas.
Yeah, that makes sense. I wanted to tell you that I'm newer to this whole space. Some people have been in this for 6 years or 10 years. We had a gentleman on last night, Joe Hanvey, who's been looking into this topic for 14 years. I have a couple basic questions that I just want to have a better understanding of where you're coming from. What gravity do you subscribe to?
How many options do I have here? I don't exactly know.
Well, there was Newtonian gravity, mass attracting mass.
Mm-hmm.
And then Einstein came and had to completely reinvent physics with the bending and warping of space-time, and saying that the Earth, you can't tell that it's on a curved path, that it's linear, basically free falling around the sun, detectably in a straight path. And he came up with that, in my opinion, because of Michelson-Morley, when they did their experiment where they were supposed to find 30 kilometers a second, and they found like less than 7. So rather than saying, oh crap, our experiment showed that we're not moving that fast, the heliocentric model must not be true. They reinvented physics and came up with a whole new theory that saved the day. That's at least how I understand it. That's my first question.
So I think the Newtonian definitely is not as correct as the Einstein model, because it's simply model based on measurements. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, Newton, he said, I just see this, how to say, I see this force acting. I don't understand it. He even said that he doesn't understand the medium that the force goes through and how it's reaching, how fast gravity can eventually reach from one planet to another, because he had no way to measure it back then. And I think the Einstein theory is a lot more completed. But as I earlier mentioned, it doesn't explain for everything, because some of the measurements that we need to challenge are very complex. There is now another theory that they're developing. They even don't. I will not say because I'm not into theoretical physics. I've been just reading with what I can comprehend about it. The theoretical physics basically is trying now to study quantum gravity field, basically some mathematical fluctuations that are happening within the vacuum itself, which can actually be, it may be something similar to the ether theory, that there is something happening in this empty space, that it's not exactly empty space, it's some fluctuations which are actually mathematical wave equations, which are collapsing if they're measured. So it's quite abstract notion, and frankly, I don't know. Even they don't maybe know if they can prove it, because they need the measurement and they need consistent measurements. So they are not certain. They work out some very specific mathematics. Which mathematics? It's very funny. Sometimes there are mathematical formulas and principles that someone can derive 200 years ago, and they may happen to explain something in nature. Sometimes it doesn't. So I think the Einstein's theory is a lot more completed.
Yeah, I appreciate that feedback. And then I was going to say, thank you for being what appears to me humble and gentle. You're not attacking. We're having good discord back and forth about our ideas and our thoughts. And I think you just mentioned the possibility of an etheric hypothesis or ether, right? Yeah. And Nikola Tesla was really into that, and a lot of what we many of us here prescribe to as being gravity is more based on electrostatics and buoyancy and density working itself out. But to touch on for one more second the gravity topic. We know that Newtonian gravity works really well at the local scale, like our solar system, for example. And then we know, and when you take more of the universe into account, there ended up being quite a bit of missing mass. And the plug-in or the fix or the band-aid, in my opinion, for that was dark energy and dark matter, which nobody knows what that is. You can't test it or measure it. And many of these concepts and many of these conversations that you and I could have and others deals with the independent and dependent variable not being present, not being able to actually tangibly manipulate to prove or disprove, thing. So scientific method kind of has gone out the window, and that's why we have a gridlock. I'd say for the last 100 years, we've kind of been at a standstill where if people would have kept the ether, which I think the ether totally exists because of the electrical gradient that's measured. I'm sure you know every meter is 100 volts that you go up from the surface of the earth. And yeah, this whole topic's super fascinating. I'm no pro. I mean, this is probably the best back and forth I've had with anybody that's a globe believer. And I'm like, a newer flat earther where you
Yeah.
didn't try to personally attack me and say, well, you don't know what you're talking about. It's not about that. It's about what's the truth. And I'd love to invite you to Ether Cosmology. It's a Discord server where we have long conversations about these topics. They have reading nights. They read old papers. They're investigating the truth super hard. And it would be amazing to have you in there to carry on these conversations.
Yeah, I think I can try. I haven't been using Discord for a few years. I need to check my account there. Regarding Ether, it's such a complicated topic, and you mentioned Tesla and other scientists back then. In their mathematical equations, they were having the guess that there is something else, but as I mentioned earlier, you need very rigid measurements. Because if any of the scientists claims something but cannot prove it, it's just a theory. So it's not scientific for them to say, okay, there is ether. And even if there is ether, let's say, I think I see it at least like a little bit like religion. A lot of people say, oh, like flat earth is religion, or round earth is religion. You see these people are religion. But in reality, we all have, as humans, this innate need to understand certain things. And back then, people did not have enough knowledge, so they put some explanations. They were seeing that thunders are dropping, and they figured that someone has to be causing this, and they couldn't comprehend what can happen. So they thought there is some God over there who is dropping those thunders, and it's not wrong. I don't think that they were stupid for thinking these things. They just were they were having certain set of knowledge available to them, and they were doing with it whatever they could. It's actually what makes us people, to think this, to ponder on these topics. And yeah, so later on we developed a little bit more. Okay, religion became a little bit more than only explanation. I'm not going to delve into this, but I think what these scientists found about the potential ether is, it makes sense. How come we can have an empty space? What does it mean? It should have some representation. It cannot be just an empty stage in which, as we study in the classical mechanics, things are moving in. And how come then this space is bending? It means that it's something. It's not exactly empty. It's empty for us because we have very limited perception. We have evolved here on Earth just as a biological matter, and we cannot really comprehend what exactly is happening in the small scale and in the very big scale. We are like a little bit like smarter worms, maybe.
That makes me laugh. I followed you, Jan, and follow me back so I can send you a DM, and then I'll send you the invite to the Ether Cosmology server. If you come with the same energy you brought here, just inquisitive questions, let's talk about it, and you let them know. Just let them know Run Boston Bear invited you, and everything should be totally cool there. Yeah. I'm going to pass the mic, though. I don't want to hog it. I was going to ask you about like a space shuttle in space, if it got like a pinky, like a tiny little, I say the size of a small marble hole in it. So I've heard some globe believers say that you could patch it with just a piece of chewing gum. And in my mind, if you had a pressurized ship to give life to the inhabitants, if there was a hole at all, that whole thing would just get ripped apart. And they say, no, the vacuum of space doesn't actually suck.
Maybe
but
if you're underwater.
Do what?
Maybe if you're underwater.
I hear you, but that was going to be my second question. But you don't even really have to answer, man. I've taken quite a bit of time.
Something happened with the. I heard the part that if there is a hole in the rocket, it can be good by gum, and after this there was some problem with the sound.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you might not be able to hear the guy that spoke. Sometimes in spaces, if you can't hear somebody, you have to drop down and come back up. But yeah, that was my second question is, I don't see how there could be a breach in the ship and it not violently tear the thing apart. But that's just I haven't been there. I haven't been in a ship with a hole, and so a lot of it is just kind of conjecture.
May I ask where exactly this hole was situated in what was behind the hole? Because
yeah, the idea is just a fairly thin rocket out in space, developing a hole because we know that things are traveling, or let's say the ISS. The ISS is going 17,500 miles an hour. If it hit any tiny little bit of debris, they would say like, oh, look, we have a hole and we could patch it with our finger or with gum. And I think if anything penetrated the shell, and if it was a pressurized, it almost reminds me of like a deodorant can. If you stuck a knife in the deodorant can, it would violently escape into our atmosphere because of the pressure difference. But if you're talking about the vacuum of space and a pressurized ship, it seems retarded to me that gum would just make it all better. But people can explain, oh yeah, you don't understand. The molecules are so far apart, it doesn't actually suck. But logically, the difference between the vacuum of space and a life-giving pressurized ship, if there was a hole, it would be, violent.
No, it's not necessary actually, depending on the impact, because over there, first off, when the ISS is moving and another body hits, we need to subtract both speeds relative to Earth, for instance. So the speed may not be that big. Apparently, it's big if it's making any damage, but those particles are very small. It's like pinching a hole with very small needle in pressurized vessel. It won't, from experience, it won't explode, but it will start letting out some air, because I've been working at sea quite, especially I was on chemical and oil tankers, and over there we need to have double bottoms all around the tanks, which are being filled. Over there it's pressurized, of course, but the pressure is so much higher than the outside pressure that you sometimes have the same effect. We need to pressurize with inert gas in order to cut off the cargo and the vapors from the cargo. Either it will be chemical or it will be some petroleum product from the atmosphere. So over there we've been working with such differences in pressure, and actually this is one of the most common issues that we're having, because those machineries at sea, they work either with very low pressure or with very high pressure. All of it, all around the ship. Every single equipment, from engine to cooling water to freshwater generator to steam boilers to inert gas generator, which is usually generating, depending on the cargo, of course, nitrogen. All of these are working with some significant differential pressures. And also we have, of course, compressors for the machineries to work. And I've been encountering this problem quite often, difference between the pressures. It's a little bit relative. For instance, we may have 5 atmospheres pressure on one side of a machine, and we can have 2 atmospheric pressures from the other side of the machine. And this already is quite a bit of difference compared to the ISS, which is 1 atmospheric pressure for the crew to feel comfortable. And outside we have close to absolute vacuum, which is only 1 atmospheric pressure difference. But with machineries, we are using way greater loads, actually pressures. So they don't rupture, but they're very problematic from exploitation point of view.
Thank you for that breakdown. That made sense to me. Again, I appreciate the chill discourse back and forth.
Yeah, sure.
And I look forward to chatting with you more, but I'll let...
Actually, for me, sorry. Me,
go ahead.
Yeah, finish first.
Yeah, all I was going to say is I'm going to let other people speak, or if you have questions for them. And I see Joe Hanvey's down as a listener. He might pop up because he has very powerful telescopes and has been investigating what is this place we live. And he's been making models and domes and basically testing, testing all things. So
Mm-hmm.
continue with your last statement, and otherwise I'll say good day to you, sir.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I meant to say that about my tone. I don't think that someone needs to be overly rude or whatever, because it's only about asking questions. I myself have been asking a lot of questions since I was a child. I couldn't get the grasp on a lot of things. I've been wondering. I was asking, for instance, questions about universe, and then I figured that on some science popular TV show, universe is limitless. How come? How is it possible? And I was pondering on, is it a balloon where there is an end of the balloon, but we are not allowed to reach it due to some physical walls? I don't know. I have no clue. So I've been asking myself questions constantly, and frankly, I still don't understand everything. Whenever I need to get an idea of something, I'm trying to read, but I don't have answer for everything. I don't understand everything myself.
Awesome, man. Well, it just made me smile and almost get emotional because it's so rare to have somebody with opposite view or believing in the globe talking to a whole room of flat earthers where they don't get toxic and angry. And, it's just amazing. So thank you very much again. And
Yeah.
if you can hang around, I'm sure somebody else may wants to say something on the topic, but peace and love, man.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
Yeah, that was a really good build. Shout out to you, JT. Anybody
Thanks,
else
brother.
want to chime in for Jan? Or
Yeah, I mean, I can say something personally. I think we're talking about the ISS in space. Am I correct?
all topics welcome.
Yeah.
Okay, so but that's what Jan was discussing, correct? Was the ISS in space?
Hey, Joe, if you're coming in late, we had a long talk about he has a background in physics and he understands quite a bit of the higher level, heliocentric understanding, Newtonian, Einsteinian relativity. And we were just talking about space. And I was saying I don't think space is a place you can actually go, and that the Earth is extended and vast and the luminaries are closer. And there's a dynamic and kinematic equivalence where mathematically you can show the same thing for a flat Earth versus the globe. And we were just kind of batting some things around, talking about pressures and talking about ISS and stars a little bit. So really, you can take it wherever you want, brother.
Okay, gotcha. So I guess my question would be, we're told that there are these extreme temperatures in space, yet we're told that they don't really affect let's just say the ISS or satellites. So things get into the thermosphere where we have these extreme temperatures, but because there's not enough molecules in space, then there is no heat transfer. So there's a couple of problems there. One, how do we measure that temperature to begin with if there's no transfer of heat due to lack of molecular density, I guess is a good way to put it. And then two, when we put something with molecular density into that thermosphere, then there are enough molecules to transfer heat. Why is there no heat transfer?
Okay, so this is a question from thermodynamics. When I was studying thermodynamics, we started with the theoretical part of it, and later on the second part of it, the second semester, was related to radiation and how it was in English. Give me just a second, please, because I'm not English speaker, native English speaker, and these things went through me in different language. So we have through mass exchange, which is actually let me find the word. So we have yeah, okay, so it's through mass exchange or through radiation. Basically, this is how energy can be transported through space. In order to have through mass transfer, we need to have ejection from the sun, For instance, it travels in very low, because most people refer to space as vacuum. It's not complete vacuum. There is something inside. In the solar system, it's about, on average, about 100, if I'm not mistaken, molecules per cubic meter. Outside of our solar system, it gets even lower, but there is something. It's not complete vacuum. So in order to have, for instance, I guess you are referring to the fact that the ISS can be getting heated due to the sun, but we cannot really cool it down, for instance, if we start heating something, right?
No, not necessarily. What I'm asking is, so if we put a satellite or a space station into that thermosphere, where you have temperatures that can melt anything that it's made of. So you can check the melt points of all the materials that we've supposedly built the ISS or these so-called space boxes with, and they cannot handle those temperatures because their melt point is not that high. So the argument of not having enough molecules to allow that heat transfer goes away once you put something with molecular structure into that zone, correct?
Yeah, it would melt if depending on the chemical built on the material, it would melt. If you put it in an environment that the energy level is higher than this. By the way, the word is convection. My bad. That I was trying to find. So okay, so basically it means that if we send a probe into the sun, it would melt, right?
I'm sorry, I had somebody knock on my door delivering packages.
Okay.
I didn't hear what you said.
Yeah. So your point is, if we launch something into the sun, that you say that it's going to melt, right?
Not the sun, the thermosphere, where a lot of this stuff is. So if it's in the thermosphere and it's experiencing temperatures, what is it, like 4,000? It can get up to what, 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, I think, is, if I'm remembering correctly. None of the materials that we can find that have built these craft or these space stations are capable of handling that kind of thermal heat without reaching their melting point. So the question is, why are they not melting? Because the argument of no heat transfer goes away because they have molecular density and molecular structure inside of that thermosphere. So radiation would become a problem.
They're far from this thermosphere. I mean, the ISS is where ISS is. It's not that hot. The radiation can heat up the surfaces there, and one of the bigger problems is when there are some sensitive electronics, is how the electronics is going to be cooled. It should be through the electronics need to be in touch with conductive matter. That's why, for instance, we see heating radiators. For instance, this is their purpose. They need to have greater surface area in order to have this mass exchange, which is actually the molecules of air are in direct contact with the metal surface. In space, let's say on the International Space Station, when we have the surface of the station in contact with the space itself, what they need to think through is not to have electronics in touch with the vacuum, because the electronics will not be able to cool down through mass exchange. There is no air to cool down the electronics. This is their problem, mostly. Things cool down because of due to the so-called entropy, which some people refer as disorder. It's rather distribution. Basically, this is what we see. Our friend earlier mentioned opening a box which is containing some compressed gas in a vacuum. This is where we see this wall working. It's distribution. Everything in nature is trying to get distributed from a place with higher energy level to lower energy level. That's why absolutely everything. And this process is not reversible. We cannot bring lower energy to higher energy state. It's always about dissipation. It always spreads around.
Yeah, I mean, so everything seeks equilibrium.
Yeah.
Actually goes against the heliocentric or baryocentric model, whatever people want to call it nowadays. It goes against that.
Well, if you check certain systems, like isolated systems, maybe, but the thing is, it's not. It's because, let's say, for the practical physics that we're using here on Earth, like mechanics, for instance, if we are working with refrigerators or AC HVAC systems and so on, actually over there we are doing exactly this. We bring energy from low state to a place where there is a higher state of energy. But we all know that in the backside of the refrigerator, it's heating up. We know that there is a compressor that is working. It's also heating up. So actually, it is still the same wall, but if we see in the fridge, we can say, hey, how come? Actually, over there in the fridge, we are doing the opposite. But the question is, are you looking at in a closed system or in an open system? And this system is so open that, for instance, here on Earth, we are losing all the time energy to the space. And for instance, we are losing, I don't remember how much gravity, but we are losing quite a lot of gravity every year, even every second. And not gravity, we are losing atmosphere to the space. It's just going there. It's leaking through all the time, but it's on a rate that we can sustain for a very long time. It's less. We have less atmosphere compared to 1 billion years ago, for instance. It is still spreading, and it like the current understanding is that at some point we'll reach the thermal death of the universe, when everything will just spread around equally, and we cannot bring any more energy together. It will be so thin. It's like spreading butter on very, very big slice of bread.
So what's the container then? I mean, I don't get how we're losing. How? Hold on a second.
Yeah.
I don't get how we are losing atmospheric pressure. First of all, I don't get how we have atmospheric pressure without a container. But then I don't get how we're losing it slowly, incrementally, to where we hardly even notice it without a container. Because that's a violation of the principle, the principle of entropy, meaning that everything is going to seek equilibrium.
Yeah, but in this case, we don't have equilibrium here, because we have concentration of a lot of energy. And since the system is opened, we are not living in a closed system. And the thing is, it's so difficult to even create closed system. It's impossible. There will be always small exchange of energy. Like if we put the best isolator in the world, if we create an engine that is made of not metal, but let's say of some composite material or even ceramic. Ceramic is a very poor conductor. Over there, theoretically, for the purpose of building an engine, we can build a perfect engine. Because the processes, let's say when we're compressing air inside the cylinder, the compression leads to the space being, the air inside being heated up. And it's not a process that actually is isolated. So it means that if we compress it for a second and a half, it means that we have 1.5 seconds to transfer this heat through the walls of the cylinder. It does happen, but it's on such small rate that we can neglect it in the equation of the engine. So this is the only way that in physics we are using perfect isolated systems. because we can, and then they are putting some small numbers for losses. And usually all the time we're calculating, okay, this is like 98%. And for the other 2% we need to compensate. They always know that there will be 2% loss. So they put it inside the equation. It's just to catch up with this complex loss of this concept, this complex mechanism of loss of energy. Because they don't care for the engine, how exactly the processes go, right? But when we look into the bigger picture, the Earth is not isolated. Even if we put a dome, let's say there is a dome there, it will still be letting some energy through. I can agree with you. Let's consider that there is a dome. There will be very small heat exchange through the dome. And even on this principle, the vacuum in space, we cannot consider it as complete isolation because, as I mentioned, is that still some molecules are flowing. Of course, like if we imagine we pop a can outside in space or in vacuum, it goes all around, then it's being distributed evenly. If we have one, let's say our friend earlier said we have a cube which is 10 by 10 by 10 meters, and we have inside one cube that is 10 by 10 by 10 centimeters, we break this small cube and everything from inside is getting spread equally around. So the same works in our case. Even if we have a dome, it will be losing still heat, but it will be on very small scale that it will take, I don't know how many billions of years to make any significant difference. It's always going somewhere. The question is on what scale you see, how you are seeing the system.
Yeah, I mean, I think what you just said actually is evidence for the dome, honestly, and the fact that we're always going to have some heat exchange. Yeah, I agree with that, and I think I don't know if you know me or anything about me, but I'm a biblical cosmologist, so there's definitely inside of the dome and the system, it's kind of like an ebb and flow system to some extent. So there are like the tides kind of indicate that we have these tidal nodes, and what I believe that action is that the tides rising and falling away from these tidal nodes, which are basically zones where they consider to be no tide, is part of the flow pressure system. So we do have pressure buildup and pressure release, but it's at a very, very sustainable rate over time. So we don't really notice it, and that's in favor of the flat Earth because we actually have a container that gives us a gas pressure gradient. Whereas when you're looking at a near perfect vacuum next to an atmos that has no container at all, you are in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. I mean, you just are.
Yeah, but in this case, we have a gradient up, which means that we don't lose the atmosphere like from a point 1 to point 2. There is no definitively measured boundary after which, let's say, we have atmosphere here and over there we don't. Actually, it's so gradual that it actually goes hundreds and thousands of kilometers. And if we start very precisely measuring, let's say, 2,000 kilometers away from Earth, we will detect a lot more atmosphere compared to 20,000 kilometers from Earth. There will be atmosphere, but it will be so thin, I don't know how many molecules we can measure there. It goes around a lot more than what we are actually shown usually in the school textbooks. And this is something that actually science was losing me till high school, till the end of high school. I wasn't that much in physics. I wasn't that much into these sciences because they were very plain. I did not enjoy them because they were giving some models of the universe that don't make sense. And then I went to study mechanical engineering, and over there I dipped into the deeper calculations and a little bit better explained how actually the world, the nature works. Then I started really liking it because there was depth. And this what we've been studying in high school is just some approximation that is it's a little bit like, okay, know this much and don't bother for more, you know. Like, and then it's very difficult for a person. I couldn't understand so many things about the nature around us, like how things really operate. I would say that people, and this is a failure of the educational system, if I have to touch on it, because they are underestimating people and children. Children can suck in a lot of more knowledge and they can understand so many complicated topics. But we think, you know, you're a little kid, don't bother. Just know this and don't try to learn more. Maybe someday if you go in university, then you can learn more. And people are growing like this till the age of 20 in order to be able to go and to get some more information because they were not taught properly as kids.
Yeah, I agree with you there. We've definitely not been taught properly as kids. We've been taught what to think and not how to think.
Yeah, that's true.
I absolutely agree with you there. But there's still the problem of there's many problems with outer space as we've been taught, period. And I think a minute ago I was asking about heat transfer with, let's just say, the ISS, and you said it's not in the thermosphere. Well, it is in the thermosphere. The thermosphere ranges from 53 miles high to 350 something miles high. The ISS is 242 something like that miles high, so it's right in the thermosphere.
You mean the Earth's thermosphere? I thought you were talking about the sun's thermosphere.
No, I mean the Earth's thermosphere. And what they tell us is the thermosphere can get to, I think, 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Nothing the ISS is built out of can handle that kind of heat. Their argument to get around it is that there's not enough molecules in space for the heat transfer to affect the ISS in that way. There's problems with that. The problem with that is if there is not enough molecules in space to cause the radiation heat transfer, how did we ever measure the 4,000 degrees? And then second, the problem is once you put molecular structure into that zone, it is then subject to that thermal transfer. Does that make sense?
I'm trying to. So the thermosphere of the Earth, but I think what maybe you have seen. I'm not certain what you're referring to. Don't they refer to this thermosphere of Earth like starting from the core? Because as we know, over there is really hot, and it's cooling down on some slow rate. Of course, like our Earth is not the temperature is not close to the absolute zero, which is obvious. We have volcanic eruptions, and slowly we are losing this energy. And maybe we're talking about this gradient where in the core, over there in the core, yes, this is what I've been reading as well. It's about 4,000 degrees Celsius. And slowly, and also we have a good isolation. It's not perfect, as we were discussing, but it's relatively good isolation. We're losing heat slowly. So right here, it's not 4,000 degrees. Higher we go, the temperature drops. And in the near vacuum, in the space, actually, over there, it should be close to absolute zero, but if you're in shallow. Otherwise, we have the sun, which is heating up. And also, there was something that actually I didn't think of before. If a person, there was one movie, a series, it was of about 7 seasons, very interesting one, about colonizing the solar system. I don't know if any of you have been watching it. What was its name? I don't remember. There was a scene in which one of the characters jumped from ship to ship, and she almost died, of course, but before this she injected something in her bloodstream in order to prevent, to thicken it a little bit, in order to prevent from forming bubbles. Anyways, what is impressive is you don't freeze there. And actually the problem with the astronauts, when they have these thick suits, it's not about them freezing. We will freeze, but we will freeze very slowly, because around us, due to the lack of atmosphere, like those 100 molecules per cubic meters, it means that we have almost perfect isolation around us, but we are still giving something, and it will be through sweat, it will be through breath, and will cool down to absolute zero, close. The problem is we will cool down very slow. And that's why they're having these big suits. It's actually for them to cool down. Inside, below the suit, they have some hoses full of liquid, which are going around in order to take the heat away from them. This is what, yeah.
So, I mean, you've not really answered my question, though. And you brought up some more, though, so I'll address what you brought up with the core. So, in the heliocentric or baryocentric, whatever people want to call it, paradigm, we have this molten core, yet we have the core is the source of our electromagnetic field or our magnetic field, whatever one wants to say. Mm-hmm. Well, it's a percentage of iron and a percentage of nickel. Iron loses its magnetic capabilities at over 1400 degrees, and nickel loses its at roughly 1000 degrees. So how do we have a molten core that's creating a magnetic field, which we have to have if those materials that make up that molten core are not magnetic at those temperatures? So that's another problem for the heliocentric model. And then outside of that, you're not really addressing the fact that we're putting spacecraft into a zone called the thermosphere above us. And when they get into that thermosphere, there are times when they are subject to extreme temperatures to the tune of 4,000 degrees plus. So that being the case, the argument that the heliocentric side uses is that there's not enough molecules for heat transfer to take place for that to affect the spacecraft. That falls apart because the spacecraft has molecular density, therefore it would be subject to the radiation and the thermal transfer, and its melting points are not that high, so it could not exist. And then you get into spacesuits and pressurized containers in a vacuum. I've got vacuum chambers. I can put pressurized containers in them, turn the vacuum up, and they always rupture.
Okay, so first to address the molten core, it's not about the property of the metal. It's about the effect that is happening. It's like when because due to the rotation according to the around Earth, the rotation inside, the forces that are acting are causing dynamo effects. It's very similar to, let me make some comparison. Okay, it's like having electromagnetic.
So one quick question for you. Yeah. You would agree that everything you're about to say about the core is theoretical, correct? That it's not proven and can't be proven?
We're having basically the same effect as we're having with electrical motors over there. The magnetic field that is being generated is due to the movement. It's purely movement. For instance, Mars, as we know, doesn't have, or it's having very weak magnetic sphere, and its core has lost its temperature. The main guess thus far is that, of course, Mars is way smaller than Earth. It cooled down faster, less energy, thinner mantle, which allowed for faster heat exchange, and it doesn't have almost anything inside to give, which means that the core is maybe even already has hardened. Maybe in the very center it's still softish, so to say, and it doesn't have these flows around the core, because over there here in Earth the center will be the hottest, and further we go, it's also gradient. It's getting thicker. So we have some very, very complex, because over there we go into mechanics of fluids, which is very complicated when we have not laminar, but when we have turbulent flow. And it's very difficult to describe it as well, because we cannot calculate for every point, every small point that is close to molecular level. So we take some very big approximations there as well to make these approximate calculations. And this is what is given actually. It's not that much the properties of the metal, it's the movement of the metal. What is creating this dynamo effect? It's exactly like electrical motors that we have. If we don't, if we don't turn the electricity, they are not producing any magnetic flow. Basically, this is the same case with the Earth, and this is how the magnetic field is created. About this heat sphere in space, from what I know, the temperature over there is not like 4,000 degrees. The only heating that happens is from sources in which there is some active fusion, let's say like in sun, and it's radiating its heat. But up there is no problem. And also earlier, this is what, maybe this is when you joined, we were discussing the issue with bursting into vacuum. As a marine engineer, I was working on ships, and I was specifically working on tankers, chemical tankers and oil tankers with different types of cargo. So they have very specific requirements. We need also all the machineries plus the cargo need to be stored in different requirements. We work with temperatures, not temperatures, we work with pressures from about 0.55 atmospheric pressure up to like 7-8 atmospheric pressures. So over there are big differences. Also, we were discussing that sometimes you don't need even to have to compare atmospheric pressure and, let's say, vacuum, which you can consider 0.2 atm. You can simply compare 3 atmospheres to 1.5. And you also have relative vacuum in 1.5, if you understand what I mean. It's about the pressure difference always. So they're all on the same graph, on the same chart. It's just a matter of numbers. And in the machineries, which I have been operating, we do have problems, but these problems are coming from bad sealings usually. And all the parts are calculated in a way that they can withstand and they can operate certain amount of hours. Of course, there are some processes like cavitation that are happening. They're wearing of the material, but that's irrelevant right now. So things don't burst. We do, engineers, we do work with a lot of pressure differences. It won't burst. And also the temperature up there is not that high. The only problem that we are having in near vacuum is the heat exchange. We need radiation in order to expel it, the excessive heat, if we don't have medium. Otherwise, if we have medium, it's easier. And that's why we have cooling pipes. That's why our refrigerators work, or the AC system works, and so on. Oh, inside we have fluid, freons, for instance, in the fridge. It's faster if we have some exchange of mass, and we don't count, let's say, through the air, because air also is having exchange, but it doesn't have the same density. And when we go to space, the density is so small that it's not practical, because we'll be heating on higher rate, and our electronics, let's say, can burn if they're in open space. You cannot use your phone in open space, not because that it will burst, but because it won't be, when you're using it sometimes and watching video and charging, it's heating quite a lot. And it's better if you provide, that's why I'm not even using cases on my phone, because over time it's degrading faster. There is additional layer of isolation. I don't want it to be isolated. I want it to be able to cool down fast. So I'm counting on using my phone without any isolation. So this is the main problem when we're talking about heat exchange, like if you have medium or not.
So I'll ask. I'll kind of finish with this and let other people talk. With the heat exchange, that is going to happen in the thermosphere period. Like so the ISS experiences 16 I believe it's 16 sunrises and sets every day according to its falling around the Earth in a perfect circular orbit at 17,500 miles an hour in a near perfect vacuum of space, while in the thermosphere where the temperature is going to vary greatly from when they're in the sun to when they're not in the sun. So, and the fact that they argue that there's not enough molecules in space for the radiation heat transfer to take effect, well, that goes out the window because there is molecular density to the structure of either the satellite or the ISS. Not only that, it's traveling in and out of the zone of the sun. So the amount of heat transfer is going to be extremely high. So you're going to have very high temperatures and very low temperatures rapidly throughout the day if it's seeing 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets while falling in a perfect circle at 17,500 miles an hour. That to me is the craziest science fiction, pseudoscience nonsense I've ever heard. But I do appreciate your candor. I appreciate the fact that you're not rude and mean and calling people.
I said even earlier to the other guys, you joined a bit earlier, it's not about being rude because we're all asking questions and everyone has spent different time learning different things in life. And as I said, I kind of, if I would have gone to study something else, I would be asking exactly the same questions as you're asking. In maybe exactly the same way as you're asking. There won't be any difference. So I could have just gone to study law. Does it mean that I would be stupid or something? No. It means that I have been studying something else. That's all. That my strong sides are somewhere else. This is all that it means. It doesn't mean that someone is stupid or whatever it is. Some people are, they're using this language. I disagree with this language. I don't see stupid people around. I think it's just a matter of, what we've been studying. And as I said earlier, it really took some time for us to learn these things in the academy. Maybe you were not there, but I now repeat myself. Our teachers, our professors, many of them graduated in Moscow, the old guard. They were very, very good, but very tough to go through professors. All the time they were teasing us with some questions. They knew that we were going to fail because in the everyday experience we don't face these processes, and they were all the time teasing us. They were giving us questions, figure it, and they were giving us the math, and then it was making sense. But we had to really ponder on this, like for some time, go back, read, try to make sense, and still not everyone was getting it from the first time. So it was fun, but it takes years, and it's like, it was also military school, so sometimes you feel it a little bit too much, but you need to go through. So I'm not blaming anyone that hasn't been studying certain things, that is asking such questions, because they're very, very legit questions. And to be honest, you see that a lot of engineers, I know a lot of engineers, I also cannot give very good answer out of the box for some things, because I need to say, okay, I need to refer now to this book, and I have some books that I've been studying, going through. On some of the questions right now, to give a very good question, like really, really good question, I need to open these books now, which I'm having, and I need to start reading maybe for like a few hours in order to refresh myself and to give very good answer. So I'm sorry if I don't give the best answer sometimes. I'm certain that I don't, but it's what we do with what we have.
Yeah, well, I appreciate your time, man. Appreciate your response.
Yeah, me too.
None of us have all the, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Hey, Jan, I got a question. Ken, you wanted to say something?
Well, yeah, I was going to talk to him, but I just wanted to jump in and say we have requests and I can't give out mics.
Oh, you stuck too?
No, it doesn't give. I've never had the option of giving a mic. I can take people's mics away, but it's anytime I've ever been co-host in your space, I cannot give mics.
That's so trashy, Elon.
I just figured that's something you and Proud did, that, where you would say, "Oh, we're going to decide who gets a mic," but
No.
you can quash things or whatever. But yeah, I just figured that's why I've never been able to give out a mic in FEF.
When it says requested, do you have an option just to add the speaker?
No, that's what I did with Brian. He was requested, and it didn't give me a check mark, so I just clicked on him, and it said that I could remove him, or knock his request down, but I couldn't give him a mic.
Let me take co-host from you real quick, and I'll shoot it back to you and see if it'll pop up after that. If it doesn't work, then you're gonna have to figure it out until Proud get back.
And for
All right, try to request back up. We need the mic rotation, especially on
and Sacred.
Saturdays.
I can give up my mic. And yeah, I enjoyed Joe and Jan speaking. This has been fun this last hour or so. And gotta go handle my business at the house. Love y'all. Talk to you later.
Appreciate
Bye.
you, JT. I think we got Cam back. Go ahead, Ken. I'll let you talk to Jan real quick, and then we got a new speaker. We got Eric up here, Sweets up here. We still got Bongo in the building. So let's keep it rocking.
yeah, so I wasn't I was having trouble following the conversation on the ISS being up there in the thermosphere where temperatures are supposed to be really hot. So when you place the ISS up there, it obviously has a lot of density to it, so it can heat up. So, I mean, just the exosphere itself, you can say, oh, there's not a lot of molecules up there, therefore the temperature doesn't really rise because there's, these molecules are so far apart that you just don't really feel the heat. But the ISS is it's gonna be heated up. It's a lot to be hit with the sun. And to me, like you say, you don't put a case on your phone so that it can get rid of the heat faster, which is smart. But how is it getting rid of that heat? Well, the cooler air that's around it. There's a lot of molecules there. There's a medium there in which to transfer that heat. So with no molecules up there with the ISS, or very few molecules up there with the ISS, where is that heat being transferred to? Because if the ISS is there, it should be heating up to 4,000 degrees. And
Yes.
so it would have to actually have to actually transfer that heat to something else to cool it off. But there's nothing up there to transfer it to. So how is that happening?
Yes, okay, I understand. So the way the ISS is being heated by the sun is radiation, right? But there is another, and let's say when we're cooling off the phone with air, we're talking about convection, which means that the molecules close to the phone are getting heated. Of course, the molecules around there are moving. They go away, and they're replaced by other molecules, which are also getting heated. And they, like the molecules are heated. The small volume with molecules, filled with molecules, is getting heated, and they go away. And then another layer comes, and it's getting heated again, and it's taking away the heat, it's taking away the energy. It's being transferred. Over there in space, we have radiation as a mean to heat, which comes from the sun. And we also, I'm not mistaken, I haven't been checking how exactly the thermal problems are handled there. I need to open, I can do it the next days. I can read quite many things about it, I'm certain. And I can tell you, but I'm certain that maybe they have some type of radiators which are supposed to increase the surface area, but still it has to be done through radiation, because they don't have a way to expel it otherwise. It goes by the physical laws, by radiation. And of course, if you have the surface of it heating, this will be conduction when you have true metal, for instance. So I need to check exactly how they're doing it. I'm certain that the electronics over there needs to be isolated and needs to have some medium in order to be heated. Otherwise, they will heat up and they will burn. For this, I'm certain. The rest is the hull, which already over there will be having simply conduction. And in order to expose heat, it will be through radiation. So this also depends on the type of materials that they're using, of the cover of the station by itself. It's also important. So I really need to check a little bit better how they're managing the thermal systems there. It will be relatively interesting challenge to do it. I'm certain about this. It won't be very easy. So for this, in order for me to give better answer, I need to get to read, to see their diagrams at least and the schematics, so I can tell you what exactly is happening, because this is not that straightforward answer. I understand the principles, but I need to see what the engineering solutions are.
Yeah, I'm just curious because you know the heating up process is going to be continuous.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
The sun is always shining on it. So it's going to heat up continuously. And if the heat can't go out, then it's gonna have to go in eventually. And the reason I have a problem with it, the heat going out, is because you know we have vacuum cups, right? They make cups where they have a double wall and they put a vacuum in between the two walls, and it slows the transfer of heat.
Yeah.
You know, extremely well, because hot items can stay hot for. I've got a cup that'll keep something hot for more than 12 hours,
Mm-hmm.
and it'll keep ice for almost 30 hours.
Yeah.
So you're talking about just the fact that it's in a vacuum, and I know they don't have no perfect vacuum in these cups. It's just going to be, you know, nothing. It's not even really a vacuum compared to space, but it is a pretty good little vacuum that's in there. And just that little bit of a vacuum prevents the loss of heat. And so you know, what I'm looking at is you've got something way up there in a vacuum, very few molecules, and it should be bombarded. It should be heating the surface of that thing up to 4,000 degrees. They have to do something with that heat.
Yeah. Right now I'm checking to see. I see they're having very big radiators outside, but I really need to go through it in order to understand how the schematics of the whole system goes.
No, I understand. You said you had to look at it. I just wanted to further explain so that when you're looking, you know how to answer my question.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I know you said you're going to look at it, and that's fair. That's fair. That's the absolute best answer you can give. If you don't know the answer, man, that's perfect. You say, I don't know, I have to look at it.
No.
You know,
No,
I accept that.
Yeah.
That's great.
Yeah, it's a piece of engineering that, you know, I need to. Sometimes people are asking me questions that my physics background allows me to answer, but they're asking me for specific machinery that I haven't been operating, and I don't know how exactly the machinery was built, because the physics is for me will be always the same, but I need to see the diagrams. I need to see how the technical part is being done. I need to check it.
Yeah, I just figured, you know, before you put something up there, they should have already worked it out.
Yeah.
In other words, okay, let's take something and put it in a vacuum and let's heat it up and see how best we can cool it down without heating up the inside. Yeah, I figured there would be something that they've done already, not just, oh, let's just stick it up there and see if it works. I mean, they should know the answers to these things before they put this out there
Yes.
with people in it.
Yeah, for certain what I see, and I guessed earlier they have radiators. But also we need to know one thing, they need to keep some heat inside. They need to find the balance. Otherwise, if they're always under shadow, they're going to freeze. It will take some time, but they're going to freeze as well. So they need to manage all this balance between being heated from the sun and also losing the energy to the space. They need to find balance between both. They have radiators. That's always whatever you find. Whatever machinery you find, it always has a means of cooling, and quite often it's radiators. I mean, everyone has seen the backside of a refrigerator, for instance. So it's over there is the same principle.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, but heating and cooling
that
almost.
the best,
Go ahead.
even the best radiators, like it, for instance, in really high heat, can fail very quickly. And
yeah, they need to be calculated.
Yeah, they quite often do fail. Whereas when it comes to space, everything works perfectly all the time. You know, you have these satellites that have been out in these ridiculously harsh environments, and it all works perfectly. They're batting 100. Like this, there's something not right there.
Actually, I have a
Hey, real quick. Jan, do you know how to see the nest?
The nest? I don't
Yeah,
know what that's my first time talking on such conversation, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so in Twitter Spaces, what we could do, we could share tweets to the top of the space.
Yeah, I see here some tweets that I can scroll around like carousel.
Yeah, exactly. If you scroll all the way to the left, I post this is for everyone too, because we're talking about the ISS. I posted the thermal control system.
Yeah,
for the ISS.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, I'm there.
Okay, so yeah, so you guys can reference this image, this illustration to see where the cooling systems are. I think this color coded. What's interesting is that there's certain parts on this that aren't color coded, which means that it's getting direct contact with the sunlight in the vacuum of space. Also, interesting enough, right? Because we know that the reason why that's important, because we know that when it's hitting those specific areas that aren't highlighted, those are going to heat up instantly, and it's going to find the coolest regions, and that heat transfer is going to happen without any protection, seemingly. But what's also interesting about this argument is that they say there's not enough molecules to heat up the ISS. However, they require thrusters on the ISS because they say there's enough molecules to slow it down from orbit. So they have to boost the ISS and keep it up in orbit. I think it's every couple weeks, maybe every couple months or something like that. But I feel like it's every couple weeks. So it's just interesting that there's enough molecules that's hitting it to slow it down, but not enough to heat it up. And then you still have that problem of radiation.
For certain they are giving also some thermal impact. The molecules up there, no matter how small the amount is, if it's slowing down, if it's actually dragging it down, it will cause also some heating. But I don't know how much.
Yeah, that was always my question too. I would think that if there's enough to slow it down, there would have to be some type of heating mechanism as well. So just some interesting thing to think about. The radiation component, how many molecules are slowing it down but not heating it up, and then actually looking at the specific parts in the illustration where there is some type of thermal control system. In other parts of the ISS, there aren't any thermal control system mechanisms. So
I will check. I see this, but this is very basic schematics here.
Yeah. This is probably not the whole thing, but yeah, it's some basic. This was actually posted by someone that works at NASA. His name is Jared Frankel. I don't think he's like an engineer or anything like that, but he does have a tenure at the NASA organization. So we were having this conversation a couple of years ago. I always remember to bring up this image whenever we're talking about this conversation. But
Yeah. Well, we should know that I don't know how much. Perhaps they're giving everything. I don't think that they're keeping any secret, but I'm quite certain that the technical aspects there will be. If I start digging, I may actually do. I may even I can do some posts about it. You know, like from my perspective, for as much time I have to see which part to. Because frankly, I don't really know how. I haven't ever been too interested in the ISS. I've never been. I like space. I'm excited by going, you know, like to Moon or to Mars, from my perspective. But I haven't been putting much attention in ISS. I had one friend engineer.
hey, yeah, you think the moon landings back in the 60s and 70s? You think those are real?
I don't know. Were you here in the beginning of the conversation when I joined?
I probably missed a little bit. I was moving around
Yeah.
doing a couple different
Yeah, we
things.
were talking. I said that I was asking guys why, you know, like I was wondering what is the incentive for you guys to believe in the flat Earth, and I said that I understand. Let's say that the moon landing deniers. I understand that what their incentive is, because there is a reason for me. I would never ask someone, why do you doubt it? Why do you doubt the moon Earth, the moon landing? Because I can straight away say, like, if USA would have failed landing, and the USSR would have done it, it would have been very big hit during the Cold War. The politicians wouldn't have been so gracefully accepted by the population, and getting behind Russia is awful. So I understand why, let's say, they would fake it. I'm not saying that they are faking it. I think they really landed.
That's the propaganda narrative they taught us.
Yeah, so I think there is, for me, real incentive why they would stage this. They would have very direct interest. And usually when I'm looking for, because I'm one of those guys that some people can say, oh, you're conspiracy theorists. Well, we've seen throughout there so many conspiracy theories turned to be true. So
Yo, I like Jan, man. We need more Jans in the world, bruh. I like his honesty, bruh. I like this guy.
thank you, I appreciate it. So always you can see for, like, yeah, there was a reason over there, and as they say, don't look. They were on. I don't know. I don't want to get political here with Donald Trump. Someone recently said, like, you are always getting towards the person that they're pointing finger. Like, why don't you ask yourself who is pointing the finger? Right? Like, this person maybe has some incentive to say these things. So yeah, I understand why people would be doubtful about the landing. I see very big reason there to cheat. I think they landed, but no, like, there are some people saying, oh, there were photos from set, that there was a moon landing set here, but they're doing also for Mars, in order, even with a red, very similar color of dirt they're putting there, some, in order to simulate how it is, how the rovers are going to be moving through, and so on. They're basically practicing everything on dry in their facilities in order to test it over there. And I can say, okay, but they were having this set in order to test how it's going to be. And I can give reasons for everything, but I can also see the other side, and I can say, yeah, I see why they may have cheated, actually. And frankly, I do have some, no, I can leave some percentage, small percentages, like, hey, maybe they really cheated. You know, I wouldn't.
See, I don't like the people that say it's impossible. No way. There's no way it ever happened.
Yeah.
But when people say, hey, look, I don't necessarily believe it, but I believe that they could have faked it. I can see why people may think that. I respect it. I really do respect it.
That's the point. I wouldn't say 100% ever. Like, just no. Like, I can say 99% if I want, or 95%. But I think actually the probability of cheating is more than 90%. I mean, more than 10%. So there is such probability. It's a legit question to ask. Okay, can we find the steps there before we go now? Can we see what did they leave behind? Can we find it there? Such things, because there is no airflow there. Well, if some impacts from some small stones flying around have been destroying but they were walking quite a lot. They should those traces should be there.
Jan, you're an engineer.
Yeah.
Hold on one second, Water. I think it was Eric next, and then it's you right after that.
Sorry, Sacred.
No, you're good. You're good. Yeah, let's go to Eric, and then we'll slide to Water.
Excuse me again.
Before you get,
Hey, all right.
I don't mean to interrupt. I'm getting ready to drive somewhere, and so my signal may go, and I may lose co-host. But I'll just come back in as a listener for a little while.
No doubt, can appreciate you, brother. I think we got Proud back. If you want to come back up, just request. We got you.
Yeah. I may lose it. I may not. I just, I didn't want to go until Proud came back.
Thank you so much, man. I needed you. Hey, Proud. Good to see you. Go ahead, Eric.
Yeah, good to see you, Sacred. Good to see you, Ken. There's a bunch of faces in here that I don't follow. So hello, everyone. My name's Eric, and I see my background, military aviation, specifically combat search and rescue helicopters. After I got out, I've always had a lifelong, it's insatiable curiosity about electronics engineering. So after I got out of the military, I went to college, Oregon State, for electrical engineering. So I've got a little bit of background in some of this, but I think I have a lot more knowledge than even the degree would imply, just because it's just a passion of mine. To backtrack a little bit, one of the things we were talking about earlier, magnetic fields, core, the Earth, round, globe model. There's a very curious property of metals regarding magnetic fields, magnetism. When you heat them up at relatively low temperatures, for example, you could take a magnet, like we're talking about, induction motors. Take a blowtorch and heat up the magnets, and they fail. They fail completely. The magnetic, there is no more magnetic properties. It's completely erased. And so that's something to consider, because the implications there can be pretty profound when you start talking about the temperatures that they're talking about in the core. The scientist in me says, wait a minute. How does metal that is at those temperatures they're telling us have anything other than a perfect zero quantity of any magnetism, electronic field? And so then you start asking those questions. So that's just one thing I want to point out to reiterate is when you heat up a metal, the magnetic properties completely dissipate. Another thing I wanted to touch on.
That's a very good point, Eric. It's called for everyone in the audience, it's called a Curie point. Y'all go look that up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Eric.
Yeah,
continue.
And then there's I've got a couple of things going. I'm going to jump ahead just a little. I saw Crash Can down listening down there. Retired electrical engineer. Yeah. I browse profiles when I'm bored, so I saw that. So I'm sure he's got some knowledge of that. If he wanted to speak, I don't know who he is, but anyways, we've got a retired electrical engineer down listening, so they could probably weigh in on that even more than I could. Another thing I wanted to go on was next topic is the properties of a vacuum in relation to heat transfer. Now, we're talking about radiators on cars. So let's start there. Even the humidity, at ground level, even the humidity can dramatically, and I mean profoundly, affect the cooling properties of a radiator, to the point that, like Death Valley, the humidity is so low, a normal car running the air conditioner trying to get through there, you're running a high risk of overheating. You're going to be running high temperatures, and if there's any weaknesses in your cooling system, it's going to fail. Now that's at ground level. What happens if you go up a couple hundred miles? The air is so thin, the air molecules are so just so thin. How is the capability of heat transfer? Now this is something you can quantify. So Jan, this is something I really like your attitude. I know we have some different views, but you're coming at it from a let's look at the science, let's look at the evidence, and you're looking. So you'll find it if you keep looking. You'll find these things. Look at how heat transfers based on number of molecules, density of air, a vacuum, and we talked about the little thermoses that we carry. And how there's a quote vacuum around there, those dual walled thermoses.
Yeah.
That's a very, yeah. Oh, I thought you wanted to say something. That's a very small amount of vacuum, just removing a little bit of atmospheric pressure, and the heat transfer blocking the insulation properties are profoundly increased. Now take that up 200 miles. That's if you took that can up 200 miles, it would explode. Go look at some of these railroad cars or semi trucks when they pull just a little vacuum, like the tankers when they're offload and they don't open a vent. It does not take much to cause a catastrophic failure. And these things are structurally designed to not collapse. So it's a very, very slight vacuum that's in these thermoses and a very profound insulation effect at a couple hundred miles. So the implication being when you're looking at, as Jan said, very well worded. I don't use this equipment. I'm not familiar with it. So you're going to look at it. So word of caution, when you're looking at the equipment, don't look necessarily. I mean, do look and see what their claiming is. The heat transfer, so many joules per length of time. This is what these radiators can do. Say, okay, now check their math. Always check their math. What is the vacuum level? What is the pressure? What is how much heat can transfer in that environment? And then find out if those numbers that they're posting on those radiators even make sense. My proposal here is when you look at it, it's not even going to be close. It's going to be so far out to be ridiculous. And once you start seeing things like that, you're going to get more curious. I think you're a lot like me, Ian. You want to know the truth. Whether you like it or not is irrelevant. You just want to know the truth. And then I'm speaking a lot, and so I want to get off here, but I do want to finish up with going back to what I said earlier was I browse profiles. So a very interesting profile. Taylor's going, what? Yeah, the biology. There's a book. Write this down, Taylor. Cells, Gels, and the Engines of Life. It's by Pollack, Pollack. I read your profile. That thing might knock your socks off. And if you're in a group like this, you like to question things and you want to know more about stuff. And that sounds like something right up your alley. So I saw that. So a little side note, but yeah, I just wanted to shout out for that. So if anyone had any questions, comments, or if Crash Can, the retired electrical engineer, wanted to come up, weigh in on vacuums. Oh, I almost forgot. Vacuum tubes in electronics. Don't forget about vacuum tubes. Before solid state, we had those because the vacuum is such a profound insulator of everything. So vacuums are very effective. So look into those properties, Jan. Look at vacuum tubes, how they worked, how heat transfers in a vacuum, and then look at the published numbers of those radiators that function in said vacuum and how much heat they can transfer, and see if it even is close to making sense. I suspect you're going to be surprised when you look at that. So I see some hands. The co-host is there with the hand, so I'll let you decide who's next. And thanks for letting me speak.
Yeah, thank you.
That was awesome, man. And you are a master profile scanner.
That's how you find your people. Profile scanning. And I've got interest in cells, gels, and the engines of life, and biology, microbiology. I just want to know everything. I'm trying to figure out what is reality, what is this world we live in, how does everything work, and my place in it, and philosophically, spiritually. I want to know everything. I have so many questions, and one of the things I've discovered through I took all the chemistry in college as well because I was real interested in chemistry. Chemistry is electronics. When you get down to it, it's just electronics. So it's not really a separate field. Electronics and chemistry, I think, on a higher level, seeking truth level, someone who really wanted to understand, it's the same field. You just don't quite make the connection yet. But that's a little more, unless you've gone down that road and you've taken electronics, extensive electronics education and extensive chemistry education, it's a little hard to see those things. I'd say after probably a junior year level college class of both, and then ask that question: is this really the same field? It's interesting.
Yes,
So yeah, Ken.
I agree. It's definitely. I don't know when you joined. Earlier, I mentioned that actually, yes, it's in school the way we are approaching these problems. It's not correct, and in its depth, we are just trying to figure the same thing. I mean, physics, chemistry, biology, all of them are tightly related. The only difference is the systems that we are observing and we are studying. But it's basically you cannot go with one without the other. They are building on top of each other. So yes, I agree with you. It's, electricity, physics they are related to physics. Like it's the same thing. Just the approximation that we are using is different. Just let's say if you are interested in building an engine, just like the normal combustion internal combustion engines, or even turbines, you just care about how the processes are going, the PV diagrams. You care about the structural mechanics, and you build it. But this, let's say, the properties of the structural of the structures of the materials, the properties of the materials are closely related to their molecular build, and then you go down to chemistry actually. But since we don't care about it much, certain approximations, we say this is physics, this is chemistry, when in reality it's all the same.
Yes. Another thing that ties in everything you just said is music. And when I say music, what is music? It's notes, it's frequencies, it's harmonics. Remember that bridge. We got great engineers that built that thing, a phenomenal feat of engineering. And then a little wind came through, caused a harmonic, and the whole thing started oscillating. It came down, and they learned a lesson. That's why, yeah. Anyways, I'm talking a lot.
That's pure dynamics from the classical mechanics. Oscillations, harmonics, vibrations. This is usually being studied in the...
If you wish to know the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration.
Yes.
There you go, man. I go down that rabbit hole. I've got so much electronic test equipment out here. I've got a big shop. I've got so many oscilloscopes function. I've got everything you could imagine. That's where my interest is. That is fascinating stuff. And I really like some of the writings of Nikola Tesla. I'm not really convinced of exactly he is the guy they tell us about. I mean, I see his pictures. There's some curiosities there. I guess I don't care enough about that rabbit hole to go down it too deep, but I do like the technology. I like ancient structures. There's a lot of, here's a side note, lots of ancient structures in America. Thousands of years old. Our country is not what they say, but that's another rabbit hole.
Yeah.
Nikola Tesla is definitely an impossibility. Like, he's a human impossibility. I think he was an information dump, and they dumped a lot of technology through him. And he was a smart guy, so he was able to really understand a lot of it. But if you just look at the amount of patents that guy had, that's an impossible number.
Nice.
Yeah, his age, where he died, the room number, why he was in that building, the date that he died. There's too many. I'm not a numerology kind of person, but someone was clearly setting up that story to send a message. So yeah, it's a rabbit hole. Like I said, I'm not convinced. I guess I don't care enough to go down it to, learn the truth of who he actually was. It's the information about what he knew and what is presented as his knowledge. That's what I'm more interested in. There's too much information in the world for one man to, like myself, to try to figure it all out. You gotta pick and choose.
Yeah, mentioning these patterns, have you guys been watching Valuetainment, Pat Bet David?
I gotta apologize. I had a little issue there with the accent. I didn't quite understand what you're saying.
Is a podcast led by Pat Bet Davis. If you have been watching it, I would recommend. It's basically, it's mostly political. But recently he had one guest. I don't remember his name. For certain,
Do
we
you
can
know how
find
to
it.
share Jumbo, Jan? Because you can post a link to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'll check for it, but I don't know if I'll find it now. So they were talking about patents in the States, and the fact that a lot of patents, the moment some scientists find out something, quite often they seize them, and they basically classify them. And he's allegedly this person has been working, he's been part of the system, deep within it, and he said that a lot of such discoveries are being withheld from the general population. You don't have the right to touch this type of physics or whatever it is. I'll check now. Let me see if I can find it.
Yeah, when you talk about patents, the first thing I think of is the early 1900s. There was a young man, rather unremarkable, not a remarkable IQ by any sorts, and he got a job working in a patent office where he had access to what I call the old world technology. There was a reset. That my premise here, some may disagree, but if you look into it, remember these 2 years, 1850 and 1870. It's a spread. My hypothesis is our written history that is written and the dates are prior to 1850, that is the pre-reset history. 1870 and newer, that's the post-reset history. And between approximately 1850 and approximately 1870, that is a mix, like dovetailed in, of pre-reset history and post-reset history. So with that said, who was Einstein? If I describe him in one word, my opinion is that whole thing's a fraud. He is not anything what they told us. Maybe he worked in a patent office. That his wife was a dude. I think it was his cousin or something like that. There's just so much irregularities there. I used to be such a fan of Einstein. Well, because of the American public school system. He's a hero. We learn all about that. But yeah, patents. That's a system where systems of control establish patents, for our protection, they tell us. But then we're basically showing our hand to the people that are in control. And so they get that technology. And if there's a patent that they don't want us to have, the patent goes away. The person who makes a vehicle that runs on water goes away. All these guys that make things that shouldn't exist, old world technology, stuff that Tesla was talking about, they go away. So the patents, I get emotionally charged when I think about the patent system, what it's supposed to be for our protection, with air quotes, and how it actually functions. It's a measure of control. Yeah, keep if you discover something, keep that shit close to your chest. Don't show your cards, and then leak it on X. Then they can't shut it down.
I have just uploaded a short from this podcast, and of course you can very easily find the whole conversation. It's quite good. It's longer format. The whole video is 2 hours 34 minutes on PBD podcast, and this video that I sent is just a short from the PBD podcast. It's just a small snippet from the whole thing. It's pretty good. I would recommend.
Dope, man. Let's let water slide in here, and then we can keep it rocking.
Yeah.
All right,
what's up, Water?
Good. Yeah, Eric, that was beautiful, dude. Everything you just said, really well said. Sacred, I'm sorry if you deleted what I put in the nest, but it was it looks like the firmament is failing. Like there's a video from New Jersey with something that looks like.
My bad, yo. Sometimes the Twitter space becomes a little unstable. But share it back up if it got.
It just looks like the firmament is like failing. Like it looks like a star pattern. Like it's really bizarre what's going on. So I want to share that for all the flat earthers because we know what stars look like, and this looks like a something really weird's going on.
You saw that. I'm so glad you saw. I saw that this morning, and my first thought was someone took a picture of a star with a P1000 camera. That's exactly what that looks like. You saw that. I'm so glad you saw that and said that because I've been going over the implications in my head of what am I looking at and what does this mean. You're the first person that I've heard address that and call it out for what that looks like. That looks like a star properly zoomed in,
right?
A light that's shining through the firmament, doesn't it?
Yeah,
doesn't
it looks
though?
like
I speak to this one. That is, if I'd have to know exactly where, when it was shot, the timing, what degree in the sky it is as far as its altitude above horizon, what degree it is on the compass. But to me, it looks like an out of focus shot of Venus.
And it could be. None of that information is available, so I can't research it because all they presented was an image, and it's, what am I going to do with that? There's no data. So, but that's what it looks like. But
Okay.
there's no data, so we can't.
Sounds good.
check it.
And then, sorry, my kids are screaming, but I just want to ask Jan one question here.
Yeah.
Jan, so you're an engineer. So the common question we ask people is like, who and what filmed the departure from the moon landing? And no matter what your answer is, whether you guys claim it was robotic or it was something that was filming the departure, you have to note that this is claimed to be 254,000 miles away. There's nothing back then. There's no algorithm. There's no computer capable of live tracking something back then. You can't remote control something in real time from 254,000 miles away. So I just want to leave you with that like filming the departure from the moon is a complete impossibility, and it invalidates the entire thing. So I have to go. I've got to drop down, but I just want to let you know that.
And sparkles.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier.
I just want you to think about controlling a camera in real time from 254,000 miles away and live tracking an object.
Yeah,
I'm a computer scientist. We didn't have algorithms for computer vision until later in the 80s. It's an impossibility. It's just physically impossible. So, sorry.
Not familiar. I don't know. I cannot say anything about it.
You can just think holistically about it, right? Like you can just think about a camera tracking an object.
Yeah,
right?
The thing is they can just set up the camera and put some timer in order to start going up, or they can even activate it remotely. Back then it was possible to just activate it.
But it's live tracking an object.
Yeah. However, they did show us all the cameras. They were filming everything. The cameras they used, they film with other cameras. Show me the one still shot or the one photo, the one video of anything where there is a camera with servos on it. There is no photo of that. There's no evidence of that. I know they claim it now, that there was this one camera that they never filmed, and it was only used for this one thing, this one live shot. Why was it never filmed on any other cameras? It's a curiosity.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to dig into what exactly. Frankly, I've seen just some videos how they're landing and walking around, tripping a bit, and that's I haven't been looking anything into the whole structure of the process. I'm quite off. My knowledge there is just okay. They landed, cool. It's really nice, but I haven't been looking into how the whole thing went. And now I'm a lot more familiar with what Elon Musk wants to do with Mars, how it should go, than compared to what has been happening 50 years ago.
I think you have the right mind, Jan. If you look at it, based on your own admission there, you really haven't looked at the moon landings from the lens of, is this legit? What am I seeing kind of thing? Is this possible? I think you have the right mind and the right attitude. If you ever did look at the moon landings critically and don't, go with what I've been told or what you've been told or what we've been told, look at it through the lens of, what am I seeing? Does this make sense? And I have this phrase that I always use to check myself to make sure I'm being objective. Check their math. Don't go by the numbers of the capabilities. Check the math. Does the physics allow for them to publish those numbers? And then once you look at the moon landing, I'd love to have a conversation with you. Give it a week, a good solid week of going over everything. There's a lot of information to parse, but I think you would absolutely believe it was completely a hoax.
It may take a bit more than a week because I'll be checking, let's say, for the ISS. I have other things that I'm doing in my life, but I'll start checking these things. They're interesting to me. And I mentioned earlier, first time I heard that some people are doubting the moon landing. I thought, what? And then I heard, because they had to fake it. Okay. I said there is logic. I can understand why they would like to fake it. So yeah, I haven't been checking actually. I need to see.
And it's important. It's really important. You cannot look at the Earth and our reality and have any comprehension of what the truth is if you believe the moon landings are even a possibility. You have to, before you do the flat Earth, you have to really, I mean comprehensively, go down and study everything you can on the moon landings until you know. And once you know the moon landings are fake, now flat Earth is not an impossibility, because the moon landings dictate that flat Earth is an impossibility. If the moon landings happened, then we're all wrong. So that's why I push, pick your conspiracy. It doesn't really matter. But the moon landings, that one does. That one actually does matter because of the premise of flat Earth. You have to know the moon landings were faked before you can start looking without the veil of the lies that we're told about the existence or the reality of our existence.
Yeah. Well, there is one cool thing that I'm expecting, that soon we are going to see some rockets going if the administration unclocks, so to speak. So soon we have to see some real evidence. I mean, now in the 21st century, so many decades, it's half a century after those landings, we have pretty good technology. So we will be able to track everything. And I think maybe, I hope in 2 years that there will be mission to moon. So I think everyone will be watching, and I think you guys as well will be checking there. Maybe in 2 years we'll be still talking and discussing certain things that are happening throughout these missions, if they're in 2 years. So there will be a lot of things to see. I mean, did they lie? Because let's say the Earth is flat. No, like earlier, Ivan wrote that for me, this is, even with the person who brought me here, he went away now, but even to him, I didn't tell him that the chance for this is 0%. I said it's very low. It's like 0.001% for me that Earth is flat, but I put still something there. So the first check is going to be this. Like those missions, once they start flying, we can see eventually footage back from Earth, like from distance, because we know that the Elon Musk is having these big rockets with capable internet. So let's see what they will provide. Let's see how it's going to be with the whole landing over there. They will be able to record, and they won't be having any excuses now. Let's check in 2-3 years whenever these things start happening, and eventually if they send people, let's see how much more it will protract, because for now it's been decades. I haven't been born back then. It's been long before I was born. So
yeah. So
yeah.
Now I'll say, you're kind of working on let's find out if the moon landings are fake. So I'm thinking let's kick this up a notch.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead, and for the folks that understand, or the folks that believe, I don't want to be offensive, that moon landings are fake. The moon is not a big round rock out in the 239,000 miles away. We can't get there. The people that believe that, I'm in that group. If you look at the image on the moon, picture the dark areas as land masses and the light areas as water, surface water, in the sense of an image. But it's a photograph, kind of like if you look in the mirror, you're reversed. Your image is reversed from left to right, but not from top to bottom. That's what the moon is. So if you're going with this premise, you got to follow me on this. So you take an image of the moon, reverse it, and now you take the flat Earth or the UN map, and you there's a spot where you can overlay it. There's two discrepancies. One is the water levels were different when the image in the moon was made, and the other is there's a continent that's missing, and that's where they find all these quote out of place artifacts, and there's shallow seas, and there's divers going down. See them on National Geographic. They're finding like pyramid steps and all sorts of structures. Yeah, it sank. So now that if we go with the premise that the moon is somehow an image of the Earth realm, now we get into the magnetic North Pole. Now, this is something with my aviation background. Every year we'd get all new charts. I was in combat search and rescue helicopters, so we dealt with magnetic compass directions quite a bit because the electronics can be detected in a hostile environment. So we'd go organic. we function off of compasses. It's passive, not active. Well, that thing moves. And so I got interested one time, in the flat Earth and me and wanting to know everything. So I started tracking the magnetic North Pole. What rate is it drifting? What direction? And it's a real simple mathematical equation. Now, for someone to point out and say, "Oh, I Googled it." No, it's like a hook. It's got a little J at the end. Yeah, I looked at that data too. It's questionable. They're pulling from ice samples. There's some hypothesis. That's where they think the magnetic North Pole was back in, hundreds and hundreds of years ago. I think they're incorrect. I think if you look at the magnetic North Pole right now, the way it's drifting, the angle it's drifting, it's an arc. Now, if we got that equation, now we take the flat Earth map, go back to the moon map, we've overlaid it, and now let's plot the magnetic North Pole, and something really strange happens. This one made my head swim a little bit when I first realized it. That magnetic North Pole is an equidistant, the radius from the center of the image of the moon. It's drawing a circle around the moon. Now we know the rate because we've got electronics that we're monitoring this magnetic North Pole drift. It has a speed. How long would it take to travel completely around the moon and end up where it is right now? Oh man, exactly one zodiac calendar. What does that mean? So now we've got all this evidence of ice ages, and there's no shortage of ice ages evidence. The sun is like a superconductor. It's local. It's locked into this toroidal-shaped magnetic field, which is originating from the magnetic North Pole, which is moving. Therefore, the sun is moving with it, kind of like a tether ball on a string that's going around a bearing on the top of a pole. If the pole moves, the sun stays the same distance from it. That's what's happening to the sun. So as this thing drifts around, everything, all the land masses we currently know of, or well, most of them, if you see how it lays on the moon, there are some areas where it doesn't completely freeze, but most of it will refreeze again. Evidence of ice ages. And now when they look at old rocks and they say, we can tell when this rock solidified because all of the magnetic particles in it, they've solidified into rock. And when they solidified, they were aligning themselves with the magnetic North Pole. So therefore, we've had pole shift. The North Pole became South Pole on a globe and vice versa. Oh, no. The flatter, that drifting magnetic North Pole around the center of the moon map, that explains that as well. There is no place where you can take a rock sample and figure out where it's pointing at the North Pole. If that magnetic North Pole, like I think it is drifting around the moon, there's no point where the rocks wouldn't line up on it. So that is not evidence of a pole shift at all. It could be if the Earth is a globe, it could be, but if the Earth is flat, then it's simply lining up on the drifting magnetic North Pole. And it just keeps getting deeper and deeper. And there's a phrase, drinking from the fire hose. We're thirsty. I'm trying to give you a little drink of information. That's like a fire hose. But maybe that's the grounds to start questioning it and picking it apart and looking for those things. And I have seen some other people that have done some very interesting animations. I've not seen anyone do a full spectrum coverage of this, but I see in the videos, they'll drop in a little 5-second thing where they've got the Earth map or the magnetic North Pole drifting around the moon. And now we get into Elon Musk. We're going to Mars. Well, no, there's a firmament. But the Earth land, the mass, the land masses, there's a lot more out there than what we know of. Once you get on to look at the moon, that's the land mass. What's beyond the edge of the moon? No idea. No, I don't even know of a religion that talks about it. I have no answers. I have only questions there. But what if some of those other land masses are called Mars? There's some curious old maps, hundreds and hundreds of years ago, that call certain areas outside the ice wall some of these things. They call them, the land of Jupiter, the land of Venus, the land of Mars. Some of the old gods are named there. It's really curious. So when Elon says he's going to Mars, maybe he's not lying. Maybe the disconnect is we don't know what he means by Mars. He's not trying to break through the firmament. He's testing it, learning its nature, but he wants to get past the ice wall and go to these other lands. And how do you do that? So when we get these aliens, They're not from outer space. They're from the other lands. They're extraterrestrials. And literally, if you think about the implications of what that phrase would mean, extraterrestrial, it's extra land. They're from beyond the ice wall. So once you go down the moon landings are fake. You can end up in flat Earth, and then you start tracking, magnetic north poles, and then you find out the map in the moon, and then you see that the rate of change for that magnetic north pole is drifting around the moon at a steady radius, a steady speed, and it takes one zodiac calendar. There's 12 zodiacs, and then it's back where it is. Then you realize the nature of where we live. All the land that we know of is pictured in the moon. All you got to do is look up, take a picture of it, and then look at it in a mirror. Now, we think about the old structures. They had gazing ponds. What would a gazing pond do? If they had a pool of water, they tell us now they're baths, that people would just in public walking around, oh, hey, it's time for a bath. There's a pool of water. Let's go jump in it and hang out. No, those were spiritual, philosophical. Those were scientists. They would gaze into the water, a still body of water, for the reflection on a full moonlight. Because now what are you looking at? Now you're looking at the land masses as if you have a bird's eye view. You're seeing it directly, not reversed like in a mirror, because the gazing water reverses it. And once you realize that, you'll start making some more connections. You'll see where these things were everywhere. Look at the structures around them. What with the markings, the hieroglyphs, the writings they had. They're telling us all this stuff, but it's so hard to see it because our brains have been so conditioned by the public education system that we're a globe that none of those things would even make sense.
I feel you, Eric.
But
Eric, can we put like a quick pin in that? I just wanna make sure everybody knows what's on stage. I wanna hear from him. We did just get a touchdown, so we're a little excited right now. Give us like a quick build right now. Mic check 1 2. Mic check. Are you
Yo, what's up?
your
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yeah, good audio. We can hear you good there.
Wow. Yeah, dude, we have internet. As soon as we touch down, dude, it's like not even that cold. And it was, dude, when I tell you it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, I'm not exaggerating. It was so incredible flying in here, dude. It is insane. So yeah, it sure.
Where are you? I'm kidding. Where'd you land?
Union Glacier Camp, 80 degrees south latitude. And the sun is in the sky at 300 degrees, right? So northwest, just over 300 degrees. And so we're going to set up, and there's a mountain here, and it's like 13.5 degrees. The sun will be going below that. So we're actually going out to like a remote area. We're going to have to try to get the additional Starlink set up, hopefully, to have internet there to do the first 24 hours. And we'll start like after 9, I think is the plan. So we have to have like a reception, and then there's a dinner, or like an orientation or whatever, then a dinner. And then we're going to the remote camp to do 24 straight hours there. And obviously we can continue to either stay there and do it, or we can come back to the main camp and do it the rest of the days. But yeah, there's an update.
Outstanding.
Is there a facility, or
That's
y'all
why
just
I'm here.
outside with it? Like what? Like what's going on?
Yeah, I'm outside. It's not cold, bro. Like, I mean, obviously I'm wearing all kinds of layers. The sun's out. I think it's like 18 degrees. Like, bro, it isn't that cold right now. I can take pictures, but obviously I can't show you guys. I guess I could upload a bunch of pictures and post it on X, but it's crazy.
Definitely do that though. Definitely.
It is wild, bro. This is Antarctica.
Dude, I can hear you smiling.
I've watched Antarctica the whole way here, man. We are in Antarctica. It is crazy. And by the way, checked multiple compasses the whole way, and we were heading south for sure. So.
Yo, Witsit, I just wanted to say thanks for the private Ko-fi stream. And if people don't know, they can go to kofi.com/Witsit, sign up, and watch like a 30-minute stream right before he got on the plane, ladling gravy. Thanks for sharing that. And I saw on Jer Rants on Telegram, I posted it in the Purple Pill. He did a good video from the plane, and it came through, and it's so gorgeous.
I want to make sure I follow that account. Who was speaking that they're in Antarctica? Which X account is that?
I'll post it again, or just look in the pill and you'll see Jer Rant's Telegram channel and Witsit's Telegram channel, where you can see his Antarctica tab. And these are two places where you can get pictures, videos, and basically text updates as they go.
Eric, where you been? You know, we making history for flat Earth.
Yeah, I know it. I've been checking politics stuff. There's some scary shit going on, so I got kind of absorbed with that.
Not that this.
Yo, I just want to say, man, congrats to the squad. Super proud of Witches, super proud of Liz and Jaren. This is a monumental moment. I wish I could see and experience the things that they're experiencing right now. Not so much the cold part, but just like being like in Antarctica and seeing what that looks like. Do we see an ice wall? Do we see a shelf? Anything? What was it like?
Do you feel higher in
So we
elevation?
did it. The guy that spoke. Yeah, we are. Yeah, absolutely. You can tell just with the pressure. You can't even open stuff when you're even pretty low. Coming into Antarctica, it just explodes everywhere. But we like the guy that was talked right before I got on, or right before we took off, was pretty correct. We did enter on that like general area, the peninsula area, and so we do have a couple shots of us entering. There were a lot of clouds, but Liz got a few shots where you'll see like the water running into it. But then the clouds cleared up once we got a little further inland. And yeah, dude, it's just crazy. It's just like snowy mountains as far as you can see, pretty much. So yeah, not the most incredible shot of like an ice shelf or anything. There were clouds, unfortunately, but we did get some infrared shots. We got quite a few infrared shots, more inland.
It's probably like super peaceful. Everything just untouched. It's pure.
Dude, it's surreal, bro. It's insane, bro. Because like you can tell, literally no humans have been there, bro. Yeah, and I was saying to Darren, I'm like, dude, imagine people back in the day trying to like explore and they come up on this thing. Like, there's no way, bro. Let's bust around, bro. What's impossible. It's insane how long we flew over just like vast ice. Are you coming over here because you're losing service over there, or do you have service over there? All over there? No, I'm on
Man, make sure you write Kai's name in the snow so she knows real. Gotta be the 10th flag.
You know, it's funny. You're still over there? Yeah. You know, there when we got here, there was a marathon right before us, so they have this like incredibly. You said to just take.
Somebody get Elizabeth in here. Let's do a cross-platform stream.
Dude, check this. Check this. We have Antarctic Ice Marathon carved out into the snow, 2024. Right? It's super beautiful. Like whoever did that was like, it's incredible.
Bucket
And
list.
I want to knock marathon down and put wall. Antarctic ice
Let's
wall.
go. We found the wall.
Bro, I swear I'm gonna do it, bro. We're gonna flip the W. We're gonna flip the M upside down. It'll be a W. We got the A.
There's always wrecking
Top part
stuff,
of the T,
man.
got a L. No, I just had to talk to him, bro. I'm just saying, like, it would be so hilarious to say that, but yeah, it's crazy. I guess and then we're getting the drones approved tonight. They have to like both bring their kind of get them approved, show that they know how to operate them for up to a mile. And then we're going out to a remote area so that we don't have any mountains blocking the sun. And I'm sitting here looking at it, so it's pretty surreal. You know, and I'm obviously I'm just like, yo, we need a solar filter. That sun is right there, bro. That sun.
He's right there,
yeah. You know, we're flying south. That sun popped around behind us, and then turned around to our right, and then as we land, it's over here to the northwest, and that thing is busting, bro. You can't even take your sunglasses off; you go blind, bro. Like, I'm not even joking at all.
How long do you think it's going to be before y'all have a solar filter on it?
So we're doing all of that. Technically, we could hit the solar filter right now, but we're setting everything up to make observations tonight after 9, right? Wait, I'm gonna throw me on speaker so you can listen to me and Jaron.
Jen, what up?
Jack, he can't hear you. I'm trying to pull up the headphones.
Yo, level has we in Antarctica, squad. We in Antarctica, y'all. This is crazy.
Okay, what's up, Jaron? Say what's up, people.
What's up, everyone? Who's this?
Is the sun in the sky?
Yeah, what up?
The sun is very high in the sky.
What
It's
up?
busting, isn't it? The sun is busting.
The busting sun. It's very high. That's a lot higher than I expected. Well, I thought they said it was going to be 30 and 10. That's like 50?
Do we need to download an elevation app?
You might have one.
Well, he went and got an elevation in the mountain, but I mean, why is it not
live right now? Hey, Tune, do you have a satellite map?
Okay.
Oh, I forgot Tunes there with you guys. It ruined my whole mood in like 2 seconds.
Download that Sky app. Too.
No, we have Glober employees taking some measurements for us, guys. Like, look at the price up.
Hey, Jaron and Whitsitt. I was just going to say, Jaron and Whitsitt, we got Melodome Austin taking lots of shots. He has a Sunshots Telegram group, and they're getting exact, basically sunspots and shots for you.
Nice.
Oh, wait, say again.
So how many sunspots are there? I could pull out my infrared right now and my solar filter and tell you how many we see.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'll scroll over to it. It looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sunspots that I can see easily. I'll just take a shot of this. It's at 3,000 millimeters, and I'll just shoot it into the jumbo, and you can compare.
Two is I'm gonna start up a live stream right now at about 4:30. So that's what 25 minutes, just to kind of show you guys where we're at, show you the camp, show you the mountains, show you the sun, and then we'll do some more detailed zoom in shots of the sun.
I'm walking
Sound good?
right now with my P950 and solar filter to get some shots.
By the way, we did get the line a few different times. Popped off with one small step for man, one giant leap for flat Earth.
Oh, y'all got it, yeah.
Yeah, coming right off the big stairs on the plane.
What's your X?
Did you get the footprint? Did you get the footprint with the mismatching boots, or y'all didn't go that far?
Oh, we totally should have done some footprint parody. We can still do it.
Yeah, it's not too late. It's not too late.
It's not too late.
Gotta do it in slow motion, real dramatic, like real soft, pressable snow.
Yeah, we should totally make a documentary just like a moon mockumentary of Antarctica.
And y'all had some extra room for the bowling ball and the feather.
Oh, I recognize that voice.
Yeah, I'm just want to jump.
UITSIT. Everybody's been requesting.
You gotta do a satirical shot of the plane leaving, and you say something like, "All right, and here we are leaving," as you're filming the plane leaving, and have the camera person say something like, "Oh shit, that was my ride," and then end the video.
What all can we troll about the moon landing? I think it's funny because this is way more impactful to mankind. How trippy is that? How trippy is it that what we're doing? Like what we're doing is way more impactful than like the Hollywood movie known as the moon landing.
I think so.
You think that's hyperbolic? It's totally not. It's only hyperbolic if you haven't researched like, yeah, the Earth isn't quite what we were told.
Crazy thing is, it's just silent. No planes. Nothing.
Yeah, I was trying to tell them, guys, I assure you we're in Antarctica. I
can tell you that
we watched it the whole way, bro. Some people were saying, you're not going to know where you are. You're not going to know where you are. We checked like 5 compasses, a floating compass. We were flying south or slightly off of south.
We saw because we flew over the peninsula part. So we did see a little ice wall, but not like the ice walls that are on the coast. Because this was more, we flew over that weird fishtail thing that's below South America.
There's like a typical entrance point.
Yeah. And so you basically just saw like water, then ice, and water, then ice, back and forth, mountains. Then we started to see the mountains. Then we could watch the plane on the back of the seat in the plane. And it said then we passed the last bit of water. And then from there, it was just white snow for as far as we could see for like another hour. And then after that we started to see these mountains. And then it was about an hour of mountains.
And obviously the best angle was the cockpit, right? Like the cockpit flying in would have been cool.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you said like it was like, what do you mean? We weren't in the cockpit? We weren't trying to get that.
Like
you were? Oh, I thought you were.
Yeah, it'd been so cool to have that, but and obviously just even entrance if they enter slightly off that peninsula and having just the cockpit footage just rolling the whole time.
I dropped in. My name is Reason.
Okay, nice. The guy filming the documentary, chilling outside with his shirt off in Antarctica, bro. It's my boy over here is wearing a t-shirt.
Yo, I was just about to say, is my man still got the shorts on? Like, what's going on?
We would wear them right now because it doesn't feel bad. Because the sun is hitting off the snow, and the sun it's busting.
Hot,
Yeah.
So hot.
And there are no clouds anywhere.
Yeah, there's one. Right
Where? Oh, little.
That doesn't even count,
on the edge.
dude.
This mountain is 2
Yeah,
kilometers.
y'all don't have chemtrails in Antarctica?
That glacier is 10 miles right here that we can see.
Which one?
See where it comes down the hill? The glacier? Yeah, that's 10 miles. It's like, what? 10 kilometers. Whatever, 10 kilometers. 10 miles. What we didn't bring, I don't know if we should, was the laser.
Sorry.
Yeah, to shoot it at the moon.
Yeah, there are these huge mountains right there. They look like you could just reach out and touch them, and I guess they're 2 kilometers away.
We're gonna go. Tell them we're gonna go live 20 minutes.
We're gonna go live in like 20 minutes.
I'm gonna try and set it up right now.
Hey, what's
So just
it?
to give you guys another
tent because I can use my hands in there.
to give you guys another feedback. You can use your hands out here unless you're like a girl and wearing gloves. Like, why are you wearing gloves?
Hey, Karen.
Karen. Yo, what I'm gonna say, just to remind you guys that. So we have our little like orientation thing.
Look, there goes the plane.
Our luggage should be here kind of soon.
There it goes.
They're taking everyone from the marathon, like 70 people.
Yeah.
Yeah. So our luggage should be back to our tents here shortly, and then we have orientation tonight at 7. They're doing the drone thing. Or no, 5 or 7. I don't remember. Who knows? And then all I know is that we're going up to the remote area they set up for us because the mountains won't be blocking the sun. And then that's like 9 p.m. We plan on having everything set up and starting 24 consecutive hours. So that's the update. Obviously, first thing we'll do is pop out some solar filter shots, and I really need to figure out exactly where the globe predicts the orientation of those sunspots.
Yes, absolutely.
Hey,
are they gonna make y'all go around the mountain or over the mountain? Like, how do they? What's the track?
Hey, say again.
They're gonna make you go over the mountain, around the mountain. Like, how do y'all get through?
I think we're just trekking like 1.5 miles. I think we're going like.
Bruh, McToon gets stuck in the snow. Y'all finna save him? You know McToon not traveling no mile in no snow.
Yeah.
He gonna have to, huh?
Yeah, just a sec.
Mic check.
We can hear you, RBB, and we see Taylor up here too. I think he's still here. I think he can still hear you guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop. What's it? I put in the jumbo Austin Melodome shot from like 12:15 in the afternoon from Florida. I'm also gonna send you in DM invite to the Sunshots tab because they got all kind of stuff going in there that y'all can cross reference. Huh?
All the vehicles here run off jet fuel, right? So we're popping in one of those vehicles, and they're taking us like 1.5 miles. They have like a little temporary camp set up. It's like basically just a big box if people do want to crash or do like shifts. So yeah, that's the update because this mountain right here is huge and it would totally block the sun if it looped back around.
Yeah, we're standing upside down right now in the globe Earth model.
That's such fake news, bro.
I was just gonna ask, like, isn't if the moon is upside down in Antarctica, like, wouldn't the sunspots be upside down too?
Yeah, I guess so, right? That's like I don't know why no baller will tell me exactly what it should look like.
I wonder if on the way back you can sit in the cockpit with the pilot and grill his ass while he's tipping that nose, allegedly.
Imagine the Antarctic pilot being a flat earther. Hell no, we don't cover no curvature out here.
On the way back, right. Wouldn't that put a bow on this whole thing? That would put a bow if they could just grill him for 45 minutes.
If you see
like,
me
what if you're gonna do? Not
drinking,
take them home? Like, you gotta sit here and answer these questions.
if you see McToon drinking anything bad, crazy how you can drink so easily upside down, bro.
Right, like is the blood not rushing to everyone's head? Like, can you feel like what's going on, man?
Yo, Admiral Byrd ditched a snow machine down there that was like on these giant smooth tires. If anybody ever looked into that, get them to show you that. I'll be sneaking away from the camp. Like, yo, what's out here?
Dude, there's like
Oh,
nothing out
dang
there.
it! They
Take
would
the
have had to put a
drone.
tracker on me for real, because I would have been walking around.
Use that drone. What if you went up with the drone and went boom and it hit some and fell back down?
I would have gone on a mountain.
What is it, Pong?
Yeah.
Have a whole, yo, if y'all have a Truman Show moment, y'all gotta say good afternoon, good evening, and good night. And just walk out.
Oh, with all luck, a satellite will fall from a balloon while they're there. With all luck. Oh, I hope. Right in the middle of filming.
And the fact that you guys got Austin live on the mic, live from Antarctica, this is huge. I appreciate the heck out of this.
Yo, this is so crazy, man. I can't believe it. Be really in Antarctica right now.
Jump in, Plucky.
Yeah, what up, Plucky? I think Wizard can still hear you.
Hello guys, hello. I'm actually I want to like check in because we have our stationary Saturday in Czech Republic, in Slovakia, and there is like about at least around 400, which is like listening you guys and during live stream, because like we are talking about same topic. So I was like hearing that there's a Witsit and Jaren on X, and we are like streaming you, and I'm like live translating what you are saying on X and translating to the Czech and Slovak folks. So we are all connected, guys, and I love this opportunity that we can have this observation. I think it's amazing, and like I think that Witsit and Austin are like super brave that they are doing this for us, and I think we should like all like be happy for it and like not feel anything like which would like we should like fear about it, because like there is nothing we should be like scared about, and this is like biggest opportunity in like next upcoming years, because this will be everything that everyone will be talking about. So thank you guys, it's amazing opportunity.
Yeah, shout out to the Czech level heads, man. What up, Czech level heads? What up?
They are all hearing you guys. It's amazing.
Heck yeah, no dome. Love you, man.
Shout out to you, Plucky, man. Appreciate you for linking us. Man, we are all over. This is crazy. What were you saying, Shane? You were saying something, my bad.
I said the same thing that you said. I said shout out to the Czech lads. We said it at the same time. It's all good.
Thank you, guys.
So, Sacred, is this going to run until they get back, this flat Earth, this stream?
Keep it moving until we know that they back on soil, not on ice.
Let's go.
We definitely will have to orchestrate that. If anybody else is charged up,
we're gonna need some solar panels for that one.
I'm back. Yo, I'm just telling you guys, man, that sun is busting. But you know what's funny? Well, hey, yo, and I got to give some of the Globers here credit, right? Because they went straight out. They measured the elevation of the mountain. Very useful information. 13 and a half degrees. I like it. I like it, bro. I like it. But I would like an elevation angle measurement of that sun, though, which I don't think is supposed to be that high. But we'll figure it out.
Dude, they're measuring curvature out there immediately. Got to give him credit, he says.
Yeah, no. I'm saying they wanted to see if the mountain was too high to block the sun. That's valuable. And maybe we put together a checklist, like an employee itinerary or something like that, and then we'll get them on it.
If it is, that's weird.
I heard like
It
complaining.
shouldn't be that low.
They're like Austin. They're like Austin didn't come up with all these different tests. I'm like, yeah, I know you guys are my employees, bro. I'm trying to check it. No, I think they say that it's supposed to get lower than the mountains, so 13.5 degrees. I think that's what they're claiming. So my understanding, they said it would be like 30 and 10. 30 and 10. Yeah, the globe apparently predicts 30 and 10. And I think the sun is high, bro. I think it's too high.
Yeah.
So I don't
I
know.
remember one of the things Will said to me was, why is the sun going to be low on the horizon the whole time we're there? And I said to him that it wouldn't be, that it would be highest in the sky around afternoon, and then it would be lowest in the sky for your midnight sun.
And you said that based on what?
Based on him asking me why it would be low on the horizon the whole time when we were talking about
I'm
it.
saying you made that prediction based on what?
Based on what I'm seeing in the model with the superfluid ceiling, it would appear to the viewer, at least from what I can surmise at this time, that the highest point, the highest elevation point would be around your midday hours between probably 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. And then your lowest elevation is going to be between your midnight hours. So between like 10 p.m. and let's say 1 p.m. 1 a.m.
Yeah, real fast. I think I'm gonna go grab my like ski goggles and see if I can see the sun better. It's just so bright.
Bro, don't look directly at it.
Well, that's what I'm gonna do with my ski goggles.
Hey, what's it? Could you hear me earlier when I was talking about Melodome and the sunshots page?
Yes.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
didn't know where you said it was though.
I shot you and Jaron in Telegram the invite to the group because you can find tons of data and tons of shots of the sunspots and the timestamps and all that later. But yeah, you're crushing it.
It's actually.
Thank you, man. I guess if they're not gonna do it, we'll figure it out for them. It'd be upside down on a ball based on the corresponding latitude. So,
Check with McToon on that.
well, they don't seem to want to answer.
Are you serious?
Fire that employee, bro.
Well, good thing I didn't pay for it. Yeah. Update. The goggles don't help at all. We have solar filters.
Stick them solar
We have
filters
solar
on there.
filters.
Is it extra bright because it's bouncing off the snow, or is it just because it's like closer, in your opinion?
I don't know. It's a good question. I mean, the sun is bright and the ground is bright. So I'm looking up and it's just but the sun is always kind of busting when it's this high. So I live in Florida. It's always like that. Now, King, got a question for you, globalize. All right. So if we're taking sunspot shots right now in the north, you agree it should be upside down with corresponding latitude on the globe? Trying to figure out what the orientation of the sunspot should be in your model.
They're gonna say whatever it looks like right now.
Yeah.
Is Keegan sitting in the snow petting his dog?
Just flip. Yeah.
Oh, don't tell me he brought the dog
Bro,
in.
you know he brought the dog, bro. You know he brought the dog.
I want to know what the sunspot orientation should be according to the globe model. I don't even think for the corresponding latitude. At 80 degrees north, though. Sure. So we need to know what the sunspots are right now at 80 degrees north, that's what I'm saying. Which is pretty far north, you know. I mean, you get a general idea if it wagon wheels relative to latitude.
Secret check your messages.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Okay. So yeah, I agree with that. So what we need I don't know, Meldome's in Florida, so we do like around 30. Okay. Yeah, sorry. I think I'm wearing headphones that block out backgrounds. You probably didn't hear them talking, did you?
No.
Yeah, sorry. I could have put it on speaker, but you guys would have had to be quiet, and I could tell I couldn't ensure. I didn't want them to know. So anyway, okay. Yeah, so I think he's right. It's going to slightly shift relative to latitudes. You like stagger it up the northern latitudes, and you can just basically invert that. According to the globe, it should be exactly opposite of corresponding latitude, as in upside down, right? So the sunspot's on top, should be on the bottom. Now, a mirror may actually invert the other way. Kind of depending on though the angle of it, the angle of the mirroring effects, exactly what angle you're observing, like the apparent reflection or anything like that. But anyway, we'll get the sunspots, and we'll need to figure out. So I guess we can look at Melodomes. Melodomes is a pretty good start. He's like not very far north, you know.
Should it change throughout the day on the globe model?
What's that?
Should it change throughout the day on the globe model?
Yes, but the closer you get to the pole, the less that it changes. So like, since we're 80 degrees on their model, it should only wag a little bit. It should like teeter back and forth just a little bit. That makes sense.
Their model, like floating on a ball, is so confusing, bro.
Well, yeah, to the point that they don't even know the answers to these questions. So we need to figure it out.
Hey, real quick, I just want to say I am super stoked about this whole thing. What's it? Go, man. Go on with it. Go on, Jaren. Hell yeah, man. This is what the fuck we're talking about, dude. And I'm sorry for the language. Thing of it is I got people at work. I've been telling them about all this stuff, right? And they're like, man, y'all need to go and do something then. Y'all need to go do something. I'm like, bro, we're in Antarctica, y'all.
Hopey, we lit.
Bro, I'm just saying, I think it's awesome. And look, I'm not paid for none of this stuff. I just think it's the coolest thing that we have modern day Magellans out there doing their thing. I think it's awesome. Also, we know that it wasn't cheap. We know that it's not something you can just do and drop a bunch of money. So those of y'all who got the deeper pockets, not like myself, I'm sorry, but those of y'all who got the deeper pockets, fund these guys. Give them a little help, man. Give him a little help because dude's just got a brand new baby. He's brought life into this world. He's doing what he can. I know he feels the stress, but I know he's enjoying this. Like, I want to support people like this. You guys are awesome. Keep up the great work. I'm gonna hop back down to listener. Woo! Flat Earth Fridays, baby. We moving on.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Much love, much love. I'm gonna take a pic with the group just so.
Remember, they can't use your likeness. They waiting for that pig, boy. They waiting for anything with the sun out. Mister, what up? I'm about to post this Antarctica flight picture. This is dope. What up, bro?
Hey, I just wanted to say congratulations to all y'all. Witsit, Jaren. I'm glad you made it safe. Proud, sacred. Congratulations on being the first live stream in Antarctica on Twitter, Twitter. That's a pretty big feat, dude. That's pretty incredible. I think it's important we recognize that what you guys have put together here and where it's gone, you guys have made it all the way out to Antarctica. You guys are reaching the world, so it's pretty awesome. And it's awesome to see it grow and be a part of. Just be safe out there, Witsit. Best of wishes. Our prayers are with you. And that's all I wanted to say was just congratulations to you guys. This is a big deal.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, dude. You'll never guess what we just did. We just took a picture in Antarctica with our shirts off. It's literally that warm.
That is hot.
Yeah, we just took our
Yeah,
shirts
that's
off and took a
super hot.
picture, dude.
You can start your own Antarctica OnlyFans.
Please tell me that was the Glover's idea.
It was the Glover's idea. Well, I don't know. Jonathan, was that your idea? I think it was actually Jonathan's idea. It talked me into it. I think it's funny. They're gonna be like, "See, we knew they weren't actually in Antarctica." I'm like, yeah, no shirt on.
Right.
I'm glad it's warm there.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I was going to say I'm glad it's warm there because I know you were really concerned about the
I
cold.
know, dude. I hate it, but like, it's like the sun bounces it out a lot, and it's like 20 degrees or something, 18 degrees. So it's like not even cold, especially with layers. Cool, very enjoyable. No clouds, sun's busting, feels amazing. Prettiest flight ever. So good vibe.
Sorry, I'm gonna request Witsit real quick. Sorry about interrupting. Hey Witsit, can you mark like the position of Mars and Venus, if you can see those two planets, or any other planets, but I'm particularly interested in Mars and Venus. If you guys can somehow figure out the angle that they're at and the degree, and maybe take some photos or whatever, and tell us what direction you saw them rise and set or whatever. Mars and Venus.
Okay, I'll try to do that. Yeah, guess what? We just found out we were the #1 tracked flight on 24 flight radar.
That's lit. I love how much people here do research. Y'all are lit for that.
I know
too.
the higher ups who have no idea about like flat Earth. They're looking at this flight like, what the fuck happened on this flight? Like, why is it so popular?
Yeah, Witsit, I'm curious to know whether the part of Antarctica that you guys are in would be closer to Mars or closer to Venus in terms of like, you know, which direction it is. Anyway.
So I can pull. Well, obviously, all I can really do is pull out like Skyview or Sky Guy, which is just going to show me Stellarium based on the globe. You can't see any stars or anything right now. And I'll tell you, if it stays anything like this, dude, you're not going to see anything.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect you guys would see any stars.
Oh, wow. So the sky's lit all day, huh? Pretty
Oh,
lit.
I don't know. I've only been for like 2 hours, but yeah, it is. It's a lot like it was in Punta Arenas right now, though. 4:30 in Punta Arenas, it was super, super bright. So
yeah.
Where's the picture? Anybody got a picture
of what, the sun?
of just where y'all are at?
Here, I'll take a couple pictures and I'll drop them in my Telegram. I'll make a post in a second, but I want to put them all together. So I'll take a picture and put it on my Telegram, t.me/Miswits, I think, or t.me/WitsitGetsIt. I'll drop a few pics of where we're at.
Yeah, I'll throw them in the jumbo
Can I
when I
post
see
them
them.
here? Yeah, I'll grab some. Laz, you want to jump in, or is Jan talking? Jan, if you're talking, I can't hear you.
I'm here. I just want to say just one quick thing for Witsit. Like somebody mentioned is bigger than the moon landing. Can you guys spoof the moon landing somehow? Like just do, because it really is bigger. So if you guys have some fun with it, we can have a field day with that. And the other thing is, have you tried the snow yet? That's probably the purest snow ever. So have you had, like, maybe do a little video of you eating that if you're up for it?
Yeah, well, I mean, and then all the water will be drinking this snow water, like the literal water that you bathe with, the snow water. All water comes from melted ice and snow. So, yeah, I mean, I'll eat some right now, though.
If y'all gotta catch all y'all's waste in these bottles, how's that dude gonna do with his dog?
Yo, I didn't
I don't
even
know.
think about that.
I think we found that the guy does get some assistance. Give a second.
Why would he bring his dog out there? Like, what?
Keep your eyes open for meteorites, Whitsit. I hear Antarctica's full of them.
Yeah, that's fake news. So it's 14 degrees Fahrenheit.
What's it? Can y'all record each other?
What do you mean?
Like, if you made like a joke to make tune, like, could you record it?
Yeah. I don't want to talk to him right now. I have good vibes.
That's lit.
Yeah,
I don't really
try to
know
talk
who
to me
that
a
is,
couple
to be
times.
honest.
Yeah, try to talk to me a couple times. I'm disinterested. He's busy, huh, Shane? He's busy. He's got work to do.
You assigned him some tasks and he's performing as expected.
It's awesome, bro. It's awesome.
What do you have McKeegan doing at the moment?
Setting up some solar panels to charge different types of batteries.
Cool.
Yeah. And working out setting up the second Starlink.
They're like a Starlink?
Yeah, we're setting up a second Starlink because there's internet here, but we're going to a remote area to make the observation of the sun without the mountain blocking the mountain. So we have to set up the Starlink we brought so that we can have internet there.
I would like to track the Starlink and just see if y'all get internet when it's not over you guys.
Man, it sounds like y'all got better internet connections than I got back at the crib.
For real.
It's pretty crazy. I mean, it's not great, bro. I mean, like I tested it. I think download was 20, upload was 5. So.
Those subtle loons are pretty handy, huh?
Oh, who gave this guy a mic? Come on.
Peter got half of a chance.
No, I don't think that's valid.
I'm just saying it's a cool technology.
Yeah, well, balloons are cool. So are satellites that use real inertial forces that are physically impossible in a heliocentric model that requires them to be fictitious.
Good to hear you're in good shape.
That's right, baby. Antarctica ain't gonna change nothing.
I would like to track them in. I wonder if you
Peter?
get internet even when they're not over you. Like, I'm just really skeptical of that whole thing.
I don't know. I think the Glober should hope that they're not real because they use inertial forces in their equations. And then they don't really understand what that means, so they just say nah or something like that, usually.
Well, it means that mathematically speaking, to describe it, you have to use forces that exist in this reality from the rest frame on Earth, meaning a moving, rotating ether or etheric-like sidereal rotation that affects real things. That's what you have to account for. That's what it means. In case Peter wanted to nah through it.
You guys see on that, if you look at the Jumbotron, you look at that Jumbotron, you're going to see the Antarctic Ice Marathon. I want to turn the marathon into a wall.
Dude, Sacred, it's telling you have connection issues right now. So just let's try not to crash the space.
I know. I'm working on it so
I'll
bad.
clear this whole Jumbotron right now.
Clear it out, bro. Ken, are you here, buddy?
Yes, I
Help her
am.
clear that Jumbotron.
No, I got it.
Okay, cool.
Do want to leave all the updates, but yeah, this is legendary, guys. Real-time updates. Can't believe it's so cold over there. I can imagine like 18 degrees. Like, are you crazy?
Dude, I got really burnt on the top of a mountain one time. My whole face was one big blister. So please wear sunscreen. It was horrible. It was horrible. Please wear sunscreen.
Were they even allowed to bring sunscreen? Oh my gosh. You wanted to jump in, Tess? Les?
Oh, I was just gonna say, don't wear sunscreen. Stop eating seed oils. Sunscreen's horrible.
Yeah,
I
sunscreen's
know,
horrible,
man.
but I will say they say that you'll be in serious trouble if you don't put anything on your face. And they're not joking, bro. If you look through windows without sunglasses for just 10 seconds, you can't see. Like it's crazy. And I said that snow blindness effectively is just like sunburnt eyeballs. Dude, it's like crazy, crazy bright here, bro.
I was unrecognizable after not wearing sunscreen on a mountain. It was really bad. Because I said, oh, sunscreen's not good for you. Just wear the mineralized one or whatever.
Yeah, that's what we all have like the best, the mineralized, organic, blah, blah, blah. Garen might be live. I might need to go live with him in a second.
I can't imagine how bright it's got to be there just because, like, I've always noticed when it snows here in the winter and you go outside at nighttime, it's bright as hell outside at night when everything's covered in snow. So I can't imagine being midday with nothing but ice surrounding you, how bright it is. I can definitely see how that could cause snow blindness very quick.
Saying what's up to his stream.
Damn, Elon, if you gave us some video spaces, we could be streaming Jaren in here right now.
Has anyone seen the video of Math Powerland and Will Duffy?
I
You,
haven't.
Shane? I think I can hear Shane.
I wasn't talking.
Oh, no, I haven't seen the video.
You got to check out the interview with, it's not on Will Duffy's YouTube, it's on Math Powerlands. It's pretty interesting.
I wonder if anybody has done
Bro,
a deep dive of Duffy.
dude is really walking around with a t-shirt on for real. Yo.
Dude, it's not cold. There's no wind and there's so much sun that it's just like not cold, bro.
Is it the real sun,
If that
though?
wind starts blowing though, dude, it's a wrap.
Jaren, the only one with gloves on. Come on, Jaren, toughen up.
Wait, where is this
Don't do
picture?
that.
Yo, Jaren want to know why the people want to know why you're wearing gloves. They literally are asking me why is female out masculinizing you?
Did he bring his
It's
rollerblades
because
out
I'm from
there too?
California.
Hold on, I'm gonna
Because
post
I'm
the
from
stream in the
California. Now
chat.
she's trying to run cover for you. Those are gloves. Okay, then take them off. Yeah, they're not gloves. Why would you need to wear them?
Not him bullying the cool.
Then
That
not wearing them.
Dude, you should have asked him if he has a
Oh
scarf
my
too.
gosh! Here, this is
You
it.
might as well do a scarf and gloves and rollerblades and just get the whole outfit, you know?
dude, the way I would be in so many layers, dog, they are crazy.
They're liners, not gloves.
I don't do
Yeah, these
cold.
are busting. I guess we'll go plans.
Whoa, whoa, go closer to the Starlink.
You've kept your Starlinks working the whole time? Sorry to kind of like background talk you though.
In the video with Math Powerland, he talks about that the final experiment should be going across Antarctica.
That's correct. And you're not going to do that. We talked to the girl in charge at ALE expeditions last night, and they said that supposedly someone did that. And what they did was it was like a custom mission, and they decked out like 3 Toyota Highlanders, and they took off across. It took like 18 days or something. And we all know how all those stories go. You really get their path, and they just pop up north. So,
Yeah, it kind of seems like this so-called final experiment is another ploy.
It can't be. Contract too solid this time.
Contract way too solid. What up, Matt?
I do think it's a ploy to keep the conversation going. It would be very interesting to the globe community that they come back from this experiment and it's not definitive and the conversation is still happening. That would piss a lot of people off.
yeah,
Well,
look
I
at
just
Jaren's
watched my
stream.
first wheel.
They got electric. They got e-bikes we can ride here.
Hold on, it's glitching. We can't see.
Uh,
Oh, there it is.
oh,
There it is.
Where are y'all watching the stream at?
I put it in the
Jaren's.
side chat. I shared it up top to the Nest if you guys want to click on it.
I'm watching it on Facebook while while listening to everybody.
Yeah, if I could jump in real quick, I just wanted to say congratulations, guys. Some great big steps here. And I wanted to ask Witsit. I just found him on Facebook, so if he can post whatever he can on there, and then I can share it on that platform, that'd be great. But yeah, good job, guys. I'm pretty excited. Can't wait.
This is my first time using Twitter. Where's the side chat video?
Oh, so there's a purple pill where you can put all of your tweets. But if you go all the way to the top, we can share some of those tweets to the Nest as a speaker. So I shared the tweet. It says journalism live from Antarctica with the squad. And they're live on YouTube and probably some other platforms, but you can kind of watch there and kind of kick it with us in the space. Level heads in Antarctica, man. Yo, this is crazy. Let's go. They're really out there chilling and they don't look too isolated.
Oh, I wanted to ask one more thing too. Do you think it would be like viable to get like the sun positions from like, let's say from different states where everybody's at, just like maybe tomorrow, at certain times, everybody can calculate where the sun is, and maybe that'll give us a good, diagram of what we're looking at.
Yeah, I think Wissy was talking about getting a measurement of the sun's angle. I don't know how soon they're gonna do it, but I know they were already doing some type of measurements already. So I'm pretty sure once they get settled in, they're gonna start taking down some data, some datum.
So
Does
the
anybody
initial
have?
plan was we were just gonna like jump off the plane, set everything up, but the camp kind of vetoed that. They're like, well, we have to do a orientation. So you got how everything goes. So they walked us around, showed us the camp broken up into 2 groups. So I said, if everything's level is curved, go over there to the left, which they did. So then we broke up in 2 groups and got showed around the camp. And then we were given some food, show us where the food is. You just go in there like t-shirts, just chill, got lots of food and internet. And then They came in and told us we're doing orientation. I think at 5, so that's 13 minutes. And then our baggage should be here because we had to drive like a few miles or something like that to get here from where we land. And by the way, it was crazy that plane landing just on like blue ice, bro. And he had to duck around these mountains. We just came in tight through like mountains, and then he busted right and then just landed on ice. It was wild. Anyway, and then we do the orientation and we kind of load everything up and we go out to the remote area once we're shown our kind of home tents. And then we start setting everything up. So ideally by 9 p.m. we're planning on starting, which is good, right? Because it's like if Punta Arenas sunsets around 10, doesn't get dark till whatever, like 1:32, which we just saw that for a few days. Then starting your observation at 9 p.m. and going all the way through, I mean, that's good, you know? So yeah, that's the plan right now. And then we should set everything up and then we'll have plenty of time. We'll have 24 hours. Everyone's going to try to tough it out and stay up. And worst case, we'll do shifts. And so we'll be setting up all the cameras, solar filters, multiple solar filters, multiple cameras, tracking, elevation angles, lux readings, thermal imager readings, etc. So should be cool.
Jeranism was the dude from Behind the Curve, right? With the failed experiment.
Oh,
He's definitely defined by more than that, my guy. He's been around for way longer than the hippies.
yeah, I was gonna say, what about it? It failed. But I was gonna tell Witsit that they should take a picture with the solar filter now, since they landed. Even if it's not perfect, they should at least get one before the quote unquote orientation.
You got a solar filter on there? All right. McKeegan is literally taking a shot with solar filter as we speak.
Well,
We're unemployed, bro. Eating snow.
I say failed experiment because that's kind of how Netflix portrayed it. So people always refer to that as, anti-flat earth stuff.
Yeah, I think if you guys maybe came up with some directions to like calculate the sun. Like, I just think it's weird. I'm in PA right now, and I can see the sun. It's about 2 o'clock position, and Witsit can see the sun also. So it's just so weird to me. I don't know if we can, come up with some directions to have everybody calculate the positions of the suns to where they're at.
So we got a shot with solar filter of the sunspots in Colorado. He's taking one right now to kind of compare. We also got we got a lot in Florida as well. So we'll just that's better. That's better. And then if anyone is further north, I'm gonna jump in Discord and ask too. If anyone's further north, we want to get as close to 80 as possible, obviously. But so yeah, if anyone knows someone that has a solar filter, get the sunspots right now up north. I don't know, to boy.
I'm in Jacksonville, Florida. I can clearly see the sun.
We're trying to see sunspots, bro.
I know what it is. Yeah, I just took pictures of sunspots about 20 minutes ago from Greenville, South Carolina, and then clouds rolled in, so I can't see it anymore.
Okay. Let me jump in Discord and see if we have anyone like way far north. And I'll pop back over here.
Hey, if anybody listening, up north, take some pictures with a solar filter, get them sunspots, send them to my DM or hit Wiz's chat in Telegram.
No sun here, so I'll quiet.
Beautiful, beautiful. Shout out to all 164 of you guys. Welcome, welcome. This is Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturdays. You guys are getting an exclusive touchdown in Antarctica. One step for man, but one giant leap for flat Earth. We are ecstatic. We got our speakers on stage. Of course, we got our host, Sacred, here. We got Ken in the building. Shout out to Shane. We got Witsit in the house. We are receiving updates via those satellites you guys claim are up there. Jan, Eli, Flash, Lynn, we're about to get to you in just a second. Joe, Flat Earth Surfer, Taylor is requesting, and JJ and Kingsley. Welcome, guys. Lynn, go ahead and take the floor.
Well, a couple of things. I can see Flat Earth Fridays lasting a whole week this time. I for one won't want to miss any of this. And also, with it, if you get to that camp where you're going to be for several nights, and if those tents are not absolutely toasty warm, you need to ask them why they didn't build your igloos or some kind of a block ice house, because the Alaska natives stay nice and warm in those. So you need to tell them they need to up their game for the visitors if they just put you in a tent that's
Oh,
not
we
heated.
for sure got to get them in some igloos, Lynn. They got to be in some igloos.
Yes. Oh, I would love to see that picture.
Hey, Lynn, Witsit's in the Earth Awakenings Discord. There's 37 people in there, and they were watching Jaren's live stream, and they're like, "Oh, Witsit's in here," and now they're talking to him about trying to find, somebody in the 80th to take sunspots pictures. But this is exciting, like better than anything mainstream, better than the Super Bowl.
Shout out to Earth Awakenings. What up, y'all? If you guys want, I could pipe Jaren's audio through since Witsit's not in here. I didn't want to do it while Witsit was in here because it might have been weird for him to like hear him in the space while being in the space, But since he's in Earth Awakenings, I could try to like get it rocking for.
Yeah.
And I could pipe.
Clicked into it. I was watching Jaren's stream. That sun is high, y'all.
I could pipe the Earth Awakenings conversation, but I don't know if you'd be able to hear it.
Let me know if you guys can hear this.
Please let us know if there's polar day, perpetual day on Antarctica, because on a flat Earth it shouldn't be possible on the South Pole.
Yeah, it's clear.
Good proof. We're at 80 degrees, so if there's polar day, perpetual day on Antarctica, because on a flat Earth it shouldn't be possible on the South Pole. That would be a good proof. We are at 80 degrees, so we're not at the South Pole, but it looks to me, at least right now, but we'll wait. It looks to me like if you believe what these guys say, who work here.
So this is Jaren walking through, looking at the sky.
Which again, we just got here. So
talking to the chat.
The sun could head off in this direction, and when it gets to be, so what would be expecting it to set?
Visuals, click link in the nest.
Kind of northwest. So, I mean, yeah, could it get from there and set off in these mountains? Sure. And then it could be just the perpetual light, some sort of copying it off of what we've heard from these people. And they all say rotates. How thick is the ice? Oh, it's miles. I think that they say if we're 2,000 feet, we're 2,000 ice. I think that's what they say. Because it just keeps stacking up here. So the crazy thing is that none of this ice ever melts because it's the middle of summer and it doesn't get warmer than 32 degrees. So what is it going to do? But just sit here. And I guess what they do every year.
And
so what they do at this camp every year is they run it for 4 months and then they take it all down. Everything goes, they leave nothing on the ice. And then they come back they leave in February. And then they come back the following November. We thought it was crazy. We found out there was 70 employees here. 70 employees for 10 of us. It's hilarious. Each of the tents is named after.
I mean, y'all paid a $500,000. It
So
better be 70 employees.
What does that say? Tabe. That one right there is bird. So each one has its own name. I don't know what tent I'm in yet. They haven't told me. Jaron, don't trust the employees that work there. Do your own observations. Yeah. So I said, it said, if you trust the employees, we're here to watch the sun. So we don't have to abide by quiet hours. Obviously, there's nobody else here.
Quiet hours in Antarctica?
We just know we have orientation at 5. And then
they don't want you to disturb the penguins.
We'll figure out, I guess, how we're getting.
Yeah, where the penguins at, man?
And then I'll set up the time lapse stuff. So I guess it's important, right? I mean, I'm not going to argue with him and try and keep us here. That's really just me being selfish and wanting to set up. Oh, I hear a plane. Oh, there's planes about to take off.
Uh-oh, they leaving y'all.
Don't know where they're going.
They out. Was it set up? Let me stop.
Yeah, plane's about to take off. Or it's running. Somebody's getting in it. YouTube will take this down. Why? Can you give me a compass reading towards the sun? Yeah. You have a compass on you? Can you tell me what the sun is at? I think it's got to be 2. No.
Man, that thing bright as hell.
It's a guess. We'll see.
Ain't a chemtrail in the sky. It almost looked too good to be true. I'm like, they in a Hollywood basement or something. Y'all don't got chemtrails in Antarctica? I'm jelly.
That's how it is down here. When it's cold, that sky is clear.
Hold on, y'all. I think we glitching. Let me try to restart it. It kind of goes in and out.
Compass ass. Mark, can you show me what your compass app
You got to remember what a Starlink stretches out.
Compass ass. Mark, can you show me what your compass app says? Is the
It's 1.4K in here.
Your real life one? We haven't seen one work very well yet.
Flat Earth going up.
West. Yeah, but that's saying north is way over there. North is supposed to be that mountain there.
Yeah.
So let's see what.
South Pole, he said, is this way.
That's south. Remember? Look at mine. South.
Okay, we're going to a meeting. I don't know what that. We will, by the way, tomorrow and 15, 16, 17, we're going to be doing observations at 12 noon Eastern, 2 p.m. our time. It's been fun. We will go live as often as we can, especially when we start doing the time lapses. I know there's lots of questions. I wish I could answer more, but I cannot. I guess we have some orientation, but it's not that bad. You should, if you have $35,000, you should come check this place out. If you don't have $35,000, well, hopefully you paid for my chest cam footage and you can pretend like you're here, except for without the frostbite and cold nuts, you know? All right, much love to you guys. What's in here? Oh.
I think they go into orientation, y'all. That was fun.
I feel like a kid at Christmas time.
Right? I was like glued to the screen, like.
Man, my brain is working overtime because I was listening to Earth Awakenings while Witsit was defending and talking and basically debating toxic globers, explaining what's going on, making requests. And then I was listening to Sacred Streaming Jaren. It's like brain at max power.
Hold on, let me see if I can jump in Earth Awakenings for y'all. See what they talking about.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Y'all know Sacred Omnipresent.
The actual position and may cause an optical illusion. I'm just guessing.
Y'all hear that?
Yeah, it's clear, brother.
Sounds like Rakia.
But won't it be a mind fuck if they show a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Why would that be a mind screw?
Oh, they ain't me, Joe.
I
He
think
ain't me
it
yet.
proves
They ain't
some
me,
different
Joe
layers
yet.
of the rakia above you and maybe some fluid. I call it superfluid, but even if you just add any fluid, would cause a lot of optical illusions. We already have a guy who modeled it. It didn't before he even went to Antarctica. How a light can be above a dome with a fluid inside of it that you're looking through, and the actual light is rotating above the center of the dome and causing a rotation of an apparent light in the southern region of it.
That's Rakia live speaking right now. Someone drop Earth Awakening's Discord in the purple pill.
What they're going to see probably.
I got it.
Well, Jeranism did a lot of demonstrations about the thing called the coffee cup caustic, where it sort of scatters the light around the exterior off of the rakia. But the idea there is that you get 24 hours of daylight, but not 24 hours of visible sun in the sky above the horizon.
I'll say it again. I'll say it one more time. It's already been modeled with a dome. I didn't say Jaren did it. Other people have done it where the actual light source is closer to the center, the apex of the dome, the highest point. And if you're viewing it from the projection of that light through the layers of dome and fluid on the outer edges, you're going to get an apparent light source that is appearing to rotate around you.
Yeah, Rakia.
And like a personal dome.
So real quick,
I wonder if I open my mic if they can hear y'all. Is this like a dual cast? Am I dual casting right now?
The filtered shots of the sun to get those sunspots, or do you have any means to possibly make that happen at all?
Can they hear you?
I don't know. Can you guys hear me?
I didn't open up my mic yet. Hold on, let me see.
Oh, you asked SC. I was going to say, what's this called?
Yeah, you should say go heavy. You should be like, yo, y'all ain't never seen
Yeah,
that one.
SC's in the north. If he could do a solar filter of the sunspots, that would be cool.
Maybe you could send him a DM or something so when he gets back, he could read that, because I don't think he's at his mic.
In my mind, they would be inverted, but that doesn't. My mind is often wrong.
Yo, Earth Awakenings. Earth Awakenings, what up, man? It's sacred. It's Flat Earth Fridays. We in here. We live on Twitter right now. Can y'all hear people on Flat Earth Fridays?
Showbill.
Proud, say something.
Showbill. It's not 10 p.m. out there.
Yo.
Can y'all hear my co-host?
Listening.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Dual cast, guys.
I think they can hear you, Proud. I don't know. Hey, man, turn up. This is the first Earth Awakenings in Antarctica. Y'all should be lit in here. Let's go. LFG.
We're lit. What's up, man? What's up? How we doing?
What up, Jeremy? I'm in Flat Earth Friday multicasting into Earth Awakenings. This is crazy, man. This is so dope.
This is cool.
You guys are coming through crystal clear. I don't know what you're doing, but
magic.
That's awesome. We dropped the Discord in the chat so people can come pull up and see what you guys are doing here. We got
nice.
Proud. How many?
Wizard was just in there.
Yeah, Wizard was in Flat Earth Fridays too. Proud. How many people we got on Twitter right now?
140.
140 people in here. Showing some love. I'll keep doing y'all thing.
Good stuff. I can take sunspots, no problem. Just let me know when.
Yeah, see, we've got Melodome
night,
in
but
Florida
okay,
doing
thanks, bro.
sunspot shots. Sorry.
I would say every hour or every 3 or 4 hours you could compare. You know, it doesn't matter, but the more data you have, like they're going to know what time it is for them and what time it is for you. And adjust, you know, see what time you took the same sunspot that they did. You know what I'm saying? Once you adjust the time and then see what it's doing. I would be willing to bet it would be inverted. North to the south. That's just how I see the projection, but that's only because I think there's a dome projecting light from above to your personal dome. That's kind of quirky, right? That sounded really weird 6 years ago, but it sounds pretty cool now, does it on it? Shout out to Superfluid and Rakia and all those who thought he was crazy 6 years ago.
Did you just give a shout out to yourself?
Well, some
Rakia?
still think he is, but yeah, that's another thing.
Well, we can shout out to those people too. All I know is my daughter and her boyfriend got engaged on a sunrise at 20 degrees because they thought sunrise is an important part of like nature or creator. It's the time of day to propose to my daughter to be a sunrise.
Congratulations, brother. Best thing could happen to a dad.
That's a good start.
Yep. I wonder if Whit's there. I want to ask him, did he do any compass? How's the compass reacting down there?
I think he's
They're in orientation.
Oh, okay.
I think they did pull out the compass though.
Yeah, I feel like he said that every.
Do you know what they saw? What they got?
They didn't come back. I think they had already left the space when I heard them say it on the mic. I think they were looking at where the sun was. Right? Is that what they did, y'all? They put out the compass to see where the sun was.
Yeah, I think so. He said the plane ride in was the most amazing part. The infrared that they got on the way in so far was the most amazing part.
Yeah, I posted it. He posted a small clip and a screenshot. Such a dope view.
You posted it up? What time did you post that?
Well, I posted on Twitter, but Witsit posted in his Telegram.
I got you. I'm a boomer, so I don't know what Twitter or whatever the other word you said was. I have no clue what that.
I feel you, bro. I'm trying to make my way over to Clubhouse. I don't know how
Clubhouse
Clubhouse
do the Twitter, the Snapgrams, or Insta chats. He doesn't do none of that.
We got some homies that'll help you transition. We got Joe Hanvey in here right now. This is his first time in Twitter Spaces. Shout out to Joe.
RBB just dropped a sunspot from New England in the jumbo, and it matches what I'm seeing, and it matches what Thompson is seeing in Florida.
That's
And
weird.
now we just need to see what they're seeing in Antarctica. I want to see that.
Yeah, I think everywhere from the north of the equator, you're going to see the same orientation of anything that would be on the sun or moon, right? But when you go to the southern region, looking back north towards the equator, I think it's going to be inverted.
Yeah, I would agree that like right now, if they're looking north towards it and we're looking south, they're going to see an inversion. But when they're looking at their midnight, they should see what we're seeing right now, basically, as far as orientation of the sunspots. At least that's kind of my guess.
Oh, I see what you're saying. At midnight, when they're looking south, or they're looking in the same direction you are, the sunspots would be the same, is what you're saying? I get what you're saying out there.
Yeah, so what we're looking at right now, sunspots will reflect what they see with their midnight sun.
Sacred, I hear you on Earth Awakenings, but I don't hear you in space anymore on X.
Oops. Does that mean you're predicting it to be here?
Glory of God, and the sky proclaims his handiwork. So he's got some serious handiwork going on here. I don't know if we'll ever fully understand it, just like the Globers don't fully understand their model either. But I just want to point that out.
Yeah, he goes on to force speech every night, that they're literally speaking to us in a language that everyone can understand, which is very cool.
And they can hear you on Twitter Spaces. Everybody in Earth Awakening. So
Cool.
Was that Joe that said?
Flat Earth Friday holds it down, bro.
Did Joe make a sunspot prediction that would be mirrored? Was it Joe?
Yeah, I said right now, like if we're both looking at the sun, them looking north, south, they're going to see opposite. So what's top for us would be bottom for them, and what's bottom for us would be top for them.
Because you're solidly of the reflection camp, right? So now you're predicting that they will see it, and that thus will be.
Shane, y'all know Shane, right?
Sacred, you got Flat Earth Fridays playing in here? Dude, you're like the ultimate tech master, bro.
I think so. I'm not really sure. I don't want to take over. I just wanted to like have you guys like say what up to each other.
Well, Sacred, I'll just tell you, I have my computer open with Earth Awakenings playing, and Taylor came through, Joe came through, crystal clear, like they're in Earth Awakenings. It's really, really multicasting perfectly.
Wow.
I'm actually in Earth Awakenings, but I don't think Joe is.
Yeah, I'm not in there, so I can't hear anything that's going on in there. I'm just in here, but if people can hear me, that's great.
Yeah, there's a super slight delay, but I heard you as clear in my ear as I did on my computer across the room in Earth Awakening, so it's tight.
Yeah. So my prediction right now is that if we're looking right now, I'm looking south, they're looking north, that we see the sunspots flipped. But when they're looking at their midnight sun, my prediction would be that they will see the sunspots in the orientation that I'm seeing right, or what I would be seeing them at noontime for me facing south. So their midnight sun should basically give them that exact same sunspot orientation. At least that's kind of where I stand at the moment.
Okay.
Basically, when you say flipped, do you mean like upside down or inverted, like mirrored?
Yeah. So right, like if we were both looking at the sun at noontime, I'm. Do you
mean like? Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, I'm saying like noontime. Right, like noontime today, if I was looking at the sun on Eastern Standard Time where I'm at, and they're looking at their noontime, then we would see the sunspots inverted, top and bottom. And then, but when the sun rolls around their sky to their southern midnight position, that's going to wagon wheel around, reorient those sunspots to the exact same orientation that I'm seeing the sunspots at 12 noon Eastern here in South Carolina.
Yep, sweet. I think I get what you mean, upside down. Yeah, rotated around as opposed to like sort of just. I'm trying to be conscientious about terminology. Inversion would imply sort of mirrored image, at least in my sort of vernacular.
Yeah, I don't really think it's a mirrored image. I think that it's just an apparent view of the physical representation of whatever the sun source is. We all get this perfect apparent view based on our location relative to where we are viewing it on the plane, if that makes sense.
Copy.
I wonder where I could buy like a mirrored dome, because I really want to replicate this.
I can send you a link to a company that I'm getting ready to buy a 22 or 24 inch two-way mirror dome just to have in my collection.
Totally.
Mirrored the sun and stars and stuff being mirrored would make a lot of sense, because if you try to triangulate them from different points, they say that's if the distances are correct. They say you get different distances to like the sun or the moon or whatever, just from doing straight trig on it. So, but if you try to triangulate a reflection, though, I feel like that would happen. Like I've been a fan of like this being a reflective kind of mirror thing, honestly, for years now.
Well, that's what the Bible's about.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. And it fits, again, I'm a biblical cosmologist, so it fits scripture where he talks about the sky as a cast metal mirror, or a molten looking glass. Well, those would have these properties that create these perfect representations that are oriented different based on relative position on the plane. And you can even do this with just a flat pane of glass. You can shoot a laser at it and leave the laser pointed at the glass and just move around, and you'll see that the apparent position of the laser in that glass moves with you.
Every time I see an acrylic type dome out, I always stop and look at it just to see if I could use it.
And we
There's some
noticed
stuff online you get like big salad bowls.
What you been, guys? You guys been going hard all night in Twitter?
Yeah, man. We've been going from Flatter
Every
Fridays into
week.
stationary Saturdays. We got like what,
No doubt.
15
Poor
hours?
We put him through so much, but he holds it down.
Hey,
Joe,
Earth Awakening is 24/7. Like they be going too, y'all. Don't get it twisted.
Joe, I have a question for you.
Oh, we do.
Yeah, shoot.
So I'm not 100% on the dome model. I mean, it looks good, everything works, but what if the sky was just parallel with the ground and there's still that superfluid type ceiling? Do you think we could have similar results?
I don't rule any possibility out. I just keep testing things, but from what I can tell so far as my study into optics and playing with lasers and light sources and domes and prisms and mirrors, concave, convex, all that kind of stuff for the past 3 years, that the dome structure fits what we're seeing and is actually that and the superfluid that is causing this phenomenon, because it creates this kaleidoscopic type effect above us of these perfect representations in each zone of the luminaries that we're seeing. Just we're seeing them flipped depending on our relative position to the equator.
Joe, have you heard of Math Powerland?
No, that one does not ring a bell.
He was one of the, I actually met him in the Florida Keys, but he was one of the first flat earthers that I started listening to. He proposed a different experiment where, and he has a video, if you find him on YouTube. He used to have a lot more followers. Now he's only got like 2 or 3,000. But he proposed a different experiment of doing like basically a race. And if it's a ball, they could start at whatever point, latitude, longitude at North Pole, and whatever point, same but opposite at South Pole, same longitude, latitude, and then, go at the same rate of speed. And if they end up back, doing it at the North and the South at the same time, if you understand what I'm saying.
Hey, look, guys, real quick. I want Joe Hamby to answer, because I know that question was to Joe. But I don't want to be disrespectful to Earth Awakenings and dominate their conversation. Joe, you can go ahead and respond, but I don't, like I said, I don't want to overstay my welcome. I really appreciate y'all letting us come over here and try this dual stream out. If you want us to hang out for a little bit, we will. But I do want to make sure that you guys have any questions for the guys over here, because we do have some hands up in Flat Earth Fridays, and again, they were having a conversation prior to us coming in here.
I got a question for y'all after that.
Okay, cool. So, Joe, you could finish answering this question, and then we'll jump into the guys with in the Earth Awakenings. I can't really see who's talking right now because I'm trying to figure this out. But go ahead, Joe, and then we'll jump to EA.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the principle behind what he's saying with that type of experiment. I'm assuming it just means like one team leaves from the north and heads to the south, and another team leaves from the south and heads to. They travel at the same speed, and then we see when they arrive.
I'm going to speak for Earth Awakenings that you are not a bother, that you're a blessing here, bro.
I appreciate you, Tay. Yeah, this is one of my starting points, man. I love EA. I'll be going crazy. Oh, was that Geo that said something? I can't really see.
No.
No, that was me, SC Montreal. I wanted to ask you guys.
Okay, go ahead.
I know the take on this server, but I haven't heard from you guys' side, about the 24-hour sun. What do you guys say as pertaining to the shape of the Earth or to the AE map? You hear the baller talk. What do you guys think?
So I'll let any of my guys jump in if they want, but just to give my position. I don't think that things in the sky prove what the shape of the Earth is, right? Like, I don't take that position. We do ask for exclusive evidence, though, for models. So I do think that's important. I thought the challenge was demonstrating the phenomena, right? And I'm always open to having the conversation if people want to debate the mechanics or the dynamics behind the phenomena, whatever's being demonstrated. But just like Joe been putting all this work in, he's showing the phenomena in a local scale in different ways. Is it perfect? No, but there's a foundation of the phenomena. From here on out, the anti-flat earthers can't say that it's impossible. We see that it is possible. Trying to figure out the true nature of our reality is what our goal is. That's why we have these conversations. So that's my position. I don't know about anybody else that want to chime in on that.
We're not used to those intelligent answers that aren't interrupted and things like that, but that's how we roll around here. I would put my 2 cents in that lights in the sky also won't prove the surface shape, but we need to get into more of measuring the physical surface. And if that water curves, I'm fine with being a glober. If it curves in an upward direction, I'm fine with being a concaver. And if it doesn't curve, I'm fine with being called a flat earther. But first and foremost, I would be called a double earther. Whichever way the scholars and it discerns to me that God's word says, that's what I'm going to go with until I'm proven wrong by man. I don't think I ever will be. Sky above, Rakia above us. I think I'm adding a personal, some type of superfluid in that realm, and however that affects by the container or by the shoreline in all places, and God is true, and He is your Savior.
Yes, sir.
Anybody else from your side? Because we haven't really heard from your guys' side. We hear from Rakia all the time.
Yeah,
I mean, anyone that's
want to hear some Flat Earth Friday people.
to say, like, all the evidence that they've ignored up until this point, and they want this to be the definitive proof of, their model succeeding. But it's like they're expecting us to ignore all the evidence that they can't provide. They can't provide that motion. They haven't provided that curvature up until this point. So it's just I think, well, we were talking about this earlier. I think this is like a perfect step for flat Earth. It's a great opportunity for us to gain more crumbs, gain more pieces to the puzzle, and put it together. I don't think this is a hit piece per se, guys. I definitely think they are trying to keep the conversation alive, and it's going to be a lot more of a wow factor when the Globers realize, like, wow, they did all that, they went to Antarctica, and it's still not definitive. They still didn't prove anything.
Facts.
So I think this is a great step for flat Earth honesty.
I'm actually really excited of the sun position they showed already. The sun position they showed already kind of matches what I'm seeing in the model. I was expecting to see a higher sun at their afternoon, and then a lower sun at their midnight sun. So that already kind of matches what my model shows.
I mean, I wouldn't be too worried about what the Globers say or the anti-whatevers. Some of them are running around saying the sunset's still impossible. So
true. We did give some suggestions for Joe earlier. One of mine was to try to figure out how to maybe have the observer within the dome, more from a local position. We were talking about having scale issues because, it's a lot going on. So trying to make sure everything fits in one piece is definitely going to be a challenge. But that was one of the things that I would like to see, hopefully in the future.
So I'd like to see Dr. Zach's. I'd like to see Dr. Zach did Eratosthenes on a flat surface. He had a light above. He put a lens in between, like I don't think maybe it was a Fresnel lens or something in between the light source and the flat table, and then did Eratosthenes on it. I'd like to see that replicated. If you guys got some kind of crazy setup thing going with a mirror and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm working on building bigger and different models too. Like I'm going to build one where it's an actual toroid donut shaped dome and test a theory that perhaps the northern rotations and southern rotations are a manipulation of the light from the equatorial rotation, meaning inwards and outwards. That's just one thing I'm curious about. And a guy last night was asking me to submerge it in water, which I've been planning on doing that. But getting a dome that size with that much air in it submerged underwater with a camera inside is not going to be as easy as it sounds. I've already submerged it once in my pool, and that was very tough. So, but yeah, I mean, I've got lots of plans to do lots of stuff. It's a process, and a lot of this stuff costs quite a bit of money. So I just do it a little bit as I can, and when I feel inspired, I'll do a lot of stuff, and then I'll go back over it and look through all the data, stuff like that.
I'll tell you what, that goes a long way. 4 or 5 years ago, when I first saw Rob Skiba's sunset on the table, that did it for me. That was because I was flip flopping with this when I first got into this for months, and then I finally, because I was like, yo, sunsets though, I'm like, that can't happen. Then I saw Skiba's thing, and I was like, oh, okay, it can happen. So the physical demonstration goes a very long way.
Yeah, I've got demonstration of sunsets on my YouTube where I don't even use any sort of lens. I set it up outside on a flat level surface in my backyard, set up 2 trellises, one represented the ground, one represented the cloud layer, shot a class 4 laser onto a wall that I drug backwards with a pallet jack, had the laser level.
That was you?
Yeah, that was me.
Yeah, we went over that video. We went over that video a lot. We also have pebbles in the pond. He made a light disappear without even moving the camera or the light. So that was interesting. I don't know if anyone has that right now, but
I'm so happy that was.
I had some questions about that trellis.
I need to get that link.
What's up?
No, I need to get that link from Joe. I've been looking for that video from the warehouse with as you pull the light away with the string, it shines out in the surface.
The one with the trellis? That's not in the warehouse.
Yep.
Warehouse was pebbles in the pond thing from Brandon's, where he didn't move the light or the camera. That was pebbles in the pond in the warehouse. He did the trellis thing in the backyard, which we had a lot of questions about. We went over that pretty in depth here for hours and hours, multiple times. So,
and I feel like I need the video.
We all need it, bro. So I think an endoscope, I was actually looking at mapping out this experiment. I ordered a glass bowl, but it never came in. Like they said that their manufacturing had a problem, and then I just kind of never did it again. But for the glass dome experiment, would it need to be like a mirror, or would you do like a magnifying looking glass for this?
Try everything. I would just try everything. I love the guy. Whoever said two-way mirror, I like that. Two-way
that's
mirror.
That's what Joe is using now, the two-way mirror.
Dang, that's cool.
Whatever you can set up, like just try it. Just try everything.
But how do you find a two-way mirror bowl?
Yeah, I don't.
That's the big. And an endoscope camera would be a good option because it's a tiny little camera you can put inside if you're doing it underwater or whatever. That's kind of what I had planned out. I have a little endoscope that has a camera and also an endoscope light. I thought would be a good option for the sun, just to like miniaturize it down.
Well, yeah. They sell.
It could be a combination of mirror and bowl or something crazy. Like, yeah, just try everything, guys. So
that's wild, dude. And underwater, bro. Like you got stuff floating everywhere.
Joe is saying that he has something.
Yeah, I probably got like 6 or 7 different types of domes, but you can order if you look for a two-way mirror security dome. So it's the dome they put the cameras inside of. It's a two-way mirror dome, and it's like I think 22 inches in diameter, which is a fairly good size. But the dome I'm working with is 24 inches in diameter. So I'm getting ready.
Guys need to come. Yo, when you guys are done with your flat Earth Saturdays or whatever you guys do, you guys need to come hang out here more.
Flat Earth Friday, stationary
For real, come
Saturdays,
hang
bro.
out with us more during the week. Whenever you're done or stuff, we're going 24/7. So if you guys want to come kick it with us, a lot of us would love that.
Yes, sir. I told JT to drop the Discord link in the chat. So hopefully y'all go over here and show some love to EA, man. They be over here going crazy.
Is there any questions on Flat Earth Friday? Like, do people have their hand up? Because I don't think we'd mind hearing them.
Kingsley got his hands up. Kingsley, you want to say something?
Yeah, not really a question, just more of observation. I'm in the north, I'm in Canada, and the sun, like today, it's super cloudy. I can't take a picture with a solar filter or anything, but the sun is like low on the horizon during our winters. So there it's high. Here it's really low right now. I just thought I'd mention that. And Joe's awesome. Like, where's he been forever? He's great.
He said Joe been around for over a decade.
Man, I got to catch up on his stuff.
The stars align at the right time.
I dropped his YouTube in the purple pill. That was a little bit earlier though.
Nice, I'll check it out. Thanks,
It's
Sacred.
Joseph Hanvey, just Joseph Hanvey on YouTube.
Yep, Joseph Hanvey.
Yeah, for like the first probably 7 years or so, I was just kind of I was studying it constantly, but I never really talked about it or came out about it. And then about, 5 or 6 years ago, I gotta say something. Be quiet anymore.
Were you a flat earther at that point or no?
Yeah, I became a flat earther right around 2011, 12.
Oh, cool, man.
Joe, I sent you that video of Matthew Powerland directly.
Cool, I appreciate it.
Guys, it was pleasure.
What would you say to somebody? What would you say to somebody who looks at this and is like, "This is kind of crazy"? The globe earthers have been telling us it's this way for a decade, and they go on this trip, and it appears to be the way that they've told us it was. What does that do for their credibility? Like, what does that do in your mind?
Well, the first thing is for me, and I'll let somebody else jump in, is it's confusion. Because it's like, if this is what it was the whole time, why we be getting fake videos on the internet for all these years?
Or they weren't fake. Or they weren't fake.
No, I mean, all those videos was doctored, provably and admittedly.
I would say cloud.
Yeah, it goes back to what you were saying a minute ago too, though, Sacred. Like, the lights in the ceiling is what they've always used to deceive us, and they lied to us about it. But the thing about it is, it's just like Einstein said, it's just two coordinate systems, neither of which are better than the other, as far as us being able to tell the difference by looking at the sky.
I know it sounds crazy, but what are all y'all's thoughts on the sun simulator?
Oh,
I think.
Matter of fact, my co-host Proud had put me on to this this lady. She has this YouTube called End of Days. I think it's called End of Days, something like that. And that's what it was, right? And she was using weather cameras, and she was catching the sun doing like weird stuff, like it would completely disappear behind a thin pole. It would catch these other bodies looking in the sky. The light was just doing weird things, that something that you wouldn't expect from a natural light. And she was going through a lot of different videos over the years. I haven't heard from her in a while. Hope she's okay.
She actually is crazy. She believed in two suns, and like she would say that the real sun, when the camera's on it, you see the sun, you see the silhouette, you see the bright source, but the fake sun had this odd black dot in the middle, like this odd, like almost man-made. It just looked like there was a discrepancy with her. And these aren't like special cameras; these are government official weather cameras that she hacked into. Ooh, yikes! Or maybe she has access to some of them. 'Cause I have
Allegedly.
access to some of them. Right, allegedly, the ones we all have access to.
They're probably public.
We've seen some of them. We could find some of her clips, but yeah, like
That's what
she's very biblical, and she definitely believes in two suns.
That's what that video of Math Powerland was kind of talking about. He brought it up and saying that, that these different powerhouse nations that hold these patents are, potentially testing in Antarctica.
I mean, it got to be something going on down there. Like even when Witzig came in here a little while ago, he was saying it's pristine, it's quiet, it's empty. We wouldn't know, the masses wouldn't be privy to that information, but that's the perfect place for people to do things that they don't want anyone else to know about.
Look, man, if something was really fishy, like everything was set up some crazy like that, or some artificial sun was, I mean, there's $500,000 behind all of this stuff, so it wouldn't be a surprise, wouldn't be a shocker. That'd be a lot of effort.
$500,000 is not that much money.
True.
It would discredit everything, though, if something happened to the flat earthers, to the globe earthers. It wouldn't be a successful proving the earth to be a globe for them. They would have to take the L because too much chaos happened. Whatever negative thing would happen, whatever would be the hit piece part of it, would have to be explained somehow. And if McToon thinks he's going to come back and start talking about his sun test when we got missing people, that's dead. Like, nobody wants to hear that. We're going to want some truth as to what happened. And the same thing, if something happens to the globers, because the people who put $500,000 pocket change down and don't care about the results of what everybody, like even the globe earthers, are going to have some people that they're looking for. So I don't think they could make this a hit piece like that. That like this can't be a martyr situation.
Well, the contract is solid, right? So that's the one thing that's got me like, all right, well, the contract bulletproof. That was actually the one thing that they seemed to get into it recently. I don't know if y'all was seeing some of the videos they was dropping, and Whistle was talking about it.
I saw that.
Yeah, they didn't want to sign a contract, and it's like, well, why? Why don't you want to sign a contract that says everything gonna be on the up and up? Now, Duffy has signed it, but like all of them had to agree to it that they was gonna continue. There seemed to be a little bit of friction there, but they ended up getting it done as they should have, right? Shouldn't have been no hesitancy at all. So that's already weird.
I don't like that dude, Duffy. Something seems funny about that guy.
Not gonna challenge that.
People say that have never even met the guy and have only listened to him for a few seconds, and they say that exact same thing.
Energy is real, man. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah, I mean, just the way that he's like making these claims like, oh, well, if we experience this 24-hour sunlight, then that disproves the flat earth. And that's just completely disregarding everything that we already have proven.
Yeah, he was on an Answers in Genesis podcast where he said no flat earther has even attempted to show him a 24-hour sun just a few days back, which is a just straight out lie.
Oh, I didn't know that. See, that's that weird stuff I'm talking about. That stuff right there. And you're right. He shouldn't be making those definitive statements. See, my thing is, if he wanted this to be final, like, why not work with the flat earthers and come up with agreeable terms on what would be definitive? Like, he just kind of came over here and said, hey, this is what I said is going to be definitive. Y'all want to be a part of it. And it's just like, well, I don't see no flat earther agreeing to that.
They know the globe is dying.
Yeah,
and that's why they're doing
it. TFE was with me. His very first live stream with the TFE was with me. And in that, he told me, because I kept saying the floor beneath your feet isn't determined by the lights in the ceiling. And he said, you're straw manning us. We don't believe that the lights determine the floor beneath your feet, while arguing that going to view a light in the ceiling determines the shape of the floor beneath your feet.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to add to a point that was made earlier about the 500,000 or whatever. I would say that, we really have no idea how many people are really tuned into this. And so I would say that there is a lot more than 500,000 hanging up on in terms of this spectacle going on right now.
Candace Owens, right? And her producer. He's over there, right?
Apparently, yeah.
Did I get that right?
Yeah, her producer Mark is there.
Is he the one running around in the t-shirt and shorts? Probably not. There's somebody running around over there, t-shirt and shorts in Antarctica, man. It's crazy. Shout out to him. He's living life.
Can I ask one?
Is that EA side? I can't really see.
No. Sorry.
That's Flat Earth Fridays? Who's that?
My name is 6 Degrees Forward. I apologize. No.
Okay, what's up, Six?
Yeah, jump in. And so you have to drop pin down.
Okay.
Yeah, if you need to kick me out, go ahead. What I wanted to share was like I agree with you all. I like times 1,000, and someone came back at me and like harassed me on everything on my wall and said the sun goes around Antarctica all the time. Can you guys tell me what they're talking about? Like he was using that as a mock to me, saying the sun is 100% out in Antarctica. How do you explain that? And I was like, I've never been to space. I'll be honest. Have you? Like, we see all videos. My eyes have never gone up and seen it. Have you? And he goes, yes. I don't believe that. Right? But, like, I mean, we've seen balloons go up with cameras, but our eyes, right? Am I correct, everyone? Like, we've never seen it. I don't want to fight with anyone because I've never seen it. But if they've seen it, let's talk. But they haven't either. They've seen
Well,
video.
that's what they're gonna determine it now. They got a couple guys over in Antarctica as we speak. So we're gonna find out.
Okay.
But it is
any response to someone that tells you like the sun goes around all the time? He's like, the sun's out all the time. How do you explain that? And I'm like, well, I didn't see it. Did you? What's your proof of that? Is that true? Anyone out there?
Right, so that's the globe Earth prediction. The sun is not going to dip down the horizon.
I hear like a little bit of feedback. So we got a hot mic.
What is that?
I don't know what this is. That
Yeah, we got some bad audio here, guys. What's going on?
That's not Flat Earth. We got everybody muted over in Flat Earth Fridays. Is that EA?
Yeah, it might be.
Okay.
But yeah, 6 degrees. I was
Try to mute yourself, guys, when you're not talking. Thanks.
That's the globe Earth prediction. They predict that the sun won't dip below the horizon. So that's like what the final experiment observation is about.
Just their hope, I guess. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Hey, I just wanted to tell everybody I really appreciate you guys. I'm the Flat Earth Surfer. You can find me on all platforms. I'm heading out. Thank you.
Good talking with you, brother.
Thanks for stopping by.
Good talking with you, brother. Nice to see you.
Tell all your friends about the Flat Earth.
Good to have you guys. Don't be strangers.
Pop in the EA.
Hey guys, I need to sign out.
Who is that? Is that Jan?
Jan?
Yeah, Jan. It's Jan Toskov.
Oh,
Yeah,
Jan, good talking with you, bro.
But I need to go already.
Yeah, no doubt. So Jan was one of the Globe Earth engineers that popped in the Flat Earth Fridays. We had a cool conversation with him. Super open-minded. He's questioning a lot of things. Still a Glober, but I like his approach. So shout out to Jan. And pull up next week, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, how often are you doing this spaces? I have no clue.
Well, we do Flat Earth Fridays every Friday.
I can join.
And we go into Saturday.
Every Friday?
We usually go all night into stationary Saturdays. And whenever we're not live, you can always pop into Earth Awakenings on Discord, because they go every single day too. So
yeah.
But yeah, hopefully we see you next week, man. Good talking to you.
Dude, I hope that even if like
All right, later, brother.
I hope bye, Sacred.
Oh no, that was
I was just gonna
that was Jan.
Oh, sorry guys.
Yeah.
I was just gonna say, even if the biblical Earth model predicts even if the biblical Earth model predicts a 24-hour sun, I still pray that God will make that sunset just to humble all these Globers.
Just for one day, huh?
No, every day they're there. Make that sunset. I'm just praying that just because I'm so tired of these scoffers and mockers. And you know what? God is the God of the humble, not the proud mockers. So, if he made that sun stay up for 3 days when they're in Egypt, then I know he can make the sun go dark. I pray he do. But, I know if the Bible predicts with the molten mirror that it's supposed to be 24 hours, I get that. But I'm still praying that he show these people up, bro.
That would be crazy if that's sunset.
What if the people there are like, oh my gosh, but it's up every other day, I swear. Anyway.
I think that's the only time, which is going to be unfortunate, that he's not recording the ops. Because I would love to see those jaws drop. Oh, the content.
Oh no, we're just there to make the observation. Nothing nefarious.
The content that would come out of those gas, they would be shook.
Oh no, those are the anti-flirts.
I just dropped a link in the jumbo for a two-way mirror dome, a 22-inch diameter two-way mirror dome, if anybody's interested.
That's cool, dude.
Sacred.
I don't want to dox you, but I'm wondering where you're located. It'd be cool to collab on some stuff, maybe.
I'm in Greenville.
We could hear you.
Yeah, I'm in Greenville, South Carolina, upstate South Carolina, right at the border of Tennessee, North Carolina, and Georgia.
Ooh, I'm a little bit further south.
Yeah, Taylor done already launched drones at Pontchartrain. She done already done theodolite observations.
Bottom up obstruction, bunch of star videos.
Yeah, star videos.
I'm just trying to look for anything. So if you have any ideas, Joe, then I would love to. I'm really out here looking for experiments to do. So if there's any cool observations, I'm, a willing soul that will want to do them.
Yeah, I'm always looking for new stuff to do. I've got a laser experiment over a lake here that I'm planning to do. It's like a 7 to 10 mile stretch that I can get. And if I can get my class 4 laser on a proper leveling device, I should be able to pull off a pretty cool experiment. And I plan to not only do it where we're filming it from both ends of the lake, but I'm also having people fly over and witness it while we're doing it live.
Dude, that is cool. I'm trying to do a laser experiment over Lake Pontchartrain. I recently found one, a really powerful blue laser. It's like $400 though, but I really want to do this laser experiment over Lake Pontchartrain. It's the most powerful laser that I could find.
Yeah, I've got one. It's a class 4 blue burning laser. That's the one I used for the sunset experiment with the trellis net I was talking about earlier, or demonstration, not really experiment.
Hey guys, I have 2 hands up in Flat Earth Fridays, but anybody in EA want to say anything to?
I was just gonna say, what's up, Sacred? Long time no see, man. Thanks for playing my song on Flat Earth Fridays a while back.
Who's this? Is this Water?
No, it was Water Monkey.
Oh, what up, Water?
Yeah, man. There was that song Wobularity.
I remember that. Yo, probably gonna have to do an intermission.
Another one, yeah. Yeah, I added to the playlist over here. We got a whole playlist for our flat bars.
Hardest intro in spaces. Shout out to the flat lads with the flat music, flat bars. Y'all go crazy.
Joe, I was gonna say, when you do your laser test, you should tap in with some of the level heads. I'll DM you, and maybe someone who's near you could help you out with that for sure.
Yeah, that'd be great. The more hands, the better.
Right.
It's gonna be really cool to have the person in the plane video and from that perspective, and then just seeing that laser cross the lake at night like that. That's going to be pretty cool.
I mean, someone with a small aircraft, like private.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can go flying. Yeah, go flying anytime I want. Fortunately, my brother-in-law is a retired Air Force pilot, so he's got his own plane, and all I got to do is put gas in it.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, definitely. When you need some boots on the ground, let us know. We will definitely get you in touch with some people that can help.
I'm not far from Greenville.
Oh yeah, that's Ken territory too. Got level heads everywhere. That's what's up.
I could be in Greenville in about an hour and a half.
Let's go.
Hey, Sacred and Proud Flurf and Ken, thanks for co-hosting. I wanted to just tell y'all I got to do over and out so I can visit with the family. This has been great. I'm so glad that Joe got queued up on X and Discord in the last week. This has been fire. And I'm going to announce one more time. Y'all check out kofi.com/Witsit, like $5 a month. And he's already done one 30-minute private stream where he really ladled the gravy and just said he believes the creator is doing something big. If you think about it, flat earthers have final edit rights on this whole thing. They're not going to be allowed to be videoed by McToon or any toxic people. And the thing that he was going to have an interview with Candace Owens, but now it was kind of postponed because she got sick for after the trip, which is kind of ideal. So this is all good, and much love to everybody seeking the truth. I'm going to bounce, but hey, keep this thing going for like 3 more days.
You got to give us some of that energy, man. You know,
let's take some
JT ran
shifts.
like 30 miles today.
No, tomorrow I have 20.
Sheesh.
All right, brother. I'll talk to y'all later. Much love.
Shout out to you, man. Into the run, Boston Cubs. I'm so proud. We did have 2 hands up. We may have lost one. My bad, y'all. But we do have flat lads in here.
Right. And we got David and we got Tabby. I want to hear from everybody, but Flathead, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, so happy stationary Saturday to all the flat lads and flat ladies. I was hoping to get Run Boston before he left. I had a question. If he knows Melodome, like if he would know what kind of filter I need to get to look at the sun with my 950.
You can get a solar film filter for a DSLR. It's a 67 millimeter screw-in solar film filter. So you can Google that and probably find one. Or you can get a ND 100,000 filter, and that'll work just as well. 67 millimeter thread.
I would suggest the ND 1 million just because a lot of people on the other side of the community will discredit you that not being the best solar filter. Just my opinion.
Yeah, the solar film filter is the better one, honestly. So the ND filters aren't really true solar filters. The 67 millimeter solar film filter, like I have for my P950, is far better than the ND 1 million overall.
Oh, well, thank you for that information because my buddy was just getting called out on that on TikTok and people were discrediting this filter. So I'll recommend the one that you had just mentioned. Thank you.
How much did you say the filters were? $20?
This one I think was like $40-50. It's from Spectrum Telescope, and it is a 67 millimeter. Neutral density is 5, and it blocks out 99.99% of sunlight is blocked. So it just threads in. It's just like a solar film filter for a solar telescope. But the ND filter, the highest one is like a 1 million, I believe, and it's not a true solar filter. It's a neutral density filter.
I appreciate that.
We probably gonna let Earth Awakenings continue their day. We'll check back in with them for sure. If there's any spicy things going on.
Yeah, man. If you get any updates, we'll let you know. Please let us know. Super dope for letting y'all for having us come over here and rock with y'all for a little bit, man. We appreciate that.
Yeah, this was fun. Now, if you guys are interested in doing this again, let us know. This is cool.
It's like our first dual stream flat Earth in Antarctica. Like, what is going on? There's too much stuff going on, y'all.
excitement is overloading.
I would tell you what, but I don't tell chicken jokes, bro. They're too foul.
See what you did there.
When I'm a little
I
bit
want to have
of
a foul
flat
mouth,
that's
bro.
dope, man.
Well, I don't want to have a foul mouth, you know. Tried to get a job at NASA. There was no space. Space doesn't work. They didn't plan it.
I think NASA would clock me immediately if I walked into their establishment. What?
No, they try and romance you. They'd want you to take it slow, get you up in a spaceship. You know what I'm saying? It wouldn't be quick.
Y'all
Anyone,
hilarious.
anyone. Like,
Contract with NASA, and
they
like
play
have
the
contracts
slow
when
game
they
with
build a
anyone.
rocket.
If you feel me.
They talk about flat Earth while they're building quote unquote rockets that are going to space. We had people in here telling us that they talk about it, like people who are contracted with NASA. And it's like at that
Really?
level, if you still have questions, there's a red flag.
All right, y'all. Well, you know where to find Earth Awakenings. I think we dropped the link. I think JT dropped it down there. Y'all pull up and show some love.
You got VC, you got chat. There's always somebody online chopping it up.
And I think you can also find them on streaming on YouTube. And I think they also
On
post
Rumble.
on Rumble. Right. Keep doing your thing, man. Much respect.
Back at you, bro.
We didn't put them to sleep. All right, man. We out.
Who's later, y'all?
Oh, they ended up saying something when I left.
Funsies.
I'm about to post another link for the dome that I'm using currently, and the company sells much larger ones, but the one I'm using currently, it's a direct link to it.
Yeah, that was fun. This is like a giant slumber party.
Yeah, right. We had a whole sleepover. Yeah, it is. Under the midnight sun.
We gotta do it again, and then find a way to like merge Clubhouse too.
Right. So I truly don't know how I just did that, y'all. I ain't gonna lie. Once I figure it out, it'll be cool to kind of like merge some of these conversations. I do want to slide over to Clubhouse. We be on TikTok already, but this was
TikTok TOS ain't one of them the ones to play with. It's hard to merge with TikTok.
Yeah, they get the censoring. I think every single time I went live, I got censored. Maybe one time I went live, I didn't get censored.
Yeah, the last time.
Yo, I got censored for showing my own Twitter, saying that I wasn't showing original content. I'm like, why you trying to play me, TikTok?
Yo, when people say videos over there and they're like, oh, I want to tell you about something that's on Facebook Marketplace, like they won't say the word Facebook. They'll show you the app or they'll say the book place. So it's like TikTok will shadow ban you if you mention other places. Like that's crazy.
Right. Oh, proud Gio said, cheers for stopping by. Shout out to Gio, man. Gio, one of the mods over there in EA.
Yeah, it's lit. I'm thinking about if we missed somebody to send it to. I can't go on Clubhouse unless I switch to PC land. maybe I could go to Clubhouse and we could try it again, but I don't know if that's gonna work. Well, I wonder if would you meet?
I think I seen Jose. Shout out to Jose.
Right.
We had Jamal pop in here. Liz is over there. We didn't get a chance to really talk to Liz. Jaren popped in. But shout out to Liz. I see she had her nails in with the blue nails, going crazy.
Yeah, I did that app they were looking at. It was the other night they were looking at the Sky app. I had that
Right, with
app.
the GPS joints.
Mhm.
And shout out to
I would
Big
want to
OG Meek.
right now. I gotta see what that PhD said last night. But it's still some Lovers trolling around, roaming around. I was wondering if McToon is giving real time updates for real. I seen him tweet something about not being able to like go to Antarctica, and Flat Earthers lying about it.
What? What is he crying about, bro?
Exactly. Like, bro, you did not take this trip with your family. Like, you are chaperoned right now. Like, don't act like that. But
Apocryphon got the hand, is back, and Ken got the hand on my back.
Hey, how's it going?
What's up?
Thank you for bringing me up. No, I was just gonna ask you guys, have any Globers found their way into the stream to talk trash or say stupid stuff like they have been in other Discord servers?
We had a troll pop in. Well, kind of like a regular, so.
Same old, same old.
Same old, same old.
no threats, real reputations.
Yeah, earlier, I guess before they took off, while they were still in South America, a lot of the Globers were very confident and puffing up and saying a lot of stuff, questioning a lot of stuff. But, I just, for the record, like, no matter what you see in the heavens, like, we do things here on the ground, specifically transfer lines horizontally when we build stuff, specifically are flying horizontal across a plane without adjusting or accounting for drop. Like, there's certain things that we do in reality that no matter what they see down there, it doesn't make it an an antipodal, you standing upside down to me, or you know what I mean, or water sticking to a ball while it's hurling through a vacuum. Like, all that stuff, just you can't just like hand wave all that because they see something in the sky. Thing that a lot of people are putting their faith in that and on that. Sure, it brings up questions. Like, sure, it's gonna be like, dang, like, yeah, how does that work? But hey, ain't that what the heavens are for, right? To be in awe and wonder. Like, oh man, like that's crazy. However, these things work. How does it just stay right there, and on its circuit and go around? Like, that's by the Creator. So I'm just saying, like, just because we see things a certain way. Years ago, even way back when I was a Glober, and I've said the story before, I remember when I was younger and my uncle saying, hey, do you know that, like, there's certain size, like planets out there and they have moons, but do you know that some things don't make sense? It's almost like God's just messing with us because we understand like the way things work, orbital mechanics and like physics and the laws of this and that. But if there's something bigger or smaller and they're spinning in an opposite direction or at a different speed, that they shouldn't be doing. Like that's just God messing with us, man. So that way we don't get too puffed up and think we're too smart. But I don't know. Like that was a long
I
time ago.
don't think people should say. I don't think people should say that or blame God or the Creator, because we all know that history is distorted.
Yeah.
So if it's
No, I'm not
purposely,
blaming God.
no, I'm not saying
No,
you. I'm not saying you, but I do hear that because
Oh yeah.
you know that's your point. People be saying stuff like that, and I'm just saying like I don't think that's a logical point because we all know that history is distorted. So if it's distorted for a reason, that means there is an understanding of what this place is, and if it's purposely being hidden, then there is some type of information that we just not getting, which probably will bring the whole thing together. But even the scientific community is trying to figure it out on a mainstream level. They don't even know what's going on, so they can't gaslight me.
True. Yeah, when they don't even like their whole paradigm falls in on itself when they do their math, equations on it at a quantum level. So like they don't even know what the heck's going on. But again, the heavens are supposed to be, for you just to be an awe and wonder about, not to figure them out.
It's wild how they challenge us to answer every single question, and they can't do that. But because we can't do it, and we admit we can't do it, that's somehow a win for them.
Right. Yeah. It's a little sus on their part. They run a false victory lap. Yeah, I'm sure many people are going to question things, but again, like on the ground, like no, we're not accounting for curvature. Matter of fact, when you do it, like when you build something and actually transfer lines of elevation, like you actually disprove this model because it doesn't match up with the NGS disk in the ground.
Yeah, I found it interesting that Austin, when he was down there, he was talking about there was a mountain off in the distance, and it looked like they could reach out and touch it, and it turns out it's like 10 miles away.
Right.
Yeah, that was interesting. He said that. That's a good point. Hey, look, when it comes to like sky optics and just demonstrating or modeling, how the sky works and things like that to people, you gotta follow. Gotta follow Joe Hanvey. You gotta follow Shane St. Pierre. You got to. No questions asked.
Yeah, Shane put a good video out, I think, the other day, like 2 days ago. It was a good video. I liked it.
Ken. See my man with his hand up. What up, bro?
Yeah, I just want to say on those solar filters for cameras, there's a company Thousand Oaks. They make them. I've got one for my P1000. It's a 77 millimeter, but they do offer different sizes solar filters. They run about $60 though. So I don't know if that's what you want, but it is they're a good solar filter.
Yeah, those are the ND filters, if I'm not mistaken. The Thousand Oaks are the ND filters. Spectrum Telescope actually makes a screw-in solar film filter for the P series cameras in 67 millimeter and 77 millimeter.
Well, I mean, I'll check it, but I do know that they had ND filters that I could get, but that's an actual solar filter that they're selling. They're actually listing it as a solar filter, not as a neutral density filter. But as far as shooting that laser across the lake, I can probably lay my hands on it's the best level I can get hold of. It's about $1,000 level, so I don't have one of my own, but I do have access to what I refer to as a machinist level, and it's used to set heavy machinery that has to be level. And it's I don't know how good it's going to do at 7 miles, but I could look at the specs on it and see
All right, lads, let's get a fresh Firefox going here.
Very, very small increments of being perfectly level.
Well, I do know that there's, if I remember correctly, when I looked at it, there's like 5 zeros after the decimal point before there's a number of an inch. But I can't remember over, how far. So I'm going to have to look at it. I don't have it myself, but I could probably get access to it.
I'm down.
Oh, the PhD blocked me. I'm so sad. I DM'd him hours ago about Aries failure, and I even called it Aries failure. I didn't even call it Aries success, and he still blocked me. Tear.
Oh no, what happened, Proud? Tell me, dude. Don't worry, boys. The water telescope whisperer is here. It turns out I can properly interpret this experiment with no transformations necessary. If you have any questions, concerns, what did the bad man say when you asked him about Aries failure, Proud? What did you say?
Not a damn thing. I was probably
Jesus.
immediately blocked. Yikes. I was so sad. I seen one of his tweets that I liked that was like a little cosmologist, like a little push, but I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it, and I can't even send it because you can't even engage with somebody that blocks you.
Rip.
Tear.
Dude,
Rest
it's a real shame, man. So we learned definitely don't ask a mainstream physicist about anything filled with water.
I sent him the math that Pizio posted last night. Yikes.
Oh yeah, and he straight bounced. He just blocked you immediately off of that. Respect, dude. He was like, "Oh shit, they know! Abort! Abort! Mayday! Dude,
They found out,
dude. They know!" Oh man, that's funny. Shout out to your boy.
I'm gonna try a different approach. Maybe we should just start with like a meme.
No, you know what you got to do, Proud? You got to go deep cover. You got to go, "Hey, science, man. I'm just a regular woman. I don't know anything. I just have to ask this. These flat earthers keep telling me that this proves the earth is stationary. Can you explain to me how this doesn't work? Just like hit me up with an answer and just let me know. And, if possible, don't use any second order transformations to interpret it. Thanks. You don't want to say anything to raise suspicions or whatever. Gotta keep it business cash.
Yo, I tried that. With Newton's bucket, and the PhD science lad in question was in my DM like, "Yeah, bro, space is fake. Don't believe the mainstream media. They're wrong. Speed of light ain't constant." It was just beautiful.
Whoa.
And then he said, "But DM me, but talk to me in public. Don't talk to me in private. Like, ask any questions you have in public." And then when I messaged him in public to
Long
invite him
time.
to the space,
How old are
he
you?
said 29.
Longer.
You're hot, Mike and Eric.
When I messaged him to come to the space, he said he's not cleared verbatim to have public conversations. So now I don't even know how to feel
Wow.
about bro.
Wow.
I'm like, why would you tell me? Oh no, he said verbal. Like, he's not cleared to have verbal conversations, I guess. And I'm
The
like, why would you
devs
tell me to
are
have a public conversation? You
watching.
can't
The
talk
devs are
publicly.
watching.
Gotta be.
Oh man.
Bro believes in the ether. So he's
All
clearly on
right.
a tight loop.
All right. What's his name, Proud? I gotta message him, dude. He sounds like he's almost one of us.
Yeah. On a thin line. Okay, I'm gonna keep it in the back chat because the devs are still watching right now. We're hot right now, but yeah, that guy. He's like top on my radar because what do you mean cleared? And when does your clearing, clear? When can you chat, buddy? But why would he say ask questions in public? That means they're really in his DM watching his DMs.
Higher up, he said, "Don't even matter where you put it. You might as well just tweet it because they already there."
That is creepy, bro. Should you engage with him? Can he be trusted yet?
Sound like you keeping it real.
Okay. He said, oh gosh.
So I can be real quick if you don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead.
On the phone.
Oh, so sorry.
First, I just wanted to say to Joe Hamby, thanks for all your work, and we appreciate what you're doing. If he's there or listening, I just want to say thanks, and I'm glad to see him in here. And the other thing is, I think it was I don't see him now. The guy that was asking about trolls, whatever his name was, I had it in my head a second ago. Apocryphon was asking about the troll traffic, maybe, or somebody else, whoever it was.
Yeah, that was.
Okay. I just wanted to remind the boss here that we had a real good call from Jan Toskov. And he's a Globie, and he was real decent. And he got to unload his burdened soul on us. So maybe you can hear from the rest of them about how that went. I thought it was great.
You, Alan, I'm gonna read the rest of what he said. Guys, we do got Witsit back. I think they're back from their orientation. But this guy was like, water always seeks level unless in motion. Centrifugal forces pushes outward. Outside edges while spinning towards container makes a cup-shaped vortex. Space does not exist, so all the theories you've heard about it are 100% fake.
Whoa.
I know.
What the ruck?
I am confused. But once I found out he believed in the ether, I was like, oh yeah, you're one of them. PhD. Or nah, I'm not gonna call him a PhD because I think he's still getting it. But
Dude, we gotta free the ether lads.
yeah, so thankfully he didn't block me. But the cosmologist definitely did.
Unlucky.
Welcome back, Witsit. Welcome back. We were dual casting a little while ago. Earth Awakenings.
I don't see Wizard up here. Mind
Yeah,
Vision?
nah, he just dropped. And also Saturday, 4:20 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Flat Earth Fridays into Stationary Saturdays. Dude, this is like Taylor's birthday. You got to be so happy right now, Taylor. There's a chance it could go into Sunday right now. There's a non-zero chance.
Freaking marathon. So we should know something by tomorrow morning, right? Have some inkling of a clue of what's going on. I know they're not going to have time to analyze all the data. They might, like with the sunspots or the angular size. I don't know, but we might have some inkling of an idea of how much the sun will set by tomorrow morning.
Yeah, we should definitely know if they've seen it for 24. We'll know if they've seen the midnight sun for sure.
It'd be dope if they could live stream it at that exact time.
So Alan, we want to double check their model, like to make sure that the size and the like apparent position of the sun in the sky is supposed to be what the globe actually predicts, instead of like circular reasoning of, oh, this is what we see, so yeah, that's what the globe predicts. Like, where, like, I know somebody mentioned yesterday like a live stream model, but it'd be really cool to double check that based on their model if that's actually what they're supposed to see. I think Solar System Eyes or something on NASA's website has like a 3D model. Because I looked at that because I was trying to see if you'd see completely different stars year round. And based on their model, you're supposed to see completely different stars year round. But that's not what we see in real life. So, I just think it'd be cool to like double check one of their 3D models of the Earth, just to make sure that what they're saying that the globe predicts is actually what we see. Because they always say, yeah, this is what we predict, but they just say that because that's what they see. But it'd be cool to like double check based on the model. That's what
Yeah,
they
for
should see.
sure.
Because I'm really skeptical, because it seems like it gets really high in the sky and really low in the evening or the nighttime, whatever you want to call it. But if you just think about it, like based on the 3D globe model, I don't think it should change that much. It just should kind of be circling in the same location. More so, you know what I mean? But it seems like it gets really low in the sky and really high in the sky, which is just strange. Like, we definitely need to double check that. Yeah,
Hey,
at least
thanks.
it got some solar filter fixed before he left.
Hey,
And
thanks
I
a lot,
know they were
Proud, and hey,
crowdsourcing for a whole bunch.
oh, hey, thanks a lot, guys. I was gonna dip out though, but I appreciate. Thank you for bringing me up, and you guys have a good one. Talk to you
Later,
later.
G.
See you later. What's up, Alan? Take it easy, guys. And Taylor, just real quick before I leave, Taylor, do you have a YouTube that you're putting like your findings on? I totally forgot to ask you like last time I crossed you. I came across you where you're doing like your theolite stuff.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me? I'm assuming you were, because I heard the other stuff.
Yeah.
I was talking to somebody else. Yeah, I kind of gave him a rundown yesterday. On Fodder Fridays 2 weeks ago, I was live streaming working with it, and the horizon that I measured didn't match any model. So the water was warmer than the air. We're having a cold front, which
He was
causes.
asking if you're gonna make a YouTube or put like all this on YouTube.
I know, right? I don't have a YouTube really, so
Oh, no worries.
that'd be cool to do
Yeah,
that.
yeah. I
Can
was
you
gonna
add
say you should
this
definitely
to your highlight?
you should like document your stuff and put on there because a lot of Globers say like, oh, flat earthers they don't do the work, they don't post it. Although people do, but they just say that. But that'd be cool if you did
Yeah,
it. That way, but hey, here,
I know.
follow
I
this
need to
link.
take more time to actually blog everything. Well, I
Taylor,
mean,
you
I
don't
did take.
even you don't utilize your highlights.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I guess I just don't really have time. I don't. Or it just seems like a lot of time to edit videos and stuff. But yeah, I should maybe do that more.
Well, either way, good job. Just keep doing it, whatever you're doing, whatever you end up doing. But thanks a lot, guys, for having me up. You guys have a good one. See you again. Maybe be back later. Just gotta do some things around the house. I'll talk to you
Yeah,
No
later.
doubt,
do it.
man. Good to see you.
For sure.
I was
Take
just
it
gonna
easy.
say one thing. If anybody claims to measure the globe looking at the horizon, that's the biggest joke, because it completely fluctuates with the weather and temperature, and is highly subject to change. And I'm sure you've seen those live streams, like where everything, or the time lapses where everything on the water and above the water is like completely changing throughout the day. Even the mountains in the background completely change in height throughout the day. So I mean, that's just what we're working with.
Sometimes the globe just gets a little bigger and then it gets a little smaller, lads and ladettes. The first thing they teach you in globularity school.
I think we should be double checking their model, because just like with refraction, they're like, oh, like we're not supposed to see this far, and we are. Therefore, this is how much refraction we should have. That's freaking. How do we let them get away with that, dude? Like, we need to double check all this stuff.
Dude, Taylor, think about how funny it is that they were like, okay, you know how you could only see like a limited distance, and then everyone was like, yeah, okay, yeah, yep, and they were like, okay, so you know what the cause of that is? They're like, what is it? Is it just that, you know, resolution, it gets too small to resolve because of the angle of disparity between things that converge at a distance to make a horizon? And they're like, no, what's happening is there's a physical curve and the people are around the other side of a ball. And then eventually they'll be upside down relative to you. And everyone was like, oh shit, no way. And then they were like, how do you know that? Did you measure the ground? And they're like, fuck no. We looked at the stars and did trigonometry.
Hell no.
Dude, that is wild.
Of course not.
Okay, so you know how we have like a flat Earth model like on Shane's website? Do we have like a really good globe Earth reference so we can like double check some of these like predictions that they make? Because I think they just do circular reasoning where, oh, this is what we see, therefore that's what we predict. No, I'm not buying it.
He's getting it.
The only person I've really seen, and I hate to, is he really anti-flirt? He have his moments. Stingray be having models of like his quote unquote demonstration of what's going on in a globe model. But as far as that, they always reference like Google Earth as the definitive proof of their model. So I can dig that.
Yeah, they don't have a model's the thing. Like they have cartoons and they have, you know, little plastic toys that you can't use to model. But when we do set up, like I took like a glow in the dark basketball, softball, like a little bouncy ball that kind of looked like Jupiter, all kind of relative to the correct sizes of the planets in the solar system that they tell us about. Put them all out on a black sheet in a dark room and showed how we could never see Mercury and Venus from Earth. So like when we do set up what they claim, it doesn't model correctly, but they don't even really have a model. They have cartoons and a bunch of pseudoscience nonsense.
Hey, can you break down the Venus Mercury thing? I've heard that referenced a couple times, and I've never paid attention every time it gets explained. But I think this is going to be the time, if you're familiar with it enough to break that down.
Yeah. So you think we have a terminator line on a sphere where we have 50% day, 50% night. We are on the backside of that sphere, looking out into the night. So even if you're close to the terminator line, looking towards as close towards the sun as you can, Mercury and Venus are inside of our orbit in the heliocentric framework. So if they're inside of our orbit on the day side of our globe, then we should never see Venus or Mercury in our night sky looking up. And I've got pictures of Venus at 11:40 at night.
Yeah, so on the inside, and then does that depend on the time of year too? Or is that always?
Yeah, we would never be able to see it technically, in my opinion. Now, if you're right on the terminator line, you might could see it for a very short period, but looking up after it goes dark and seeing it still high in the sky would be impossible.
Yeah. Damn. So yeah, then the only way that would work then is if you were just looking up.
Exactly, because with us, we have an up and a down. Up and a down is
right. Dude, that's hilarious. Dude, they're all, oh my God, that's so funny. And they're always like, flat earthers don't know geometry or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, I don't know. My boy just brought up something really good about the position of Venus and Mercury during the day or during the night on the, due to the globe facing the opposite direction. So when you look up, you would have to be, dude, that's so crazy.
Dude, I've never thought about that, dude.
Yeah, it's wild. Like growing up, they're always like, "Oh, these planetary alignments are so rare, and all these things are rare." No, we have 2 solar eclipses, at least 2 a year that we know of, because there's a lot of surface area out there where we're not seeing what's happening. So there could technically be lunar eclipses every full moon. We just don't know it because we only see the ones that happen over visible surface, and it doesn't even have to be a perfect alignment either. It's just a visual alignment of 2 light sources. So. But yeah, I mean, growing up, they told us that planetary alignments are rare. Hell, in the past 4 years, I've seen a bunch of planetary alignments. Right now, you go out at night, you have Venus, Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, Jupiter, and then Mars all in a line in the sky at night. So, like, none of this stuff, it's all
They
happening.
have to be looking away from the sun. Sorry, man, that's hilarious.
Dude, do we ever see him like cross, like cover one up, cover up another one?
Yeah, there are occultations that happen. As a matter of fact, the Star of Bethlehem would have been a conjunction of Venus and Jupiter, and they would have gotten so close together that you could not resolve the two with the naked eye, and it would have been the brightest light the sky's ever seen.
So I just looked it up. It say we just got out of a planetary alignment in August 28th. And the next planetary alignment is January 18th.
Yeah, they're so full of it because, like, right now, if it was clear tonight, I could go out. With my telescope, I can capture Venus. Then I can move to Saturn. Then I can move to Neptune. Then I can move to Uranus. Then I can move to Jupiter. Then I can move to Mars, all in the same night, and they're all just lining up across my sky.
Yeah, that's crazy. Never thought about that. And then the word planet means wonder. You know, the Bible refers to them as wandering stars.
Yeah, I dropped a picture in the jumbo of an in prime focus under excellent seeing conditions photo of the star Sirius, and then an out of focus shot of it. Go look at the in focus shot. That is freaking wild.
On the 18th, it's a Mercury, Mars, Jupiter, Uranus, Neptune, and Saturn. That's a lot of alignment.
Yeah, but it's so rare.
Right. Oh, and then there's another one in February.
Yeah, just a couple of years ago, they all lined up in the sky. I think it was right around July 4th. I was at Satellite Beach looking off of my balcony east, and you could see them all in the sky. I think it was every one of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Did we ever get that any footage of
Flat Labs
stars
got their
from
hand up.
space? Oh, I didn't see Flat Labs. I was just asking if we ever got that footage of seeing stars and planetary bodies from space. Like,
I mean, Elon posted something, but it's the same video that he quoted with like a joke. Like, of course it's not CGI, like some weird shit like that. That's what me and D3 be talking about. It's like, do we really trust that video? Because that video itself have glitches in it in other places. So it's like, damn.
Yeah, they never give us what they would consider real wide shots of alignments of constellations and wandering stars from space because they know that would be a bad thing. There's a lot of astrophotographers out there tracking this stuff on a regular basis. Even if they are globe proponents, they would immediately be able to tear it apart.
right, they couldn't even try to yeah, you right about that. The space is always just black, just pitch black. But from Earth, you can see all these different lights in the sky, man. It's just crazy.
Yeah, technically, like under their paradigm, if we're out in space, we shouldn't be able to see anything because there's no medium for the light to propagate in. Now they've changed that with dark matter and dark energy and stuff, but even still, they tell us that our atmos is why we see the light, because it's hitting the atmos and hitting that medium and becoming visible light. Well, that doesn't really.
Oh, kind of like your demonstration. Interesting. That's funny. Last, what up? I know you've been patient. My bad, bro.
Yeah, no problem. My thoughts a little off topic. So I was just curious, how many of you guys wear jewelry?
Not me, but I'll be right back. I'm gonna restart my browser.
I wear a little.
Making some sterling silver little medallions about the size of a
They may sell really well in the next 5 to 6 days, because I have a feeling this is going to be a great victory for us in a lot of ways. The 24-hour, the fact that they witnessed the 24-hour sun may seem like a loss to some people, but it's not. The more we get into the data and look at it, I think the more it's going to support our stance even more.
Yeah, well, my plan is I'm gonna make a couple out of sterling silver, just flat earth medallions, and maybe even flat earth rings, like a seal, like a stamped seal on wax look.
Sound kind of
Yeah,
fire.
just
I
put them
like
out there.
that.
Yep. And then it could go from there, go to like make an astrolabe or anything kind of flat and intricate, because it's easier to work with. So I can do rings with a flat surface on it, because I've made jewelry in the past. But now getting into gold, I'd have to sell some silver first to buy up some gold, because gold ain't cheap. I was just putting the bug out there to see if there may be a market for it. That's all. And sorry to take over your space on marketing. My bad.
Nah, you good, bro. Good. I like the idea though.
And level heads get a discount.
W flat lies. Probably see if you could bring Alan back up.
Yep, TY.
So we got some great stuff. I can't wait to go back and listen to some of the conversation we had last night. Oh, Lynn just popped up. What's up, Lynn?
Yeah, I can't wait to make some edits.
I was just going to tell Flatlads I might be interested in some of those medallions, if they could be made like to hang on a chain. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll get to working on some of those over the Christmas break here, and post them up, and maybe
Well,
donate a couple of them.
yeah, I like the idea of that one, of the seal, like we've seen that meme of, a seal on clay. I like that idea. And I could afford more if you let me supply my silver to use for those, and then just use them for gifts.
Yeah, and I was hoping Flat Earth Dave would be on here, and he might have a might pique his interest and start up a little jewelry section if I can get some good products out there.
Oh yeah, we didn't get a chance to talk to Dave today. Shout out Dave. He popped in here last week.
Yeah, I'm also looking for just like some cool attire, like some sweatshirts and stuff. I know I would definitely buy some of that. I don't wear jewelry much.
Level has merch.
Yeah, I don't wear jewelry at all. I would give it to family.
Lynn, do you want a level heads chain? We got you. We got level heads medallions with a little dome on it.
Really? Where do I see a picture of that? Are you teasing me?
I am teasing you, but I will use AI to generate an image to illustrate what I'm talking about for meme value.
Oh, well, yeah, that meme would make a good Christmas gift, I guess.
You know how people have like elaborate chains? What if you had like the dome, the biblical earth model, and then like the sun and the moon, then you could like spin it around like a spinner?
Yeah, I was thinking like a moon map medallion would be cool too, to where you could rotate the ice wall around the other.
A moon spinner? Let's do it, dude.
Well, I think if I can afford it, I'd like one for each of my grandson and his wife and my 3 great grandchildren, because he's really resisting the flat Earth, and I haven't heard from him since I sent him all the. I did an observation this week. My little neighbor friend who comes over and plays games with me, I took her to the next town over for music, and I had been the week before. And I had been there at night when I was still able to drive at night, and I knew you could see the lights of the next town about 25 miles away. And so I said, let's watch. You know, I said, I think we can see the water tower. I saw it the other day. And so I don't have a camera, but I just talked to the person who lives there where on that high hill where right below that we saw the water tower, and he's going to try. He has a Nikon. He doesn't know what Nikon he's got. But I asked him if he'd seen the water tower. He says, "Well, I've seen that town." He said, "I see that a lot," but he says, "I've never noticed the water tower." And I said, "Well, any landmark that you can see that's around there, I'd really like a picture of it." And he's kind of out in the middle of 1, 2, 3, 4, about 5 towns, and he can see about the lights of 4 towns at night. And he's at the high spot around here. So, and he has a helicopter business besides that. So, anyway, he was all excited about it. I told him, I said, I'm teaching my little neighbor, friend about doing, well, she was already familiar with doing scientific observations. She had learned that in school. She's homeschooled, and her dad believes in flat Earth. Her mother's a little more skeptic, I think, but her dad definitely said, "Oh, yeah." When I mentioned it to him, he said, "Oh, well, I know. There's a dome up there. I know there's a firmament. I can see it." So he was an easy one. But anyway, so I would get all their family one if I could afford it, and like I said, probably the only way I could afford it is just to supply the silver myself and then pay for the labor or something. But uh, yeah, I'm hoping to have. I've got everything ready. I've got a graphic. Oh, and I asked Chat GPT, should I be able to see that far? Oh no, you can't see that far. That water tower is well below blah 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 blah, you know, and so I've got that to go with it. So I've got a little flip book ready to go. If I ever get a picture to prove it, I may have to switch to a different observation. If he can, from his house, can get me a good observation from anywhere around there that's long distance, then I'm going to be releasing that. So, but I went ahead and sent the book to my grandson. I haven't heard back from him yet. So I'm hoping it'll change his mind about thinking I'm crazy.
Yeah, when I'm down in Satellite Beach, I can be on the beach, and on the clear days, I can look up and see, I think it's Launch Complex 46 or something like that. And that's like almost 20 miles away, and I can see it with my naked eye from less than 7 feet off the water. And that should be hidden. It's only the tower itself, I think, is like 120 foot. If you are generous and say it's another 30 foot above sea level to the base of the tower, you should not see 120 feet of it at almost 20 miles out. I think it's the missing curvature comes out to like 140 feet or something like that.
Yeah, well, this measured exactly 23 miles. And as soon as I got home, I called the water department of that town. And I said, "Do you know how tall your water tower is?" And he says, "Well, I believe it's 135 feet." And I said, "Thank you very much." And then I got online. I got the elevation of both places. The elevation of the helicopter barn and the water tower are only 4 feet difference. So I got all that, got pictures of that. So I've got all these graphics. I got the best view I could get on Google Earth, which thank you, Taylor, for suggesting that. It won't let me get low enough, but at least it does give you an idea that will help. Maybe if the picture quality is not the best, then you'll be able to see, oh yeah, that probably is there. So I got all those things just and a close up photo of the water tower and of the helicopter barn and so anyway, yeah, well, in our little town we've got a guy that has a helicopter business, so the small helicopters. So anyway, I'm excited about it. And I hope and the guy sounded excited. He said, "Oh, that sounds like a fun project." He said, "I'll pull that camera out and I'll get you some good pictures the next few days." I did. I told him, I said, try to get them on days the humidity's low and the sun's not interfering or whatever, and all of that. And so I'm going to have all I gave all that information for my observation to um, Chat GPT, because when I first asked, I just asked that question. I just told it how far it was, and how all that, and it said, "Well, yeah, it appears this might be a problem for the globe model or something like that." So I'm sure it's not true or right, and it would depend on and it would depend on blah blah blah. So then I would do a follow up question. Well, here's the blah 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 information. Now, what do you say? Oh, well, yes, that definitely gives more credence to it. But then it would also depend on blah blah blah. So then I would go back. So there were like, he said it depends on if there's a body of water between here and there, what the terrain is like here and there. And I said, well, we're on rolling plains, which there means there's no mountains, no steep hills. It's just a gentle rolling plain. And okay, well that sounds good. And I told him what the water supervisor said, how tall the tower was, and all that. Oh well, so okay, with everything you give me, that tower is hidden by 211 feet or something of the Earth's curvature. So I'm sure there's an answer for that or something like that. It can't be it can't be he never used the word flat. But anyway, so so I went back and then just every additional question I asked, I put it all into one question and asked him that. I said, because our conversation just went on and on and on, and I didn't want people to have to read so much. So I said, just give me the condensed answer for this. And it was like a one pager, it's like done.
Nice.
Ren putting
So
in work.
if you click on the jumbo up at the top, you'll see the new Flat Earth Friday merch. We got some new chains available.
I was thinking about merch this week, but this is an important month for me, guys. So like after I crash out this month, I'll lock in next year. But yeah, if you want to see the AI generated content, then it's
Hey,
in.
Alan, what about a Newton's bucket medallion?
Ooh, an NB. I got you, Brody. Give me 2 minutes.
That's hilarious.
No, I mean in gold.
Obviously, it's going to be in gold. Daddy Newton don't fuck with anything less than 24 carats, dog.
Can you make a one-line Newton's bucket joke?
I mean, I'm not going to try my best over the next 5 minutes while you guys are doing other stuff. Wait, I am going to do that. Sorry, I said that. I am going to do that.
You know the got milk? Like that. So the got like relative reference frame. Like what would be the equivalent? Oh, we gotta brainstorm this for the content.
Got absolute space.
Oh, look at this. I'm gonna write that down. Hold on.
And I forgot to mention, of course, refraction was the very last thing. But he did admit, it did admit that probably given the atmospheric conditions that I described in the terrain, that there probably couldn't have been enough refraction to be the answer, so.
Jesse has a standard refraction calculation, but yeah.
I always love how Glovers project on us that we use refraction as a cop out when that's exactly what they do. Like they'll say things like refraction, and then they'll turn around and say, well, why can't we see the Himalayan mountains from North America? You know, like
I mean, that's just angular size, right?
yeah, that, and even if you take the angular size out of it, you would have atmospheric refraction that would stop that because you're looking through so much atmosphere. Just like the Canigou Mountain, until the sun gets behind the mountain, you can't see the mountain because the atmosphere hides it. But as soon as it gets behind it, you see that silhouette appear.
Well, I ran this. Excuse me.
Go ahead.
I ran my everything I had by in the DMs by Glober because I thought I want to take care of any issues there might be with it before I actually post it. And of course what he had the only thing he had a problem with was the because there is a river about halfway, it's almost dry riverbed. It rarely has water in it. About halfway between the two places, and I checked the elevation of that. It was roughly 300 feet lower, and so the Glober said, "Oh well, that the reason you can see it is because the terrain is lower, and therefore there is no bulge, to hide the water tower. So you're just stupid. You don't know what you're doing." And so I asked Chat GPT. Then today I said, "Okay, take into consideration." I'd already told it about the terrain. It said, "Well, that wasn't a problem because it wasn't like a big lake or anything, And so I just asked it point blank, would this be a problem that, that it goes down, considering the terrain goes down 300 feet? Could that be the reason that I'm seeing it? He said, well, that would affect it some, but no, that by itself wouldn't. And I said, well, would you verify, tell me, exactly how much, might be hidden? And gave me the same thing he did the first time I asked, that it's, should be well hidden, the whole water tower.
I know Rohan not in the mentions. Welcome back, Witsit.
Please don't tell me Rohan is popping. Relax, Rohan. Relax.
Yo, speaking of hilarious things, if we turn our attention to the Jumbotron, we will see several iterations of Newton wearing a chain that says absolute lab frame with the medallion, and also one where he has a little golden spinning bucket attached to a golden chain.
Oh my gosh. That's freaking hilarious.
Dude, AI is the best. I can't wait till it takes over or whatever. Everyone's scared. But think about all the cool images I just generated. You could just do that and stop being scared.
We'll now do one with a spinning milk crate and have missing dark matter on one side and missing gravity on the other side.
Ooh, like a missing person's milk crate thing. I got you.
Yo, the spinning bucket is hard.
Dude, right? Newton don't play. That's Ice
Yo,
Newton.
the decked out spinning bucket is crazy.
Dude, that's not even regular water in the bucket either. That's water with diamond shavings in it.
Or you can swap it out for glow tears.
How dare you? That bucket, there's not a bucket big enough to hold it all or whatever.
Wait till we invoke the telescope.
I'm crying.
That's
Eli, what up,
hilarious,
man?
Alan. Oh wait, I think Eli has his hand up. Is anybody talking right now?
Yeah, I said, what up, Eli?
I have to drop down.
Oh, not too much. I just woke up from a nap and then took a shower and came and sat down at the computer, and I had no idea when I was made a speaker. Good afternoon. Oh, just aggressively adding nothing to the conversation here and there.
Standard Eli. Ooh, boys, the milk carton turned out fantastic.
Did a milk carton one?
Oh yeah, dude. We got a black hole, we got a missing galaxy, we got yeah, you'll see in a second.
I added God aberration for a telescope one.
Miss, dude, wait till you read this, and then it gives a description: missing person, Hispanic male, but it's not even. Wait till you see this. Oh, dude, and also male East Asian. Dude, what happened here?
We got to get some primo memes out of this.
I'm sitting here running my red laser into the model, and it's funny when I get it out to the southern edge, it creates a Southern Cross type pattern. It's wild.
All right, lads, check the Yumbo.
Southern Crosses.
Yeah, how would you best describe dark matter? And then it's like Hispanic male, East Asian. What? Somewhere in that range. You know, best described as a shadowy silhouette. An exact outline of what we need to fill in a math equation to give us the correct result.
I want to go look on TikTok to see. I'm gonna look if there are any like TikTokers at the same place that Witsit is at.
I was just reminded I need to do a new demonstration on redshift and blue shift in the model, because there is a good explanation for that as well.
Relative motion and a magnetic field will sort that out.
Yeah, not only that though, but the mirror and the Rayleigh scattering effect of the Atmos accounts for it as well, quite well.
Oh, really?
You should make a dark energy drink.
Oh, dude, how funny would that be? You crack the can open, you go to take a sip, and there's nothing in it.
Or it makes you sleepy because it doesn't exist.
Has opposite effects.
Call customer service. You're like, yo, just bought this baby fresh can of dark matter, cracked it open to get that energy out of it, and there was nothing in it. And the customer service is just like, oh no, trust us. It's definitely
there. It has to be there.
It has to be in there. Otherwise, the weight that we use to calculate for shipping would be wrong.
Right.
Everyone in the shipping department would have to be in on it.
Wait, but it is wrong. No, it's not. We just transform it until it's right.
Yeah, if we go to the Berry Center of what we conceptualize as the solar system, then we can look at it from that reference frame and determine that, that there was energy in the drink and that you also received it. So, relativity, peace. And then they just hang up on you. They gaslight you into believing it, and you placebo yourself into being like, dude, dark matter's the shit.
Have you seen where their recent claim about Jupiter is that Jupiter's not even held in orbit by the sun's gravity anymore? It's the gravity of the Berry Center that holds Jupiter and the sun.
Yeah. The old Berry Center, dude. You know what they say about the Berry Center, lads? That there's no observer there, and it's all derived from terrestrial observations, making it inherently geocentric and just a mathematical fictitious roleplay frame.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something fruity.
I once heard someone say something about it.
But what if you get the wrong dark energy can and get sucked into the black hole?
Oh, dude, you open up the can and it just sucks you in. You just don't exist anymore. That'd be tight. Where do I get one of those? Asking for a friend.
A store that sells vacuums.
Dude, is that our boy Leland Wilt?
Man, Alan, you are hilarious in the morning, dude. I gotta say, super fun. The reading nights are good, but man, you're hilarious a day after. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Sacred. Thank you, Proud. This space is still going. Unreal. Unreal.
It's been fun kicking it with the squad, man, getting the updates.
Yeah, level heads in the building. I tried to share something. I was like, oh, hell, everybody's at the airport. Not the 3 people we want to be at the airport, but it's just not updating. So I'll put that on Telegram. I might have overreacted a little. It's like, they're not there. Everyone else is there. They're not at the airport. But thanks, you guys, for still being here, covering the space. Sacred and Proud, you guys. Legendary.
Flat Lad, I got you. I just kind of scattered you on a couple of my things that I do. If it's weird, just tell me to shut up. But Taylor, man, Lynn's still in the house. So many level heads in the building. That's all I got to say. I mostly want to jump on Flat. Alan, you got me giggling, man. That's awesome. Thank you. Ken, everybody, thank you. Just, I love this community. Man, my wife's at the store shopping. I got another minute to get back on the mic. I might have to go in a second, but I just wanted to say thank you. Joe
We
Hanvey,
appreciate you too, man.
I don't even know. I've not heard this guy before. Taylor, of course, doing work. Level heads, always.
If Taylor's talking, I can't hear Taylor, but appreciate
Okay.
you. You guys keep us motivated for sure. We're
Wait, what'd you
excited.
say about Taylor?
Oh, I got
Thank
Taylor.
you. I
I thought
just
you
said
had
Taylor doing work.
I'm definitely not doing as much as Witsit and them. I'm only
No,
Joe Hanvey, man, he's in it too.
yeah, much love.
It's not a
Level
competition
heads.
for the level heads.
Yeah, I love it. Okay, I'm going to check down now, but I just want to take this minute. I got back on the mic. I had a second. Just want to say I love you guys.
It's always a pleasure, my brother.
Yeah, and thank you, Proud. Especially, I'm looking fresh now. Thank you, Proud.
Yeah, PFP going crazy.
Yo, yo, yo.
Is that a cyborg bird there? Cyborg
Yeah,
bird?
it's a cappy.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very clean.
Yeah, it's a dinosaur bird, man. From Australia. The dads raise the children there, and they're super aggressive. So don't fuck with the dad.
Dude,
I hear that.
You guys remember this scene from American Psycho where they're all looking at their business cards? We do that with profile pictures.
Yeah. Well, that honeybee looking fresh. I know there's lots of people down here got their sleep pictures and eyes and flat Earth, Eric. You might need a little etheric, flat etheric. That was great, Alan. He's a legend. Flat Earth, Eric. What's up? He's a little spicy sometimes, but he keeps it real. But, all right, I'm gonna step down now, guys. I love you so much. This is great.
Later, G.
Have a good one. You got somebody with a profile picture that looks hilarious.
We got in here on Stationary Saturday.
Palm tree. He got the third eye with the orange as his chain. That's hilarious. OG Kenny, if you can hear us, come grab a mic. I see J Rod. I see Sam Fink. Marconi sounds like macaroni was up here earlier. Come back if you wanna chime back in. Felix in the building.
Felix, what up?
Earth Etheric still in here. Mister still in here. OZ Flurf still in here. CLW. Spiral Graffiti. Colton. Not a bot. LOL.
Samantha, I see you. Nathan, what up?
Get the line here. Yeah, if you're new here, if you're just tuning in, this is Flat Earth Fridays, Stationary Saturdays. What's up, Ed? We've been getting some updates. Welcome to, if this is your first time tuning in to the conversation of Flat Earth. Yes, there are real Flat Earthers that exist in 2024, and today was a great opportunity for our community. We're getting to explore and we're getting to add more pieces to our puzzle, so that's awesome. What's it might be back in here to give us some more updates. Hold on, buddy. Are you my twin? Twin, where have you been? We got the same PFP.
Little D Kenny.
Little D Kenny. Pause. What'd you say?
You said OG Kenny, if you still down there, grab a mic. So I figured you weren't talking to me. Is there another Kenny?
That's what it looks like. Yeah, they got a cool profile picture with a whole bunch of stuff going on. It's hilarious. OG Kenny. That's what it looks like.
They're not the OG Kenny.
This OG Ken.
I just want to say, you guys crack me up, man. I've been cleaning the house, picking things up, getting things straight, listening to all this excitement. Fucking Alan comes through, making everybody laugh. Bro, I just want to say, your laugh, Alan, is one of the best laughs ever, hands down.
Facts. The deep laugh when it really catches him off guard is hilarious.
It was funny, he couldn't even get that out.
Yeah.
Earlier, what was he talking about?
I used to be a laugh model as a child.
And he just never grew up.
Yeah.
He's all talking about the chain, absolute laugh frame. It's fucking hilarious.
He's taking a deep breath of ether wind.
I get more of a kick of Alan shutting Peter down.
I haven't witnessed that yet. I don't think. What are you over there doing anyway, Alan? All I hear is clicking and crazy shit. What are you playing, fucking World of Warcraft or what?
Yes. I wish, dude. So I'll take World of Warcraft because, like, you know, graphically it's more modern and people would judge me less. But I'm actually playing RuneScape, which is way less socially acceptable.
Sounds like.
Bro,
RuneScape,
you know what?
making a presentation.
What's that?
Yo, I never played RuneScape, but I was definitely in Shia. And what's the other one? Ion.
Oh, Aeon or
Yeah, Aeon, Ion. Yeah,
Oh,
whatever.
dude,
Semantics. Tomato to fucking tomato, bro.
What were you doing playing Aeon?
Simmer down.
Playing a Chinese grinder? I didn't know you got
Simmer
down. I didn't know you got down like that. Respect.
Dude, I was grinding my fucking socks off. I can't believe that game is still around.
Yeah, I thought about playing it recently just to go back to my childhood for some reason. Which, as Ken stated, I've never left.
Childhood frame?
Yep. The absolute childhood frame.
Bro, I just love that he's like, yeah, RuneScape. It's totally what's up. And I fucking knew it, bro. I knew it sitting over here. I was like, bro's going in.
Dude, World of Warcraft sounds way worse. I'm just doing repetitive clicking in the same spot. So to like autopilot, I just am like rapidly doing the same thing. But yeah, that's hilarious. You knew exactly what it was.
Sounds like you're battling an entire nation right now.
Bro, it be that way sometimes.
Yeah, if you go back to the stream last night while Pizzo and I were talking to Franco and Peter, I was just making bracelets in the background and cutting gems.
Everybody doing their hobbies and shit. Now, I gotta get my shit back out. When we moved here for the job opportunity, I ended up giving away my desk. So I gotta figure this whole thing out. Otherwise, I'm just chilling at the dining room table. Great.
Yeah, dog. Sounds like you need to play some Aeon. Sitting at a table sounds like an XP loss, my dude.
Yeah. The struggles of life. Let me get my paladin back out. Hang on.
Oh, is that lay on hands? Did you just heal me to full? Nice.
No, I gotta get my cleric out for that. Hey, you know what? My favorite. This is so off topic. I'm sorry. This is so off topic. Favorite was a chanter though on Aeon. That was my favorite.
Nice.
Anyway, Antarctica. What the fuck is going on, y'all? We're Levelheads have made it to Antarctica.
Second wind just kicked in. Do I need to go refuel up, guys? Are we
Yep.
loading up?
Charged up. Charged up.
Listen, Proud, I got a lot of XP to get, and it's best gotten while Flat Earth Fridaying.
Okay, we can make that happen.
Tay.
Dan, do I remember my Steam account? Tier.
Y'all kill me with the soundboard. I want a soundboard so bad. I want to get a little thing. That might be what I talked to Santa about. Like, bruh, look, I play with karaoke. I play with all kind of sounds. The soundboards are fire. I've been trying to get one on iPhone forever. It's crazy.
Taylor needs a desk and I need a chair for my desk. I feel so incomplete without my complete setup. But there's a website for a soundboard. It's actually hilarious.
I was thinking about even just purchasing like the little $30 thing on Amazon and just plugging it into my phone and going from there.
The dual setup.
Okay, so they've gone through, they're doing the orientation right now, right? And once they get out of orientation, what's up? What are we looking at?
What Austin said, they're going to be setting up to start shooting around 9 o'clock, and then they're going to shoot. Everybody's trying to go through the first night, power through to make it the 24 hours. So I would assume if they start at 9 o'clock tonight, then they're going to shoot all the way till 9 o'clock tomorrow. So it should kind of just be a 24-hour marathon from now until then, or getting close to it anyway.
Oh shit, this is about to be crazy.
Who would have thought after 122 weeks, we'd be in Antarctica having seminars?
Man, it's crazy. Like these guys are literally in a once in a lifetime experience that, I mean, it's beyond amazing. It's cool. And it's opened the door for this conversation in a way that hasn't been opened in 100, 200 years.
Golly, y'all. History. And if they change this shit, we were here for it. So we can tell them, no, fuck you, trying to change history, bullshit. No.
No, they can't take
I was there.
As much as they want to, they can't take this away from us.
No, they can't take that away from me, as Ella Fitzgerald said.
Yeah, I just saw a video from Will Duffy earlier where he was in the hotel complaining about how Globers were accusing him of saying he was going to see see the moon for 24 hours, and how he was upset with Globers about that. And he continued to say that it's impossible to see a 24-hour sun after admitting live with me that it's not impossible. The guy's a trip.
Wait, he's saying he won't see a 24-hour sun?
Where has he been? Has he been at all like engaged, or he completely drop off the face of the internet?
He over there with them.
Like, is he engaging? Is he going in lives? I don't know how close and buddy he is with like McToon and them, but
Yeah, he's been all kinds of stuff since he decided to finance it, or supposedly decided to finance this trip. We don't really know how true that is, but he actually came into the conversation. I was debating the guy like 3 years ago on Wendy's page, the friend of his he always brings up, and he just kept being intellectually dishonest like he is. And finally I was like, dude, I'm just not going to argue with you anymore. You've been presented with the evidence and you're just ignoring it. And he was like wanting to talk to big flat earthers, so I got him in touch with Dave. He was supposed to debate Dave, and then he ended up debating Austin and Jaron for his first like big introduction to this, and that was a couple years ago, almost not well, a little over a year, almost a year and a half ago, I think.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, so that's how this whole thing really started, was me and Wendy debating this guy that she knew for, I think, from high school online, and it turned out that he was Will Duffy, and it just progressed from there.
Oh no, you zipped him up and he's trying to reclaim his lost virtue now? Is that what happened?
Yeah, like the very first conversation I had with him, he was contradicting himself and he wouldn't admit it. Like, we were talking about laser tests. He was like, well, tell me how I would do a laser test. I was like, well, you go out to a big body of water, you put a level laser, a laser level as you can get it across that water, go off a certain distance that will no longer allow you to see it due to Earth's curvature, and there you go. That's how you do it. And he's like, well, I can prove the flaw in that. And I was like, okay, do so. And he said, if you point a laser level on a sphere, it's going to shoot off into space. And I said, dude, you just trapped yourself. I was like, that's the point of the experiment, if you can see it. And he just wouldn't admit it, and he just started doing his wordplay thing where he tries to.
Unlucky.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, man. You hate to see it.
What's up, D3?
Nada. I just got back, had to recharge for a while. So I'm back in business. Just tuning in.
Welcome. We dual casted with Earth Awakenings earlier.
Oh shit, Wiz just popped back in. What up, Wiz?
What up? We're eating. I'm just trying to get the phone to work.
Okay.
Yeah, get that nourishment.
It's cool. Y'all are coming through so clear down there. I was really worried about that. That's really cool.
Hell yeah. It's a testament to what they're using, right? That what you guys are on Starlink, right? Is that what you guys are using?
Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get one of those, man.
Elon coming through.
Elon coming through.
Elon coming through.
No censorship. Oh shit.
With his space weapon.
Yeah, they definitely wasn't banking on Starlink back in the day.
He coming through, and he just said Grok is free for everybody. I'm grokking now.
Oh, word?
Y'all ain't grokking with me. I'm grokking now.
Oh my god, that's disgusting, D3.
I gotta
Please don't turn that into a thing. We have to have a new word for it. You can't be grokking, bro.
Yo,
you don't want to getting grokked up? Nah, dude, we can't have that. We need a different word. That's too far. Too far.
It's gonna happen, bro. Get with it, son. Get with it. The young kids.
Like Jay-Z once said, it's the grok.
It's the grok. Put your G's up.
It's free. I just paid to get grok.
Yo, G's
Yeah,
up,
dude,
dude.
you
You
just got
paid for
suckered.
it?
You just got suckered by Elon's son.
Yeah, they got the dark grok. They hit you with the dark grok. No. Go for the play.
Nah, but he got the preemie grok
So I have a
though.
cool story.
His grok is preemie, son.
We like okay, so I love egrets, like the birds, you know, the little white birds with the long neck. I love egrets. So, I was praying about a year ago because I would see them every blue moon, maybe see once every now and then. That I see an egret. So I was like, God, just please just bless the egret population. I'm telling you, I've seen flocks of egrets since then. And I used to never see them. Maybe once every now and then driving down the interstate or something. Like there'd be like one egret and then I would never see one again for another few months. But I prayed, I've seen flocks of egrets. And then just the other day, we were praying that I'd see like more flocks of egrets, you know, just because they just make me happy when I see them. And then just now, I went outside because I'm about to go like walk around, appreciate nature. And then there was freaking 17 egrets in my tree. Like, I have never seen egrets run in flocks. There usually just be one every now and then just creeping around looking for a little fish. But 17 egrets in my tree just now. Like, it's just crazy, just things like that. And I used to never see more than one. Like I said, maybe one every few months. So, pretty cool.
Like, I'm supposed to know what an egret is, right?
Y'all know what an egret is, right? The little white bird?
Right.
But wait, you live in a tree?
Tall bird. No. This tree in my yard. It's a type of herring.
That she lives in.
Yo, I would
Yeah.
definitely
Give
live
it
in a
up.
tree.
I live in a tree, guys.
I would live in a tree or a tree house, bro. Either or.
That'd be dope.
Facts.
I know,
That'd be
like
cool. Have like some like tree house, like
living on the ground is kind of gay. Living in
Yeah,
a
dude.
tree is like the new future.
There's 17 of these? These kind of
17, bro. I
big.
just took a picture.
What's the foundation for your house? It was dug by machines and concrete and rebar. You peasant. The base of my house is a tree.
Yeah. One with the
That'd be
earth.
really cool. Like, have you seen that show where they go and like build tree houses and stuff? That'd be
Nope.
really cool to live in a tree house, actually.
Nope.
Is
like
are tree
always
houses
grounded.
are tree houses only
One with
an
one with
American
the
thing?
ether.
Nah, there's people that live in the jungle that make tree houses in the jungle or whatever, allegedly. If you can believe YouTube videos. A bunch of tree lads.
There's some tricked out tree houses going around TikTok right about now. So they're definitely coming
Yeah.
up.
I wonder when that all started, the whole treehouse
The
thing.
tricked out tree.
They got the mini and they got the Xbox in the tree house, Alan. Like they don't care no more.
Dude, they got the air conditioner up there. Little refrigerator with a solar panel.
Oh yeah. And they be grokking up there.
They don't be grokking up there, bro.
They be
there's actually a sign hanging out the door to the entrance that says "No groks allowed."
Yo, Alan
Oh
was
my
some
gosh, I just ate chili
anti-grok
pepper.
shit.
It's so hot. Ah, gosh. Get your little garden going.
Taylor, you saw the posts by Wits, the images and stuff that are coming out of Antarctica. I'm curious what Wits thinks about the stone, the mountains down there.
In the distance.
Yeah, I wonder what those are really like in person, you know?
Yeah, I want them to fly a drone from up there.
Word,
I
that'd
want
be
to know if
dope.
he's having penguin for dinner.
Yeah. I wonder if penguin is good.
Pause. Lots of penguin.
You have a penguin steak, bro. It's super
Is that
healthy.
even allowed?
Nah, that's not allowed. Penguins are protected, aren't they?
I would hope. They make all that damn fuss about going down there.
I think penguins are a protected species.
You better not be able to saute them.
If you could, you would definitely find it in China somewhere.
All right,
Oh,
go on
dude,
now.
you guys
Sorry, go
haven't
ahead.
had fresh penguin? Dude, it's exquisite.
I bet.
Dude, tell me you wouldn't eat a bird that wears a tux all the time.
Yeah, dude, a lot of people are like, oh, Wagyu beef, you gotta get Wagyu beef. Yeah. Nah, dude, eat a penguin.
Yeah, ever had
I would
alligator?
I would definitely try it.
Oh man, not a little happy feet.
Oh,
Hey,
the
D3,
feet,
a drop down.
Alan only has this conversation when Toby's not around.
the deep fried, the deep fried feet are the best part.
Uh,
Not
oh,
taking a bite out of a little happy feet. What has the world come to, y'all?
fun fact: a lot of people in the world actually eat chicken feet. I just think it's gross.
Yikes! I
You can put it
regret
in soup.
that.
Yeah, facts.
Pig feet too.
Yeah, pig feet.
I was
Yeah,
just
I
gonna
don't.
apologize to D3 for talking over him. I did not hear you, bro. If I
Nah,
just
it's all
start
good.
talking in the middle of
It's all
nowhere, just
great.
assume I do not hear you.
It's all good, man.
Dude, I've been praying to see a bald eagle, and I really hope that comes through. That'd be super dope.
Man, I
Yeah,
can't
them
remember
things
when the
are
last time
big,
I saw
Alan.
one.
What's that?
Dude,
Them things are
I got a
big. They
cool
could,
video.
they could snatch a small child.
This dude was out there hunting, and he
And
saw this
90
bald eagle,
pound
and
woman.
he had it on camera, and he was like, "Lord, please let me get closer to that bald eagle." The bald eagle comes and lands on his shoulder. Literally, he's recording, like, bro, this just happened.
What?
Like, I just prayed I'd get close to the eagle. It come freaking landed on him.
Oh, that's
That's
crazy.
crazy.
I can post
I,
that in the chat.
I saw one in I think I saw one, if I remember correctly, it was a bald eagle in Oregon up there. That was right after it was a few years ago, right after the fires that they had out there. And that was quite jarring to look at. The whole mountainsides just burnt. That was kind of crazy.
Are you talking about
You
Simon?
don't normally see the bald eagles in like the residential areas, unless it's something dead over here. So if it's something like big and dead, and like
Yeah.
they're rotting, you see them circling a lot. And they send the nature people to go find whatever it is.
Yeah, I've got red-tailed hawks, peregrine falcons, owls, all kinds of stuff at my house. It's pretty cool. I got deer
Yeah.
running around all the time, so it's nice to it's just cool to be out in nature and see that kind of stuff. I think it
Yeah.
just
Yeah,
reminds us
man.
of how amazing our Creator is.
You got bats?
Yeah, I actually had a picture of a bat. I might try to find it and post it on my carport door in the middle of the day. I guess he got spooked or something, and he stayed there until night and then flew off.
Mm-hmm. Secret got bats. We got alligators. Woodton got alligators too, technically now. You gonna have to get used to them. D3, what they got over there? What kind of wildlife they got over there?
They got 3-inch size roaches. Nah, I don't really,
Palmetto
cause
bug?
I'm here for learning, so I'm pretty much on my laptop all the time trying to get this cybersecurity shit going. But so I don't really get out like that. Um, they have a lot of stray dogs in the area I'm at. That's really all I see. So I don't know what that's about, and I've heard that's not the case in the rest of the cities. It's just like I guess in Cebu area and Lapu-Lapu area. Uh,
I was just about to say, you must live in the city then, where you can't hear the wildlife in the backyard.
yeah. Well, I mean, they have it's kind of country, so they have their chickens and roosters. A lot of people have that. Um, but I haven't been out to the wilderness over here yet. So in my last month, I'll probably try to make some rounds and hit up a few beaches before I bounce.
Yeah, facts.
Yeah, beautiful beaches out here. I gotta hit some of them.
I'll look for some more.
Are you guys aware of the they have these like this massive stretch of like pyramidal shaped hills here. I forget exactly which location it is, but if you type in, if you Google Philippines Pyramid Hills or something like that, you should probably you could see it. It's really weird how it's formed like that. It does make you wonder if there are any like mini pyramids under them or something. Being that we keep finding new structures in like the Amazon and shit, just completely buried. In the Bosnia pyramid completely buried.
Has anyone ever tried to like dig around it to see some
I
type of
don't, I
structure
don't,
underneath the grass?
yeah, I don't think you can. It looks like it's one of those
Mm,
places that might be, protected against that.
protected.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I don't know. That would be interesting if somebody did, though. Just one of them, man. Just pick one. Just give us one. Let's see what's under it.
Just a little corner.
Yeah, right. I wonder if anybody's done a LiDAR scan of them. That's something I should Google.
I'm
Because
pretty sure
that's
the
how they keep
infrared.
finding stuff in South America. They do these LiDAR scans and they keep finding new things. Did you guys see the AI? Was it AI? I forgot if AI was, yeah, it was AI was involved in kind of piecing together a lot of these new scans that came out. And I think Graham Hancock was involved with that in his latest series. You can see it, where they were doing like the Nazca glyphs that they have down there. You guys know what I'm talking about? Anybody familiar with the Nazca glyphs?
Mm,
All right, so down there in South America, they have these huge they're like line drawings, but you only see them from the sky. Like one of the famous ones is like this squiggly spider. There's probably a couple snakes. Um, there's humanoid figures, but you only see them from above.
Oh, it's like the aerial view.
Yeah, from an aerial view, that's the only way you actually see what they are. Like you can't see them from the ground, or if you were like on a mountain top or something. But I
What
don't
they
think they're
call it?
the Nazca glyphs. I think they're called. Let me pull up
You
a
said one
Google.
was a snake.
I'm sure I think there's more than one snake. Let me see. Nazca. Just type in Nazca lines. I think. Let me check Nazca lines. Yeah, if you type in Nazca lines, the first thing that'll come up that I see is one of the birds, and there's a slideshow right on the top of Google. It's got the bird. It's got the spider. Um,
Oh,
and
I
then there's a
have
couple.
this. And the
You've
monkey.
probably
That's
seen this on National Geographic or something. They got the guy. They've got like this weird humanoid figure with these two circular eyes. They've got a spiral, and these are huge too. Like they go over miles. Some of them.
and I still don't know what it's for or what it came from.
Nah, they have no idea, and that's the interesting thing. They have no idea what these things are, why they're there, why you can only see them from the sky. But there's hundreds more that they found, and AI was like integral in finding some of them as they did like LiDAR scans over these different areas. AI like they let AI like comb the data and analyze it, and it showed a whole bunch more.
Yeah, I just saw the link for it.
Yeah, definitely something to check out. It's like whoever was here doing that, like what the heck were they doing? Was it a language? And what was it portraying from
A
this?
signal to the gods looking down.
Right, exactly. So, and that's a funny thing is because, like, in all the ancient scriptures, they always talk about things up in the sky, beings up in the sky. They all talk about it. All of the ancient scriptures. So, we had flight before, or someone did, and so maybe this was one way that they communicated certain things to as they were floating around or whatever they were using to move around on.
Around was toddler giants playing in the sand.
Yeah, you would have to be really giant though, because some of these are pretty big, man.
Right.
Bigger trees, more oxygen.
I think humans were probably big at one point. If we had like a worldwide deep dig, like more than a mile down, and see what we found, like as far as remains go, maybe we would find some giants.
I think everything used to really be bigger. Like Saker said, more oxygen. Even mainstream science recognized that animals used to be a lot bigger back then.
That's what I mean. Yeah, I think if the animals were, then we maybe were too. The funny thing is, why do we find animals but we don't find the humans? So that's the odd thing. So that goes into that whole rabbit hole of like the Smithsonian and others destroying them or whatever, destroying the bones.
I think there's a proper way to bury the dead, and I think we don't practice those lost keys anymore. So that's why we having trouble finding our remains, but they know what time it is. And yeah, that Vatican definitely play a part in it.
Yeah,
So only in the Vatican, all of them.
the giant bones, man. I really want to see the giant bones. Because that's another thing that's also talked about in ancient scriptures. They all say there were beings here who were larger than us, like us but larger. So, and we still get people up to like 8 feet tall sometimes, 8, 9 feet. Very, very rarely anything over that, but
Would be like 7'5".
yeah, I mean, it's like 7 foot is kind of routine. We got a bunch of people in the world who are at least 7 feet. Like even I think was it Shaq is like 7 feet, right? So we got a bunch of people who are 7 feet, but like the 8, 9, 10, those boys are far and few.
Kind of sidebar. I think was it still Eden, but did you say your take on these drones in Jersey?
Me? Nah, I think it's a military thing. Whether it's ours or not, you know, who knows? But I definitely think it was a military thing.
You do, right? I wonder what like is stemming in politics world. They got this Luigi thing, this CEO shooter, and every time
Mm.
guys, I should know by now, every time they're dangling something in our face, it only means look away, look away, look behind you, look behind you.
Well, I mean, it's pretty much established as a fact that the next wars are going to be drone, unmanned aircraft. So it's pretty scary.
You think this will cause a UN meeting? You think the
Nah,
United Nations might
UN
want to
might
shut
be
down?
nah. UN is probably in on all of that stuff.
I mean, it would just be real good timing since what's in that Antarctica right now. I would love to see if we see any private jets flying in, and then they try to shield them from seeing the jets. Like you can't tell me I can't look up now.
Do you guys think the best bunker is in Antarctica or somewhere in one of the mountains, like in the States?
No, I think a celebrity brought the best bunker. If we're being real.
I think the government, I think the military's probably got the best bunker in one of these underground cities that they have running through the nation. Because we got stuff that goes very. It's like a vast network underground. Even city to city, they're like,
Yeah, one of them tech billionaires in finance, IT, head bajillionaires with underground
Elon's
houses
got to have the best one,
built.
bro.
Didn't Zuckerberg buy one when the internet was about to come for him? Even
I
Rick
don't know.
Ross has one.
He's another one. Him, Bezos, Elon, they all got to have like a fly ass bunker, bro.
To the point where they could drive their cars underground. I believe it.
Yeah, well, there's systems underground. There's tunnels and they connect cities. Uh, that's been done. The military's all they got that shit.
I mean, that just shows like they can't leave. Like they gotta go underground because they can't leave.
I think they may know something about the cycle of cataclysms, and maybe they think that that would be the best way to survive it. I think space would be the best way, like near Earth orbit would be the best way to survive it.
Right. Get off the quote unquote planet altogether.
Yeah,
And I don't think they are capable of doing that. I don't think that's a possibility for them.
yeah. It wouldn't be. It would be only for a few. Like you can have a few astronauts. And that about it. That's about it.
I hate to spoil it for y'all, but and Don't Look Up, they left the fuck. They left people. They left people. All right, it was not with nobody. Nobody, auntie, sister, cousin, daughter. They left you.
uh, funny movie.
Even 2012, that was an older movie, but they thought the world was ending, and it was like a boat. People had to get tickets to get on the boat, and it was like,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
I've seen that.
that was one of my favorite movies for a while. I watched it in school the first time. Hella traumatic.
Taylor, what you working on? You got any new experiments you doing? Everybody tuned out.
And they'd be like, "Oh, we'll keep it going until Friday."
but they're not here for the hard times when the conversation gets, when it starts to die down. Yo, shout out to our boy Michael Heffron down there in the chat. If you're able to send him a microphone, that's the homie.
What's up? What's he into?
So he's a retired mathematician that has an ether model, has some really interesting mathematical comparisons that can be extrapolated out from some of the constants that are used from measurements that, you can use to derive ether properties like, density and all that kind of stuff.
That's dope.
Hell's Bells, or you said it's somebody else?
His name is Dr. Michael Heffron.
I'd love to ask him about my theory with the time money thing. You guys ever heard of the Falcon algorithm?
Never met her.
Let me pull it up real quick.
If he's a mathematician, shouldn't you ask him about the star lux thing? I wonder if he could crunch the numbers.
That would be another good question. Yeah. That would definitely be another good question.
He is super into optics too.
I don't see Guy Lad, but I do see the electrician, Wesley. Shout out to you for being unvaccinated.
Oh, you don't see him on here? That's unfortunate. I don't know. Maybe it might be glitched on my end then.
Yeah, I don't see him yet. Brady, Burpee, Guntis. KB still
So
in here.
Falcon is a
Oh no, you should be
quantum.
in here.
It's a quantum proof algorithm for it's written in C, which is cool. It's a concern of mine though. Like if quantum computing hits anytime soon, like what are we gonna do about crypto, bro? Because none of
Nothing.
these blockchains, none of the blockchains are crypto are quantum proof. They're all using algorithms like SHA-256 and stuff like that. So it's like there's a couple of them who've come out that are quantum. They're using quantum proof algorithms, but they're like not popular yet.
All right, so there's no such thing as quantum computing or quantum algorithms or whatnot. All of that computation is based off of superpositioning, which isn't physically real. It's never been manifested. So that's not what they're doing at all. Like they're not doing anything that would relate to like, oh yeah, we're going to be able to simulate all these different things and extrapolate out the exact code or whatever. Like it's not a real thing. It's all fictitious dog shit.
Well, didn't Google just release something about a new chip that they're working on?
Yeah, and all they did with it was pull something out like that's equivalent to just pulling a string out of a random number generator. It's the same thing they did with the last thing that they published. Like it's yeah, its BS has been tweeting updates about it since it's like the new thing that's come out that's being proposed is like the new quantum blah blah blah, but it's not. It's just it's just for the public to think that kind of stuff. What it actually does and how it physically functions is it's literally identical to the same computing that we use now. So there's not going to be like, oh dude, they just broke your crypto wallet. It's never going to happen.
Okay, well that's reassuring. I thought they could use it and compute more, but if you're saying that that's not really the case,
nope.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if we'll ever get into the programming of things on DNA because it's supposed to be such a great storage solution.
Yeah. Yo. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I know Beast has done some deep dives on that kind of thing where it's like storing data in DNA and what I forget the term for it, but like bio something storage. Like that's definitely a cool thing. But
yeah.
Yo, Dr. Mike made it up. What up?
Hey. Is it Dr. Michaels? Mike? Dr. Michael Heffron or Heffron.
Yeah, you gotta click that little mic in the corner.
Can you hear me?
Hey,
yes, sir.
Welcome. All right. So I just had permission.
Oh no. Lagged out immediately.
Permission was revoked.
Problems and then in the process of trying to turn it on, I lost the audio, so I couldn't even hear why you wanted to know if I was here.
Oh, no worries. We were talking about ether, and then D3 had some optics questions, and I told him, you knew a little bit about optics and math and stuff, so you might want to come up and talk about that.
Yeah, that would be dope.
So what kind of questions were there about the optics?
So I came across a breakdown of how the lux value of light that we get from stars doesn't convert. It doesn't really convert well, basically. So what I mean by that is we have an apparent magnitude, and converting that to the lux value, the lux value comes out as lower than what the eye needs to actually see the light. So if we rely on the inverse square law of light for a star like Sirius, for example, which is 8.6 light years away, using the math for the inverse square law, it doesn't it should we shouldn't be able to see it, essentially. But that's the brightest star in the sky, and then it gets worse from there for all the other stars, because some of them are much farther away and dimmer. So like, how would that work? Do you have any idea how that math would work? Basically, I don't think. Yeah, go ahead.
Since it's not a steady stream of wave packet.
Oh shoot, you're going in and out. Can anyone else hear him?
It's like, and there may be more interference.
Doctor, can you hear us?
Is there a problem with my audio still?
Yeah, it's going in and out a little bit. I don't know. Your connection might be Elon satellites.
So I'm not using Elon satellites, actually, and that maybe that's the problem. I don't know.
Yeah, I really didn't hear. I heard like 3 words. I didn't hear very much else.
So I walked next to a window where maybe I'll get a better signal.
Okay.
I'm a long distance from the router that's providing my internet. It's about 100 some feet away.
Yeah, that could be it. Maybe your connection just isn't stable.
Yeah, it may not have good enough latency.
Yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I've looked into it, and I can't resolve it in my head of how we actually see the light from stars that are, millions and billions of miles away, based on the inverse square law and their apparent magnitude conversion into the lux value. And the lux value, the eye needs 0.000001 lux of light in order to see anything, any light source.
Probably everybody's equations should always be suspect, unless they provide a lot of evidence to back up what they're claiming. Because I'm sure everybody on this channel has seen so much bogus crap out there.
Right.
But it does make sense that the way they're calculating it would not be as accurate for something so far away, and it doesn't matter whether they're like 10 kilometers away or if they're 10 billion light years away. It's still, I'm skeptical of anything that's that far away.
Me too, and that's what I'm saying. So I think if they're that far away, something is wrong. So they either can't be that far away, or something about, like you said, the math and the equations, the way they do the measurements is just completely off.
Yo, is that a bunch of Great Pyrenees I hear in the background?
That is a bunch of Great Pyrenees. I think they're yelling at me.
Wow. Good call.
Nah, I happen to know he's a Great Pyrenees rescue master. He's got
Yeah,
like he's got
there's my
12 of
team.
them.
Okay.
And now I'm outside with them.
I was about to say, Alan's the dog whisperer over here.
I think Pizio is trying to get up as well. And yeah, Mike, when you're back, if you want to talk about the presentation you have coming up on Tuesday on Ether Cause, that'd be dope.
Facts.
What's up, everybody?
What up, young
Piezo, what's
Kaizo?
good?
Not a lot, man. Not a lot. Um, just checking in. I understand tonight's going to be the first night in the ice, right?
Bro, we're getting live updates.
So we should get first notice tonight, right, about the light and the disk of the sun.
Yeah. So far,
Well,
he said it's like 300, and it's a little higher than they expected.
what's a little higher?
Sun.
300 what?
What is it? Degrees?
Huh?
Alan, am I saying that right? Wasn't it 300 degrees or something like that?
Oh, I have no idea. I wasn't here.
Proud.
Yeah, it was 30. They were expecting 30 degree. I think 30 degrees at afternoon, 10 degrees at midnight is what I think the globe was predicting, and they were thinking it was closer to being higher than 30 degrees when they got there. That it was fairly high in the sky. From the pictures, it looks like it could be 40 plus degrees to me above the horizon, which in my
It's
model,
closer to your model.
in my model, that would fall in line quite well. The highest point would be mid-afternoon, and it should be somewhere between probably 40 and 50 degrees above their head.
Yeah, my bad. I said 300. 30.
We might have just lost audio. But yeah, no, that's
Okay.
interesting. We definitely can't wait to put that together
Yeah.
with tickets and then what Joe has.
That sounds.
I heard him say 300 degrees, but I thought he was talking about direction.
Oh,
Yeah.
so I'm not wrong. I did hear 300 somewhere. Okay, thanks, kid.
Like orientation on, out of a circle of 360.
Something like that, yeah.
Got it. Yeah, man. So, I mean, hopefully we'll be able to have clear enough skies to see or not see the actual physical disk, right? Or physical projection of the disk. Anyway.
Yeah. You know what's the interesting thing that I think can come from this? Because the ball model is you got to be upside down if you're down there. And so I think it was Taylor brought up, well, wouldn't the sunspots be upside down if you're looking at them from that perspective, right? Because we can't, if we're on two opposite sides of a ball, we can't be seeing the sunspots with the same perspective.
It's the same thing with the moon, man. I mean,
yeah, well, that's true. That's true
Right.
too. Yeah.
I was thinking it would be a reflection, but it's going to be rotated in a different direction.
it's going to
So,
be
yeah.
rotated. It's going to be looking at the smiley face on the ceiling from the other side.
Right. Exactly. What do people say to that? Because, like you said, the moon should also be that. So, like, what do people say to that, Piezo? You ever heard any? You ever brought that up?
Well, I don't see it as a problem for them anyway. I mean, I obviously know my position, but I don't actually think it's a problem for them because it would be the same in our model. You still see it rotated 180 degrees relative to you. Like when you go on the either you're north of it or you're south of it, it has a fixed position in the sky, right? So that's true in both models. It's not mutually exclusive.
Sagan and I were talking about this like a week ago. Is Witsit gonna see the moon while he's out there?
The moon?
Yeah.
I don't know. Where is it out on the map right now?
A good question, but I mean, we couldn't be seeing it at the same time he is. I mean,
I think
No,
it's
he won't see the moon. The only time you would see the moon for 24 hours down there. So right now, that's going to be from your first waxing crescent until your first quarter moon when it crosses the equator. So yes, you would see in the early, like last week, they most likely saw a 24-hour moon leading up to the first quarter moon, which crosses the equator this time of year. So your full moon is always on the opposite tropic of the sun. So when the sun's over Cancer, your full moon in the northern hemisphere is going to be over Capricorn. You can check this. Iceland only sees they don't see the full moon for like 4 months out of the year during the summer. So the moon is always opposite the sun in regards to tropics, and the moon travels between the tropics monthly, whereas the sun does it annually. So right now, with the sun over Capricorn, our full moon, which is out now, is as close to Cancer as possible. They're not going to see it. Now, once we get back to third quarter and it crosses back over the equator, heading back towards the Capricorn with the sun, they will see a 24-hour moon from third quarter all the way to no moon.
Dude, I'm already seeing the unhinged posts, by the way. I'm like, I don't know. Oh, it's because Robot Polisher replied. Like, I don't follow McToon, but Robot Polisher replied to him, so he's on my timeline. He's like, landed at Union Glacier. No ice wall, no military turning people away at gunpoint. Turns out the flat earthers lied. You can go. Like, this, why is like, oh, it
I was
hurts.
just
It
saying
hurts.
that earlier. Like he's so disingenuous. Like he knows this is not a family trip. Like this is a chaperone sponsored trip. Like there's no other way you would have been going on
$80,000.
30K. Like come on, bro.
Yeah, yeah, isn't it like 30, 40K a person?
Well, yeah, but you think about what Austin said. It was paid for, but he ended up spending close to a couple $1,000s extra that he didn't expect. So that's how it always is. It's like, yeah, they say it's 36 grand, but you're going to end up spending more than that anyway. So you just round it up to 40 grand. Not everybody can drop 40 grand on 5 days.
I just distributed the dog food, so I can talk if you still want me to.
Yeah, absolutely. Did you want to
Yeah,
do a
definitely.
little about D3's question, and then did you want to talk about what you're going to be presenting on Tuesday?
What was D3's question?
Well, I think you kind of answered it. Like neither one of us really are trusting the math on seeing things from that distance, I guess. So that's cool. I did have one other question that deals more specifically, I guess, with math. 'Cause I have a concept that I want to eventually get out there, which is a time-based digital currency. Um, so I was thinking like, you know what? It's something I can't ask you here because it would have to be like an in-depth conversation. You know, like we'd have to go back and forth on a bunch of stuff, I think. So
So like the more people in one time zone, the more money like the coin would be worth or something?
no, so I feel like everybody should. I think we need a world currency where it's an equal footing, not based on the production of your country, just based on the value of your work over a lifetime. And I think every person should be valued, you know, similarly. But then we have, you know, then incorporate like a skill-based factor, because that's what we're built on our time and our skill. Even today, just our currency is based on other things. I feel like a currency based on our time and our skill is what we need, and I could separate it from the whole scarcity nonsense, right? Because even with Bitcoin, what you have is you have scarcity. So with all of these cryptos, you still have scarcity, and whoever has the digital technology to create these things are the ones who control it. And you know, I just feel like that's, you know, we need to get away from having scarcity as the basis of our currency.
Well, send me a friend request on Discord, and we can meet on Discord sometime and chat about it.
Cool. I definitely appreciate that, man. Is your Discord on
Or
your
you can also
your?
send me a friend request on Twitter, or X, I mean.
Yep.
So
It's still Twitter, don't worry.
we can figure it out.
Okay, cool.
So the presentation I'm planning on giving on Tuesday, it focuses on hypothesis testing, and I'm not going to go into all the detail, the mathematical details, but I'm going to give a high level overview for the people who may not be familiar with how PhDs and other people go about validating hypotheses. I had to pause to carefully avoid using the word prove, because you can't ever prove a hypothesis. So what you actually do instead is demonstrate that the opposite of the hypothesis is probably wrong.
Dude, awesome. Can't wait. Can't wait.
Yeah, major advantage. One of those major advantages is you don't have to validate any of your assumptions, because if any of your assumptions are wrong, the null hypothesis will automatically be true, which means your hypothesis is wrong. And so you don't have to go through all the nonsense debating with people about whether your assumptions are valid. You get right down to, can I demonstrate that my hypothesis is false? And if I can't, then it's probably true. So I'm going to give a really high level overview of that, but I think with enough detail that everybody will understand it. And I can be interrupted at any time during the presentation for questions, and go backs and all of that, to make sure everybody's following and understands it. But I think that's a good technique for everybody to use. And then when you're dealing with people like McToon, who just want to throw in a whole bunch of garbage, you can just immediately dispatch that garbage by saying, can you disprove the opposite of the hypothesis?
Exactly.
Dude, you're a legend.
I do my best.
The garbage removal process in debating.
That's it. Exactly. Get rid. And I was inspired by hearing Alan's presentation on Aries success, because that's the first time I had ever really listened to McToon debating anybody. Mm-hmm. And all that garbage he threw in, that's how they like to debate. They just want to confuse you and stir the pot as much as possible. And with the technique I'm going to present on Tuesday, you can force them on to, here's the real issue, prove me wrong.
I love it. Yeah, I can't wait for this too.
Dude, that's going to be awesome. New weapons for the arsenal, boys.
How's that XP coming along?
Not great, brother. I have a lot to get, and it's not been that much time. We're talking like 17, 18 hours.
Oh, no. Have you ever done tabletop?
Nope. Not a nerd.
Oh, man.
I'm just kidding.
I've been like piecing together my own system for like years. I've never been able to get it to work, but eventually.
One day.
Yeah, one day.
Ezio, you're hot micing a little bit. We hear your CPU fan keeping it ice cold.
My bad, dog. My bad.
What I hate the
no
sound
worries.
of, I hate the sound of the keyboards clicking. I feel like
PCs. I think that was D30 on the keyboard.
Nah, I'm not typing. I'm on my phone.
Oh, the
hate all
keyboard background might be me.
Yeah,
my
that
my
was you.
OCD. I hate it. I can't
The
even on mine.
mechanical
Even
mechanical
on mine, I
keyboard.
hate the click of the mouse.
Oh,
Alan, you know how to trigger proud now.
Proud, you know what I did when I bought my keyboard? I was like, what's this rubber dome dog shit that when you press it, you can't hear it? I need each and every individual key to make a clickety clack noise. Otherwise, I don't know, like, I can't validate my manhood. You know what I mean? Like, when I press the button, not only do I need to hear it, I need to feel it, and I need other people around me in my vicinity to hear it. So they're like, oh, damn, he's typing hella hard. He must be, doing something really important. Like, little do they know, like Honeybee pointed out, your boy's just getting XP on RuneScape with single clicks, dog. But
Nice.
it sounds aesthetically pleasing to me, and it makes me feel better as a person.
I'm not there yet. I'm not a true lad.
Yo, so now that I've had time to sleep it off a little bit from that burner last night that just burned all of our brains out because of the monotony of it all, I think from now on, when we discuss Aries failure, I think I'm going to upfront be like, hey, we're not discussing in theory what would have happened if it had happened this way or that way. This is what did happen. Did y'all notice that at the very end, for those who were still awake at the wee hours of the night, like not even the morning, the night, like it was like 7 in the morning. I don't know, bro. It was crazy. We finally there's like it clicked. We had been missing it the whole time. We realized Franco had been arguing from a theoretical point of view the entire time. Like we were giving him what Ari found. He was like, "Well, if that was true, it would have been this, this, and this." Like, no, dog, that's what it was. Definitely gonna do that from now on up front.
Oh yeah, I just sent you what he posted or whatever. He's got some citations for saying what he's doing is perfectly valid and all this stuff. I haven't looked at it yet, but he's
Wasn't he basically claiming to move the reference frame to stationary, then move it back, basically?
dude. So
look at that equation. It's tangent angle equals V over C. Isn't this what we were all saying the whole night? He was like,
yeah. So he's transforming the assumed lateral velocity component of the Earth to the incoming wave. But also when that's happening, like the Earth still needs to be moving at a velocity so that the angle doesn't actually change. Because if you make the Earth actually stationary and give the star or give the light frame that velocity component, there's going to be an angle change, which corresponds to the actual derivation that they use for velocity composition when they do the math to derive the same angle as the classical prediction, but just to a higher decimal placage or whatever, right? But they agree up to 210 billionths of an arc second. So what he's doing by doing that transformation and making them give a no angle change is it's not valid to do that, because either the Earth would be stationary or it's not, but it's like physically moving in their paradigm. So you can't even do that.
Taylor, is your hand up?
It seems like these really smart guys, or so we're told they're supposed to be, have a really hard time understanding water.
They're just committed to the motion, right? He was like, we'd have to throw out Snell's law. And it's like, well, no. But like, think about what they did throw out. They were like, okay, we're gonna have to throw out the ether in terms of an absolute reference frame. Just say that all motion is relative, and you can't measure it with light, even though you can. It's like they threw out a philosophical concept so that they could keep the Earth in motion.
So you're not supposed to deny the science unless the science doesn't agree with your model.
Yep. Pretty much. Well said. That's funny as hell, though. So you listened to Toon and Pizio talk,
Oh man.
and you were so disgusted by McToon. You were like, "I need to help these guys have a better tactic to deal with this." Because here's how you actually deal with it. That's so funny, dude.
Bro, I'm even reading what he apparently sent these couple posts earlier. He says, "Looks like I'm in good company," and then post a screenshot. And he said in the screenshot, it's a quote: "For if the telescope is pointed towards the apparent position of the fixed star, then the light waves sent out by it will have normal incidence on the telescope. If it's filled with water, the light waves will be propagated normal to the boundary surface also in water. The area experiment, as seen from the rest of system of the observer, therefore only demonstrates the relativistically trivial fact that for a zero angle of incidence, normal incidence, the angle of refraction is 0 too." Dude, every single one of them is strawmanning Airy. Airy did not point his telescope at the star ever, not once. It was fixed to 90 degrees, and then they looked through it and saw how far off center the star was. This is retarded. The water surface is level, and the star is not at zenith. It's close to it, but it's not at zenith. So you can't just be like, yeah, there'd be no angle change. And we explain this to him, and he just he hits the reset button in the back of his skull, and then goes on the timeline and starts typing all this text out. Say, look, I told you I was right, while completely ignoring the fact that we already covered this 3,000 times, and just like, I don't know, what is he trying to claim self-righteousness or victory or something? It's ridiculous, bro. Like, it's like talking to a robot that like is stuck on an audio track and just keeps hitting like repeat over and over and over again.
I'm gonna
It's
drop out,
frustrating.
guys, and come back in. I think I'm having some connection errors.
All right, good. Yeah, Pio, we know the only reason why he went up there is because of what's it. Like, he needed to stalk him.
Are you talking about McToon?
Yeah, facts.
Oh, I was talking about Franco's post on Twitter, but yeah. Oh, yeah, you were talking about the McToon conversation. That was that was completely impromptu. I literally just, yeah, I don't know. Alan can tell you about it. He like recorded it or whatever, but McToon didn't. He wasn't prepared for that conversation. So,
Dude, everyone wants to talk about a water and a telescope, but when you go to talk to them about it, suddenly they don't want to talk about it anymore.
yeah.
You end up blocked.
Oh yeah, dude, Proud got blocked this morning by asking some guy about water and a telescope who's got credentials. He just straight blocked her. Oh, rip, the space just crashed. Rip. Damn. 1 second, lads. See if we're going to remake it here. Yeah, that sucks, man. It's super unlikely that they'll remake it at this point. But if they do, I'll definitely start to stream back up. Let me check the messages real quick. Yeah, if they bring it back up, I'll definitely restart it. But if not, I'll see you guys tonight. I'm doing a presentation on Earth Awakenings on Aries failure at 10 p.m. Eastern. So I'll see you guys there for that. then Tuesday will be Mike Heffron's presentation on debate, like what tactics to use, how to utilize a null hypothesis and the evidence supporting or against it in a debate, how to properly weaponize that. So that's going to be awesome. Then Thursday will be research and reading night. And then that following Friday will be Flat Earth Fridays, episode 123. And in between there, I'm going to try and fit in some more prezzies at different locations for Ares Failure and or Battle of the Beams. So keep an eye out for that. Peace.